Buddy, this is the Political Matrix. I don't know if y'all know how crazy of a show, but we got a crazy show.
Been around the world and back again, right? You hear things, see things, but there's a lot of shit happening as usual, you know what I mean?
Hello. Apologies for everything taking so long. Chris had a lot of barricades and stuff that he was struggling to get through. Let me know if my volume sounds okay. I went with a special background for today. Okay, there we go. My mic is better. And make sure that I'm up and ready on the Rockfin side. Hopefully we'll get Chris in here at some point. And let's go. So, yeah, apology. I see Miguel is here, always nice and early. Yipper is here. John Cat says Trump is taking down the deep state. Q told me, LOL. I probably didn't vote, as Steve would say, in this consent ritual run by the elites. I agree. Let me put that on the screen because you are speaking my language. So let's see. So let's get something on the screen. Let's see what we got here. So right now, as I see it over here on Fox, and I'll switch to a couple of different sites. I see Harris at 113, Trump at 195, which makes sense. I don't see any of those areas which look up, and it looks like Harris just went up to 117. I don't see any of those areas which look like they are too much of a surprise. It looks like Wisconsin is still out, Arizona is still out, Nevada, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Georgia, and North Carolina, the swing states, are still sitting out right at this point. And so it's just and we already know, we see the 117, 195 right now, but as those states on the West Coast start to close and start to give more of their indications, we will see that that whole left side, that West Coast, jump those numbers up quite a bit. And switch this one off and switch to another. See, I see my cousins in the building. What's up, Ladarius? Media Dream says if Trump wins, there will be more hatred towards the gay community. Oh, no doubt it. No doubt. I see Chris has hopped into the chat. More hate than there already is. I honestly think that I think that a lot of people who believe that the Trump presidency will be just like last time, I tend to disagree. I don't think it'll be quite the same. I think where we are in the world, there's just going to be some different things that'll be going on. So that all has to be factored in. Oh, let me switch over and close that out. I do not need to see the chat for that. We already know it is on your knees fest for Trump, so I don't need to see all that. But let's see. While we got this screen up, let's just go ahead and click to another one. See what else is up. Oh, that's interesting.
This is North Carolina, the governor's race there. Josh Stein, the Democrat, takes the race there. He faced off against the Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson, a very controversial.
So that's interesting. Already in North Carolina, for governor, we do see a projected winner going for the Democrats. And typically in a lot of these elections, it goes up. Well, this is also Mark Robinson. We got to keep in mind. This is the guy who called himself the Black Nazi and was on the Nude Africa site and had all the freaky stuff going on with his wife's sister. So, I mean, we can't be too surprised that this dude went down. So I don't know if that necessarily is going to give us I don't know if that's going to give us, oh, God dang, he got spanked. 58% of the vote to 37. Damn, he got mud stomped. So obviously that is a definitive win. I wonder how much of that has to do with all the stuff that came out about him in particular, him as just a candidate. How much of that is indicating some kind of support for the Democrats? Also, I don't know. Espero que no gane el rompas. But we will see. I mean, this is kind of interesting. I'm kind of waiting for Chris to set up because I talked with Chris on my ride home, and he was showing some of the stuff on the ground outside of the convention center there. Wait a minute. Uh-oh. So soon the polls close in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Arizona. This should get interesting. So we switched over to that one, and let me get back over to this other site, and let's switch over to another one of these channels. Let's see. Why is it not giving me more options? Why is it not giving me more channels? All right, fine. We'll go back to Fox. Let's see what they have on the screen. See if their totals have changed. Interesting. Their totals have. And that's another reason why I kind of like switching over to some of these other platforms. Fox just has right now, it's only showing Harris and Trump, and some of these other ones will actually factor in and show some of the Senate races, House races, governor races, because there's a lot of different elections which are going on at that time. California, we have a bunch of ballot measures which are going on, so I will definitely be skipping on that, and hopefully we can follow some of those ballot initiatives that'll be going on in a lot of these other states. I know California has some different stuff going on with marijuana. I know a lot of the states have different stuff going on with abortion stuff. Get my coffee off the ground. Oops. Whoopsie. But let's see what we got here. Yeah, oh, that's right. Let's skip back over to another platform and see what they are saying over there. Oh, okay. This Trump, I'm looking at Trump's name. So this Fox channel over here is showing congressional balance of power. Let's see what they have to say. I guess it's not saying anything. Okay, it's a quiet channel, so it's just showing how it currently sits. Okay, it's not showing. I was hoping that it would show if there's any kind of changes that are going in. Okay, I definitely see that they have done updating from where it was at first, but it's not showing me who got elected or how it's changed. It's only showing a number. It's like I know when it first started, there's a certain amount of these seats which this person was not up for election, so therefore those numbers were not already factored. Those numbers were not changed. They were just already set from those members, and I think it was like roughly a handful of on the Democratic side, which they were not up for election, and it was a lot more on the Republican side who were not up for reelection. So it already started out the Republicans with a little bit of a lead. And then it'll be a coin flip to see what goes on with the rest of them. Will the Democrats catch up in the House, or will the Republicans steam forward and increase their already lead, which they have? I don't know. So let's see. Okay, any more of these are just live? Let's see. No. Right Side Broadcasting Network. Let's check it out. See what
very closely. Now, in the state of Wisconsin, I want to show you the areas that have voted so far. And you can see right now it's Madison, where we have a college area. I'm not surprised Kamala Harris has been pandering to younger people in particular, especially trying to get a hold of those low information voters. So it's Madison and Milwaukee. Okay, these are two of the biggest cities, the biggest hubs in the state of Wisconsin. So that is why those numbers are coming in so high. Now, of course, they're larger populations, but you take a look at Green Bay, the numbers also coming in here, and we are looking good for Republican win here. Now, this is also important because there's a big congressional race, U.S. House of Representatives. Congress member, hopefully we'll be calling him that. Tom Weed is going to be hopefully the successor before the night is done. So that's Wisconsin. That's where the votes have come in. But there is so much rural land, beautiful country. This is God's country up here where the votes still need to be counted. So that is what it looks like right now in Wisconsin. I want to show you North Carolina and where some of these numbers have been coming in county by county. And you can see it's around those big city hubs. Again, Charlotte blue, Raleigh blue, Greensboro. This is one area that I actually think is going to turn red before all is said and done.
Which I'm kind of not a fan of when I hear them throw in their biases. We don't need to hear, oh, this is God's country and this and that. Just give me numbers. And that's something that's irritating me with both sides of it. I don't like hearing it from the Republican side. I don't like hearing it from the Democrats either. I get that this is your team and all that, but keep in mind there are people who are not on either one of the teams, like me, who I don't have a preference. I feel like it's just lose. So I'm not in anybody's camp. I see Yonina is here. Hey, Yonina. Says Alive is saying only 2 people are here. It might only be 2 people here. Or, I don't know. People are kind of filing in. And it could be a little bit behind too. It says already registered. So my code. And I see Midnight Karma is here. Hello, Midnight Karma. Let me skip over to see. I didn't even check to rock inside. Got 2 over there. And as soon as they start chatting along with them, I will chat back. And we'll see. Oh, nice. Somebody shared already. All right. So let's hop back over. I think I want to switch over to another page and see what we got here. Yeah, I tend to not like to go with other content creators on this one. I know typically a lot of people are not fond of these mainstream media, but right now they're the ones who have the big money and able to follow this stuff. Let's see, we haven't hit MSNBC. Let's see what they got going on. Let me know if that's echoing. I'll try to turn it down. See if I'm able to talk with it. We're showing 81 168. And Trump has roughly a 4 million lead in popular votes. We got four Republican governors, 2 Democrats so far, 5 more races to be called. I'm waiting to see one of them that would surprise me. Nebraska still hasn't been called. That's kind of surprising. Wait a minute, I thought I saw. Oh, let's see. Haven't seen any of the swing states or the so-called blue wall yet, or the West Coast. Honestly, when I look at this map, I kind of wish that we could go proportional every state instead of winner takes all. I think it would give a much better frame of what's going on in election wise. So we will see. Oh, I got a feeling that we might see one of these states out west, maybe Nevada or Arizona, go Trump's way. Still looking at it. Hopefully, you guys have your coffee, your smokes, whatever you need to keep you going. I have got my coffee, and I would probably be nice and sleep deprived in the morning. Trying to figure this out. Although we do know that when it comes down to it, it's going to be the same note from these two. But I don't know. I guess something about following the race itself is still not left me, even though I'm left consistent. 5 more governors. Missouri to get a new governor. Oh my, possibly. Senate. I'm wondering, is that the count right now? 6 Republicans for the Senate, 5 Democrats, and 22 uncalled races. Okay. A little quicker than that map. I mean, not Arkansas, you have Louisiana. No idea the future if it is there, unless it's saying that the margins are much higher than before and it's probably going to be proportional or something, but we will see. So it looks like the popular vote is narrowing more. So more than likely what that tells me is another state is being closer to being called. So let's here. Actually, let's take a look. How are they doing this outside? Let's see. Pretty sure Al Jazeera is covering too. What do you guys have to say? No, we'll see.
Then the Republican Party will be the MAGA party for the rest of my life. That's what's at stake for the Republican Party, and that's not a good thing for the country.
Yeah, it's interesting right here. It's showing Trump is that's 178, Harris
what's happened to the Republican Party, and the fact that Donald Trump now could be the future of this party.
I don't know. I find it kind of interesting that some of these states, some of these different networks are showing different voting.
He could be president. The man who tried to overthrow an American election. What it tells me is that this is a country that's very angry.
Buddy.
Donald Trump has tapped into that anger.
Okay, sure. Wisconsin, which I do predict Kamala to get Wisconsin. He's showing her with a slight lead there. It's just a matter of how much lead does she get. That can be a big tell to what might happen in okay, Trump right now is having lead in North Carolina.
No other politician in America
but it's
or things that he would get away with. Why do you think
this could hold up? I think it's possible to hold up. Maybe she might get a couple more percent.
We see and hear from him. And what does that say about
Trump drops another about 51 and possibly North Carolina. If that is the case,
Trump is a cult leader. He's not
And
a
Kamala
leader
is
of a
going to
political party.
definitely
He's a
need to probably get
co-leader.
Georgia.
And his supporters are not
And
supporters, they're
if
followers.
Trump gets
So he
Pennsylvania
can do
and
no
he
wrong or say
is
no
and
wrong. They don't
he
care
takes North
what
Carolina,
Trump
that could be
says.
a sign
We've
of this
never
being
seen
competitive
that before.
towards
Now, what does that say about
the
the
early
Democratic
night.
Party?
And
The fact that this
I'm saying
election
that
is
could
so
be Trump
close
heading towards
tells
that
me how
70s.
out of touch
Okay,
the Democratic Party is. People
yeah,
are
you're
angry.
starting to annoy me.
Trump lies to them.
Okay, you're annoying. Silence, buddy. I get it. Trump bothers you. Have a little bit of Trump derangement. I don't like Trump either, but you don't have to be so freaking hyperbolic. I mean, this is still the same guy who stood up and yelled, "You lied," with Obama stuff. You complain about this man when you don't have to. Let's see, especially not there. Let's just see if there's, as you can see, as we go over, we have different numbers that we see.
Welcome back to CBS News
Yes.
coverage of Election Night 2024. You're looking live at vote counting in Fulton County, Georgia. Joining us now is Georgia's Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger. He was first elected in 2018 and then overwhelmingly reelected in 2022. You may recall.
So, okay, that's going to be an interesting race right there. Ruben Gallego and Gary Lake, which I know
fined him
she's really going to.
votes to try and overturn the 2020 election results. And Mr. Secretary, thank you so much for joining us. Will Georgia break a record? Good evening to you. Will Georgia break a record tonight?
She's up for re-election. Shows how much I've been there.
We already did. First of all, we had 5.2 million people vote in Georgia, which is a new record. We also had 4 million people show up to vote during the early voting process, which is another record. What I've shown, I've led Georgia so we would have safe, secure, fast elections here in Georgia. And not just in Georgia, but the entire country.
Well, congratulations on that and that huge turnout in the state of Georgia. I know all the officials there are working quite hard. When do you expect the votes to be counted?
Well, right now we've already listed probably close to 80%. We have 4 million of the 5.2 million are already listed up there, and you can take a look at where we are, county by county. So we have the other 1.2 million to come in over the coming couple of hours.
Gillibrand is
pretty good shape. The counties continue to upload as they finish each of their
precincts,
and each county, finishes what it's doing. So we're in good shape.
Of course, that means
I think what we've seen today with this huge turnout is that voters trust the process here in Georgia. I'm the first Secretary of State to ever do an audit of the voter rolls to make sure only American citizens.
This is going to be an interesting race right here. Can Colin Allred upset Ted Cruz?
Finished up in July.
There's a lot of people who talk about the possibility of Cruz being talked about. We'll see. It looks like he has a comfortable lead right now.
Mr. Secretary Margaret Brennan is here as well. Margaret?
Mr. Secretary, good to talk to you again. I saw the other day you tweeted that Russia messed with the wrong Georgians.
We didn't even
when it came to your election.
make a prediction on who was going to win the state or the House. Actually, interesting also.
Bombings. CISA has come.
If Trump wins, will Trump get a Senate seat? Send link to our Twitter chat. Oh shoot, okay. Well, let me send. Actually, where's my phone? Hold on a second while I send Chris a link. Sorry if you were texting me, Chris, and I missed it. The headphones on, and where's my other earphones are still connected. So when it's connected, I don't hear anything. My apologies. So let me send this to Chris. Do that one more time. I don't know. Any of your anybody have any thoughts also in here? Because I'm kind of wondering Chris's prediction on the House and Senate. So Twitter, and let's go. And any other if anybody else wanted to hop on here for a moment, take a couple of minutes, kind of give me some of your thoughts on how you see the election, what's going on. You're definitely welcome. Just let me know. All right, Chris, I sent the link. So let me pop back over there, see what else they're saying from the prognosticators.
That there is massive cheating happening in Philadelphia. He made this claim on his Truth Social site this evening. Seth Bluestein, a Republican city commissioner, says there is absolutely no truth to this allegation. And Philadelphia District Attorney Larry Krasner chimed in, also saying there is.
I don't care if he says there's truth or there's not truth. I don't really care, because whoever's gonna get elected is whoever's gonna get elected. Plain and simple. You want me to put the link out, Nina? Let's see. Oh yeah, Ladarius, if you want to hop on here too, and you're always welcome. Let me see. How do I do this? Trying to brain fart. Okay, so don't do all that. Let's see. Copy. Sure. All right, I'm gonna put the link out there. Yeah, you can hop on, Nina. Curious what some of your thoughts on this. And let me switch over to another, because I guess you guys you're seeing my process on how I view some of this stuff. I literally do just jump back and forth.
No factual basis for
everybody.
And if you will remember, Donald Trump made similar claims about Philadelphia in 2020.
And that would be interesting.
So Whitaker, thank you. And
If
David,
we
what do
see
we
Kamala
about,
take
in
Iowa,
terms of
if
the
you see
former
Kamala take
president
Iowa,
claiming that
there's a
cheating
strong
going on?
possibility that Kamala.
We saw this in 2020. He said the same thing in the same three cities, and
There he is.
actually
This boy.
outperformed his 2016.
Yo.
Let me mute this over here.
So what we're saying is no.
So, what we see going on there, sir?
What's up, man? What's going on, y'all? If there's a glare, don't worry. I gotta change my phone, but just for the sake of coming on to showing y'all I'm out here, like I came out here. The rain just came down and it made everybody move real fast because it started pouring. Actually, it was coming down crazy.
Okay, nice.
So everybody ran inside or ran for cover. So that kind of, caused the crowd to disperse a little bit. But I can tell you there's a lot of young people out here. That's for sure. A lot of young people. And I don't, pause, but there's a lot of young girls out here. I'm trying to figure out why there's so many young ones out here like that. It don't make sense to me.
Are they? Do you mean young as in voting age, or?
Yeah, like 20s, like college age. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna try to flip the camera around so maybe y'all can see over my back real quick.
Oh yeah, I mean, it could be a family affair. Block their face. What the heck? I don't know. It seems like it's some kind of event or something possibly could be going on down there too. Watch.
Hold on, Marcus, 1 second.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, you could have like some kind of student groups or whatever, which might be down there. Especially if you have college.
Okay, good. Yeah, there's a couple of colleges nearby.
Yeah, so you could probably have some kind of student group from the college, which like young Republicans of tomorrow or something like that, who might be down there.
Correct. I saw your boy Roger Stone here. The Blacks for Trump people just pulled up. I guess right where I'm at is like, oh, Jiggle John Voight. Look, all these people right behind me, dog. Look, John Voight, Blacks for Trump.
That is, oh shoot, that is John Voight.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I got a good spot right in front of this shit. So
let's say any of those people want to get on and talk for a minute.
I'm just trying to listen. I'm trying to listen to what they say. This is wild, right?
Yeah.
They having their own conversation. I ain't want to jump in. They already got, some people over there looking sideways. But as you can see, like I said, I seen Roger Stone walk in here. I seen, not seen. My mother would kill me if she heard me say that. But I saw a couple of, like, I want to say politicians. I wasn't sure their names, but I seen them come in here. My man got the yellow Pikachu dog, bro. My man, let me just get you with the Pikachu dog so they can see. Look.
Oh, wow.
Look. That's right. All right, good luck.
Wow.
Yo, good luck, Slim. I appreciate it, man. All right.
That's hilarious.
Yo, when I tell you one thing, I will tell you, bro. It is definitely an eclectic group of people out here. It's not just one type of people. Earlier, me and you were on the phone earlier, there's quite a few black people out here. Not so many black women, but there's a considerable amount of black men out here. But they all look, no disrespect to nobody, but they all look a little metrosexual. But that's neither here nor there. I'm just saying what I see. There is also a huge Vietnamese presence out here as well. Again, that is something that I did not expect to see either.
I'll say, if you can, please make sure you get one of those Black for Trump. And
oh yeah, he's right here, bro. Let me go get him. Let me see if he'll talk to me.
Okay.
Fellas, what's good, man? What's going on, man? I just lost sleep on my hand. I just wanted to. Yep. You think he's gonna slaughter him? It's a rat? Oh, you know it. You know it. Okay. So you think it's far gone? Okay. I always wanted to ask you. You from Dade? You from 305? Okay. I know. Yeah, I see you. I'm saying. I was always wondering if he was from Dade. I didn't know if he was from Broward or Dade. Okay, 305 till we die, right? Okay. 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 Nah, you ain't gonna do all that. Yeah. But people with brains, they know you ain't leading that. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we don't know whose bag that is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And everybody's there because he's been.
Okay.
They go ahead on and make sure Trump wins.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, turn back wherever you were. Turn back.
Oh, like back in the day. Yeah. So all y'all from Dade? All y'all from 305? Okay. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I seen a couple of them earlier. I see the nice lady here with her daughter. I see the lady right here with her little one. She repping. She out here repping too. Yeah, Marcus had to step it away real quick. But as you can see, how impromptu and random was that I of all people will bump into homie right here. You said what? Say it again.
I said the audio kind of. So can you give kind of a breakdown of what's going on?
Oh, okay. No, homeboy was just saying that he's raised some support for dude, and he's mumbling a bunch of other stuff too. But he's just confident that his guy's gonna win. Essentially, no, he said he didn't think Trump was gonna win. He knows he's gonna win. He said it's too big. He said too big to rig. You know, if the audio's a little off, that's because it got real windy out here the last few seconds. You know, for the people who think they messing with the weather, maybe they messing with the weather out here. I don't really know, but but look, I'm gonna switch my phone, or I'm gonna switch my phone because I can keep seeing the glare in this. I'll be right back.
Yeah, the glare is not too bad. That is interesting. So Chris will be back shortly. So let's pop the screen back up and let's kind of see what we have going on. Where did I have it? So let's see what they're saying over there. Actually, I kind of want to switch off of this.
Reports of any kind
And
of
switch
cities
to
where
another.
we're seeing a lot of enthusiasm. Certainly, we know that there are people who are in line waiting to vote in Philadelphia, but that's the process. That's the way it works everywhere. And he's actually encouraging voters who are in line in Pennsylvania to continue to stay in line and vote as everyone
Let's
should.
try Fox
Cecilia Vega, you did a great report for 60 Minutes on Pennsylvania. What have you learned?
and see what they are talking about over there. So right here we have another state which has popped in. It looks like Colorado has been called for Harris, which I wasn't surprised. It seems like more than likely that it must have been by a pretty nice margin. The fact that it came in so early. Well, it looks like the whole Midwest is kind of rang in. I'm not surprised. Kansas, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Nebraska, North Dakota, South Dakota, Wyoming, and Montana and Utah. Those kind of went the way I expected. I imagine New Mexico more than likely will probably go Kamala's way. We'll see. So I'm waiting for one of them to kind of stand out and shock me. I'm trying to remember. I don't remember if Biden won. Did Biden win Colorado last time around? Can somebody in the chat remind me? Oh yeah, Pennsylvania is going to be extremely close. Just watching the race to see who's going to bring down the fall. I'm going to put that one on the screen. I'm doing the same thing. Buzz says, just watching the race to see who's going to bring down the fall of Babylon, the great whore, the fastest. I agree. Pennsylvania is very close. I think there's a couple other ones. I honestly think possibility Georgia might be close. I think that the turnout in the Atlanta area might be turned all the way up to the max. So we will see how that goes. And it's interesting. Why is Virginia not giving anything? They don't have it as a swing state. They don't have it as red or blue. So I don't know which way that they see it going. Here, let's flip over. Polls closed, and I don't know why I'm saying polls closed before those 42 minutes ago. So let's see, what else do we have? Savvy Sab is over there watching. Election. Let's see what they're talking about.
Thank you to Zeracker for gifting 10 channel memberships. Yeah, looking at the map here, we have our first results from Oregon, even though polls don't fully close there until 11. But we do have a voting ending in parts of these eastern counties. And here Trump leads 71-26. Not really sure what that means, honestly, but I mean, he's winning. He's not going to win Oregon, though, but those are the first votes in the state. Although we do have another big drop of votes from Arizona. 36% of votes are in from the state, and Donald Trump and Kamala Harris are in literally a perfect tie. However, a lot of these votes are coming from Maricopa County. That is the most liberal area, as well as Pinellas County, right outside of Phoenix.
I wonder how much of the
compare this to 2020, and you see the issue for Kamala Harris. Joe Biden won Maricopa County today with mainly just the early votes in. Kamala Harris is barely ahead in Maricopa County. She's not doing
That's
well enough.
not a good
That
sign.
is why it is lean Republican. Trump is on track to win Arizona by 4.1%, perfectly aligning
Yep.
with my forecast from
Not
just a few
surprised.
days ago. So Arizona probably going to be called pretty soon as well. But for now, we'll keep it there. Although New Mexico, we have 22% of votes in. It's pretty likely that Kamala Harris is going to win there. New Hampshire, 49% of votes in. It's 53 to 46. Harris plus 3.8. Harris's margin
Biden
in
did
New
win
Hampshire
Colorado
just
in
keeps
24.
getting
Okay, thanks.
smaller and smaller. Now, obviously, she's not going to lose the state, but it's pretty concerning just how poorly she's doing. New Hampshire, Kamala Harris 53. Or sorry, not New Hampshire, but Pennsylvania, Kamala Harris 49.2. Donald
No,
Trump
Kansas,
49.9. The
I'm
flip
gonna
has
lose in
happened again in
Wisconsin.
Pennsylvania. Trump
Hilarious.
is now on
Awesome.
track to win.
I think Wisconsin she might
Win by
be safe.
1.9%. I mean, wow, that's
Pennsylvania
quite
that
the significant
to worry
margin.
about. And that's the
Michigan and Pennsylvania, all looking good for Trump at this point. Kamala Harris's lead is about
Hey, how we
to get
doing?
taken away
Let
from
me
her in
mute
Michigan.
this guy up.
Thank you to Senor Diarrhea.
Ooh.
Can
All
you
right.
hear me okay?
Yeah, I hear you perfectly fine. What do you see, and what are some of your predictions on what you see coming?
Oh, let's not go there, please. My schizophrenic brain is going crazy, and I just I can't right now. Uh, I will tell you how I feel about it.
Oh well,
Uh,
yeah. How do you feel about
um, Abjectly horrified.
it?
Uh,
Which way?
for either side because they both want to decrease the population of disabled Americans on SSI so that they can increase the migrant population on SSI. That means if you are so-called able-bodied, but your brain is messed up and you can't work because of that, they want to try and force you into the workforce. And I've tried to get a job many times. I've gone to school for medical billing and coding. I got my degree right here for my certification. I can't even get my license, and they want to push people out when they don't have any programs for people who are on disability to get a job through a program that could help them, you know, navigate, the workplace and what they need to know about, working.
Mhm.
So especially somebody like me, I haven't had a job in over 10 years.
Oh wow.
So yeah, so it's it's hairy in my brain right now. I can't just and and then it's like because I was I was on TikTok earlier
Mhm.
and there's a guy that posts on there. I think you know him, and I forget what he posted, but it was to the equivalent of Donald Trump hasn't worked a day in his life, and he's talking about how the middle class America this and the working man that, and he really hasn't worked a day in his life. And somebody posted their response to that was hard work pays off. Now, I'm sitting up here and I'm like, are you kidding me? You just gave me basically the gun to shoot you with, the bullet in the gun. Because, so I made a response and I said, do you understand that Donald Trump has never worked a day in his life? He's never had a job. His career was picked for him by his daddy. He's never understood what it was to have to choose between feeding yourself and feeding your children, or feeding yourself and or buying that medicine that you need. And then I asked her, what about the ones who have worked, like the old people who are still working into their 80s and 90s nowadays? Because hard work pays off unless you're a boomer in 2024. Because if hard work paid off for them, they wouldn't have to keep working so that they wouldn't have to choose between eating and having enough insulin for the entire month to last them until the next month. Okay. And it's like the disconnect and the disassociation of people who think they know things, or they know these people who say they got their back and this, that, and the third that they're voting for. This is why I'm in abject horror, because it seems like it's getting to a point where, somebody can say, one of them, whichever one wins, can say, oh, we have to kick all these poor people off who can't work for themselves and can't fend for themselves and are the most vulnerable. And we have to kick them off because they're not making us any money. So that we can put these immigrants who will make us money on the program so that we can give them money so that they in turn can make us money. And the people who think like that, who have that programming, that hard work pays off programming, will say, oh yeah, that makes sense. Go ahead and put, the disabled people who can't work off of Social Security. And then what is that going to turn into? Are we going to turn into Canada? Canada has a euthanasia program running right now, that they're euthanizing, they're killing people who are so depressed that they feel like they can't go on. Instead of giving them comprehensive therapies and helping them suss out which therapies might work for them or which ones won't, they are literally putting people down like they're worthless dogs. And I'm not saying a dog is worthless, but you understand what I'm saying. So,
can you hold 1 second? We got Chris back.
Yeah.
And well,
Yo,
yeah.
can you hear me, Marcus?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay, yeah. So no, we're just here waiting. It's quiet here. A lot of people are like, they're into the phones, following the race. They're trying to keep up with the count to see what the numbers are. What my last check was like one night. They showed, I don't remember the source. I think it might have been AP, but I think they said it was like 198 Trump, 117 Kamala. Again, it was more people out here, but that rain that came, it really moved a lot of people out of here. Because again, it just came down so heavy, and it only lasted for like 2 minutes, but it was heavy, and it's that heavy torrential downpour that moved people out of here real quick.
And it looks like, I don't know if that already went through. Look like they just called Wyoming. Yeah, they are called Wyoming. They're doing that. And because this is kind of interesting on ABC, because it's showing the races also.
Oh, Marcus, did you tell them how I bumped into the Israeli camera crew?
No, I was saving that for you.
Yo, look, when I first got down here, right, I was trying to figure out, I saw a bunch of people on film, right? Not on film, but I saw a bunch of people setting up, to do their live streams and what have you. So Randall got white tee, gray pants, nothing identifying on him. I go up to him to talk to him, like, yo, what time are you going to start recording? He's like, yeah, probably like 20 minutes. So then I say, well, who you with? He's like, I'm Israel, I-24, I'm from Israel. I was like, oh, shit. Like, what were the odds that me, of all people, would run into that particular group, right? Isn't that ironic, Marcus?
You got a magnet. You got a magnet for that. I mean, you just constantly running to Jewish people and Israelis like nonstop.
Non-stop. Like it's wild how that happens. Again, I'm not complaining. It's just, it's just funny how it works. Trump and people must be coming because I see them. It looks like they're blocking off the street. I don't know if he's going to enter through where I am, but I do know a lot of VIPs, if you will, did come through the front of the hotel. There's a back way, like from where I'm positioned now. Let me see. All right. So from where I'm positioned now to over my right shoulder here is the back entrance into the convention center. So Trump may, or his team, the rest of his team might actually end up going in that way. I was able to talk to his like event director. He didn't want to record. That's what took me back. I was trying to get him on camera, but he didn't want to be on, which is understandable. But he's a young 24-year-old black gay kid. I say that because if you talk to him, you could just see he's very spicy. But, and that's not a slight on him. I'm just trying to describe, you know, the guy I was speaking with. But anyway, he put together this event. I'm watching him talk to people. Homeboy with the Pikachu dog. They begging him for tickets, but they spent a pretty penny on this. And actually, this was good to hear that they are actually inside the campaign. They're actually pretty nervous tonight because I was like, everybody seems a little subdued. Why is that? He said because they're a little bit nervous. They were thinking that they were going to run against Biden and it was going to be a wrap, but they pulled the rug on them at the last second, and they gave him Kamala, and that gave them a little bit of pause. I was asking.
Oh shit! He froze.
So in there, all had to do with the events that happened, a couple months ago. So, it's a different than I would have expected coming to one of these rallies. I guess you really have to be on the inside, but as I said earlier, the inside is invite only. And, clearly they didn't give me an invite.
We just had we just had it called for Trump for Ohio. And also I see right now Sherrod Brown looks like he's struggling. Angela also Brooks in the Maryland Senate is just been projected winner, which that shouldn't be surprising. But oh shoot, we lost Chris all the way. Let me put this back on the screen. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Here, let me answer this real quick. Well, it says a bit silly that Texas was called for Trump at 50%-ish, but Georgia at over 80%, and yet hasn't been called. The reason why it typically goes that way is in certain states, they already know what are the Democratic stronghold areas and where most of those votes are going to come from. And if they've already counted up all of the Democratic strongholds and the Republicans already have a pretty sizable lead, a lot of times they feel comfortable with going ahead and calling it because they know most of the votes that are going to come in after that are going to go to that Republican. Whereas in Georgia, with 80% of the votes coming in, more than likely those votes are most of the rural areas, and it's very split. And that last 20% of the votes, more than likely, are going to be from the larger cities, i.e. Atlanta mainly. But I would say Atlanta, Macon, and Savannah. Those will probably be Atlanta, Macon, and Savannah would probably be the last three to come in. And so it would take them a while to kind of go through those, which I think more than likely Savannah and Macon. I say Savannah probably would go, most of those votes would probably go red, which would be Trump votes. The Macon, I would say probably Trump, but there's going to be enough of those votes out of Macon that could add to the vote totals that would come out of out of Atlanta, and because the vote in Atlanta is so substantial, it can be enough to win Georgia alone. A lot of times when you see Georgia going blue, they talk about that. Majority of those votes are from Atlanta alone, which is flipping. It's just like the same thing with Illinois. And Yonina could back me up on that. Chicago is the bulk of that. Then you have a couple of other areas that are a little
Actually,
bit, but most
Chicago is the bulk of the blue votes, and that's the one that actually like gets the win because Chicago is the most populated city and area in the entirety of Illinois. All of Illinois is populated, but Chicago is the one that's most populated. And the area that I live in is actually mostly red. Believe it or not, this area is mostly progressive Republican. I believe is what they're classified as. Huh?
Which area are you in?
I'm in central Illinois over here, close to Iowa and Moline, East Moline, Rock Island,
Okay.
Davenport, stuff like that. Yeah.
Okay,
I'm in between that and Peoria.
Because I've been to Chicago a bunch, and so I've driven back and forth. Well, driven like once or twice, but a lot of times we caught the train, and the train goes through hitting Peoria also.
Yep.
So that's why I'm somewhat familiar. Because when you take the train, it takes a little stops here and there.
Yes. Yeah.
Those little stations. So yeah, I've passed through Davenport, I believe.
And you probably shot through because you were probably on the express, and so that doesn't even stop in Kewanee. But yeah, we do have a train station here, and so
no,
yeah.
it didn't stop there, but I do remember it passing.
Yeah, like I say, if you're on the express, you're gonna go straight through Kewanee because this is one of the flyovers, as they say.
When I was younger, like as a kid, like my grandfather, when he'd take us on the train, we would hit the slower one and we just kind of hit the different stops. But as I got older and it's like a 3-day weekend and I wanted to go to Chicago, I'm not going to, I'm just trying to get there quick and get home.
Right. You're going to take the express train, yeah.
Except for when Vanguard, do you remember when Vanguard was around? Vanguard Airlines?
No, I was 87, baby. So.
Oh, okay. Well, Vanguard Airlines, for those who don't know, Vanguard was like the very cheap flights before Spirit, before Southwest took off. And they used to have like $39.99 round trip from Chicago to KC. Let's see. Chris says he got booted. Marcus trying to move closer to where dude might be. Okay, he's trying to move in closer. So we will get Chris back at some point. Let's pop this on the screen. I don't know. I just think that Yipper says, "Damn, Vanguard Airlines. Is this the 1950s?" Hey. I mean, Vanguard Airlines went out of business, and I want to say maybe early 2000s.
Yeah, because I remember hearing about them, like not like that though. Early 2000s, I was.
Yeah, they got bought out by Southwest.
Right. Yeah. So, which is, I think they either Midway or here. I forget which one Southwest is.
Most of the time they would fly. Well, Southwest flies into O'Hare a lot, but
yeah. Okay.
But Vanguard, most of the flights when I was flying, Vanguard were flying to Midway.
Okay.
Let's see. Oh, I didn't know that. Interesting. Vanguard Airlines was a low-cost airline based in Kansas City, Missouri, where it was operated hub from 1994 to 2002. So that's probably why a lot of people don't know about Vanguard. It was a KC airline.
Interesting.
Yeah, but they used to have all these cheap flights flying back and forth to all these places, and then Southwest started doing it, and then the what Southwest would do is Southwest would trip you up because you weren't able to fly bags and all this other stuff too. I see Denver has hopped in here. What is up? Let me check the Rockford side because if Denver is over here, that means that he might have been over in the chat and I missed him. Oh, I guess he's not in there. He just came over here on the YouTube side because he knew we were probably over here. But yeah, I'm glad to see Denver. I gotta remember to check the Rockford side more often. And
Damn.
yeah,
Why are y'all voting? I'm sorry. I'm sorry for cutting you off. People are voting for Ted Cruz when this man left them in a blizzard, a storm, to freeze to death while he's on a vacation, and he got 53% of the vote in Texas. The hell is wrong with y'all?
Which
Go ahead.
if there's a chance that he might lose, this is the election I think has a strong chance. Colin Allred could actually knock him off. I wouldn't sit there and say that it's definitely going to happen, but I think that it's definitely going to be close.
Yeah, it is close because he got 53, and I think the guy he's running against got like 47 or something like that. So yeah, it's pretty close.
And I guarantee you that's before Harris County came in and some of those other ones because that's the reason why they're able to call the state overall. But I guarantee you, as far as looking into those as far as the Senate, it might not be as clean cut. So typically, what happens in that case, that's when they have to go and check the absentee ballots and all that stuff. Because how it works for those who are not familiar with the process, they check all of the mail-in votes, they check the ones at the polls, and then if it's still close, then they will go and check all of these absentee, or if there was some problem where, okay, there was a problem with your machine, and so you got to fill out the absentee, they put that over on the side. And so if they call the race before that, your vote just kind of doesn't get counted at all. But if it's really too close for them to be sure, then they'll go to the absentees. But I kind of wanted to also bring up what Chris was talking about there, how the Trump campaign still kind of felt like the rug was pulled out from under them, and they felt a little bit kind of thrown off the mood inside of there. And I think it's because even inside the Trump camp, I don't think they're as confident as they're letting on. And that's the reason why I felt, and I did hear some reports about some finger pointing going on within the Trump campaign. And if so, I would say that some of that finger pointing probably would lean to the fact of bad planning, because there's no way I would have had Trump doing a Madison Square Garden rally in general if I'm his campaign manager. There's no way I'm having him out in California. Why? You're not winning either one of those areas. You're not. I wouldn't even have him campaigning in Florida because you already know you got that lock. Where I would want you is I need you in Pennsylvania. I need you in Georgia, North Carolina. I need you in the swing states. That's where I need you. I don't any other area where it's possible. Like looking at now that Iowa poll that came out, he probably should have spent some time in Iowa too, which I'm sure he didn't.
No, he didn't spend. He went like to one rally in Iowa, but it wasn't really like that big of a deal. And then the governor in Iowa is doing such a horrible job. Kim, I forget her name, but her name was ringing through my head for the way back in 2020. Yeah, she's horrible. Okay, she's horrible on abortion rights or reproductive rights. She's horrible on available, food assistance for the people. And it's just the saying that white people will be okay if they ain't doing too good as long as black people are doing worse than them. That's what it seemed like she trying to work off of. Kim something. It's on the tip of my tongue. But that's what it seemed like she trying to work off of. Because everything she doing, yeah, it's bad for white people, but it's making black people lives way more miserable in her state. And that's one of the reasons why I was planning on maybe hopping to Iowa to move there and see what could happen. But no, that's not happening because of that female over there. She don't have no care for the people. She definitely don't have any care for a black person, and she just doesn't care. So so that's why Trump didn't go there because she's not popular. If you notice, he went to the places where the governors, the leaders, are popular with the people on the red side. Okay, or if they in the middle, if they're like purple, he then but they the leader and the people are in good standing. That's where Trump went to. But if the governor or the mayor or the city wasn't really in good standing with the people like that, or they weren't saying staunchly we mess with red people, then he wasn't going there. Like Trump went to Chicago and had a rally in Chicago. Like
Get why you were wasting time going to Chicago.
it's crazy though because it wasn't that big of a waste of time because there were people there willing to vote for him, and there was a significant amount of people. But of course it's blue, so
You're not gonna
yeah.
win the state though.
No. Chicago turned the whole state blue, and it's crazy because our gubernatorial election back in 2018, I believe it was, the whole state was red, but it was only like Chicago, I think maybe Peoria, and the Quad Cities that were blue. Everything else was red, and Pritzker, World Economic Forum ass, won the election, and this state has been like teetering on the edge ever since. And I'm like, how is the whole state red? Because when you go look at the voter map, the whole state is red, but you see those three little blue spots on the map, and the blue side one. It don't make sense because the whole state was red. So I'm like, how much? Go ahead.
Well, the reason why it works that way is because Chicago, Cook County gets so many more delegates because of population. It's so much bigger. So when you're looking at the map, the whole map will look red. But I mean, was the population of Chicago around 6 million? Something like that? The metro area?
Yeah, something like that.
6 to 7 million people. The state itself is like 10 million. So 10 million, 11 million. I don't know. Y'all can fact check me and get my numbers correct, but the amount of people in Chicago come up to 2/3 of the state's population. And so that's why it's able to be so dominant over the rest of the state. I mean,
you were close. It's 12.5 million.
Yeah, I mean, so 12.5 million for the entire state. Okay, cool. And when was the population of Chicago? What did it say?
About 3 million.
Oh, it's only 3 million? I thought it was bigger.
Yeah.
Than that. Well,
Nope.
well, I mean the metro area, the whole entire metro, because Chicago itself is probably about 3 million. It's just like KC. Kansas City is probably about roughly around 1 million, a little over 1 million.
Yeah. Okay. Wow. The metro area is like 9 million. So
See that's what I'm saying. Because Kansas City, Missouri itself, Jackson County is like, I want to say 500,000 people. But when you factor in all the other cities in the metro, KC jumps up to like 2.5 million. And so it's looking like something might be called soon. That's what Chris says. So we will see. Oh,
You
so
can turn it up.
they're looking into Wisconsin. So that could be interesting. Well, it's going to take a little bit of time because you're still going to have what they're going to be waiting more on Milwaukee, that area. Let's see. Well, let's see what Denver's here. Yeah, I definitely remember some of those elections. Well, another thing you got to remember, the reason why Republican votes always total up faster is because the rural populations, it's easier to count those votes in those areas. Also, another thing is, I don't know how many people have lived in smaller areas for a while or traveled out to them. When you get out to those areas, you have a polling station and they have a steady amount of people and they have enough polling people there to handle the amount of flow which comes in. And so therefore they're able to count those votes a lot faster at this polling station, that polling station, and that polling station, and report them all into their county, get those numbers in faster.
Right, yeah. Because that's how Kiwani work. I don't care if y'all know where I live. I live in a town of about 12,000 people, and we have like 5 polling stations.
Exactly.
So, right. So, it's not hard to get everybody in and accounted for, and then send those numbers in like that same night in like areas like this.
It's like
Also, I just wanted to make a notation that Savvy made earlier, because he said we might see a shift in the House of the Congress. No, there were no candidates in Illinois for my district. There were no Democratic candidates that were fighting for that seat in the House or the Senate. So it was all Republican. Like, and we only had one Democrat, and because he does try and get stuff done, Eric Sorensen, I did vote for him, and so, but I don't even know how that's going to pan out or turn out. But no, it's all Republican out here. There were no Democrats in my district for the House or Senate seat, so there's that.
Yeah, which more than likely that means your House member is probably somebody who's kind of been in one of those districts where he's so strong in that district, people just don't even run. It runs on.
Well, yeah, are you talking about the Republicans?
Yeah, but I was.
Yeah, what I said. That's why I said this area is classified as progressive Republican. So yeah.
But what I was saying about like the small versus the small areas, like I've lived in bigger areas and I've lived in smaller areas, and like a lot of times also suburban areas have more polling stations. And so when I was in Jacksonville and I lived towards the beaches, I was able to go in and out. I was literally like 3 or 4 people who were in there, when I was going in to vote. But for instance, where I live now in California, I actually had to wait in a line, and the line was actually outside, where I'm standing outside waiting and waiting and waiting to get in. It didn't take that long, but from most of the time me voting, it taken, 5 minutes. Literally, it took me longer to park my car and walk to the front door than it did to like get my ballot, go to the little area and fill out my vote. Then I've lived in other areas where it's taken, even longer. And so you factor in some of these Democratic areas, like some of the people who used to vote like downtown Jacksonville, and maybe they don't have as many polling precincts. So you have all of these people going to one place. You got some people who are waiting 30 minutes, 45 minutes, an hour. Down in Miami, you had, I remember years back, you had people waiting 5 and 6 hours. So when it takes that long, and that's another thing they'll do, the polls might close at a particular time, but because you have so many people in line, you can't go out there and tell those people, hey, well, I'm sorry, you just go home. So what they do is they send one of the polling people out to stand behind the last person who got in line at that particular time. So say the polls close at 7 o'clock or 8 o'clock or whatever. At 8 o'clock, somebody's going to go out there, stand in the line. Anybody who comes after that, they'll turn them away. But everybody who was in line before then, they have to allow them to vote. So if it takes an extra hour, an extra 2 hours before all those people vote, it's going to take that much longer for that polling precinct to be able to send in their results. So when people say, oh, the Republican, it'll be all these Democratic votes that come in later on, that's why that happens, because there's not as many polling stations a lot of times to handle how many people who might vote in some of these urban areas. And some of it is because there's a higher population. Some of it is because in certain areas, they shut down the polling stations so that they can corral all these people to a handful of places. And the reason why that is done to disincentivize people from voting. A lot of times people sit there and they be like, I'm not about to wait 2 hours to vote and then go home. And I know back home in KC, that is something that was done very, very, very often. A lot of times the Republicans who were in charge would shut down polling precincts in urban areas where they knew there were Democratic voters. So it would make them frustrated. That's the reason why with like now with more of these people being able to vote by mail or early vote, that's why more people are doing that.
Right.
Voting by mail was something that couldn't be done in Kansas or Missouri up until like 2020.
And they did that because they didn't want, to give people who were, of color, Black Americans, more specifically, the option to do that, because then that took that power out of their hands. So they couldn't, you know what I'm saying? So they knew what they was doing when they did that.
Oh yeah.
So,
I mean, it's the reason why in Florida, for instance, why do I keep wanting to say Maxine Waters? It's not Maxine Waters. I can't remember her name. Corrine Brown. Corrine Brown was my representative. And then if you talk to most Black people who lived in North to Central Florida, Corrine Brown was all of our representative. And the reason why is Corrine Brown's district was probably about 3 to 4 times larger than everybody else's district around. So what they did was they intentionally drew from here out to here, wrapped around to there, all the way around here to get all of these Black people to all be under one representative. That way, it limits a lot of those voters. In which, how it should have worked is there should have been like 4 or 5 people representing all those different districts. And more than likely, what that would have done is that would have shifted the balance, and you would have had more Black votes going in. Yes, the science of gerrymandering, which I learned a whole lot about gerrymandering watching what a lot of these different states have done. And
isn't that part of the Jim Crow laws too?
I mean, it's you could say that definitely, but in all honesty, just being 100% with everybody, both parties do it. The only thing is Republicans have mastered it, and they've been doing it longer and more frequently. So there are far more areas that are gerrymandered for Republicans than there are for Democrats. But I just want to say, it doesn't mean that both parties are not equally trying to cheat that way.
Okay.
Yes. So let's see. What are they talking about over here? It looks like they're focusing a lot in. Let's see. 55% of the vote is in for Wisconsin. Of course, Milwaukee. It's showing her at almost 67% to Trump about 31%. That makes sense in Milwaukee. I'm blanking. There's one. Wait a minute. No, I thought it changed, but that was showing percentage. So it's showing basically a tie at this point. If it's a tie at this point, and you're watching a couple of areas that are still blue that need to come in, more than likely Kamala is about to. They're going to announce Wisconsin for her shortly. That should not be a surprise. She is projected to get that blue wall area. The one that you'll have to really worry about, if Kamala doesn't get Michigan and Wisconsin, I will be shocked. And if she doesn't get those, she's definitely lost.
Well, Zainab was talking on, and I continue to reference Sabby because I was watching her earlier. Zainab was talking about the blue wall with Wisconsin and Michigan and those states up there, and she said that because of NAFTA, the blue wall has been falling significantly for the past 20 years. So she's not surprised if the blue wall fails Kamala tonight. Actually is what she said.
I get what she's saying, but I would still disagree. The reason why I would disagree with her is because a lot of those voters there's still enough people who still vote Democratic regardless, whether they're helping them or hurting them, they're still going to vote that way. And the thing about it is, like, the blue wall failing is the blue wall used to be bigger than what it is. The blue wall, I mean, they're not winning it the way they used to because I think one of those years Trump did win. Trump won Michigan, I think, in 2016. So that's the reason why it's a swing state. It used to not be a swing state. So that's how it has fallen over time, but I still would that's why it's a swing state in a sense. But before, it used to not be a swing state at all, not even close.
So okay, but that's crazy. See, that's what people be saying about like the programming that we're under. Like us, because let me say this, because with NAFTA, it took out all of the manufacturing jobs, and all the people who were there lost. There were massive layoffs, like what's going on now, like 20, 30 years later, that's happening.
I wouldn't say it got rid of all. It did hurt some areas worse than others, because Kansas City still has a very strong manufacturing base. I mean, a lot of my friends plenty of them who work for a GM, Ford, Saturn. And it might not be in the capacity it was before. Some of those are kind of reduced back, but there's still quite a bit of manufacturing there.
Yeah, but those are jobs that were brought back. Like, Detroit, Michigan was Motor City. You know what I'm saying? That was
Michigan is a whole different category. It's a whole different ball game. It's Michigan that got hurt the most.
Right, that's what I'm saying. But they still voting that, they still are that blue line. They still provide that, even though they got hurt the most by the party that they voted for and trusted in to protect them.
Yeah, but the reason why they still will hang on a little bit is because there's a lot of people there who give President Obama a lot of credit, because during the crash when Trump was what was it 2008, during that crash in 2008, a lot of the damage was a lot of the credit was or a lot of the results were blamed on Trump, and because Obama held up the auto industry, which a lot of people were like, you should let them fail. They give Obama and Democrats a lot of credit for it. Now,
wait, okay, I'm babying this. What did Trump have to do with the 2008 crash?
No, I'm not saying Trump. I'm saying they give Obama credit for it, and so it helps overall, and that's the reason why some of them still remember. They still look at it as, well, Trump is a Republican, and Trump, Bush, some of that still kind of goes hand in hand. Now, there are some people who are like, I'm not looking back to 2008. I'm looking at right now. And
Right. And then did they forget Flint, Michigan, where he just pretended to drink some water? He didn't take the bottle, the glass, and glug, and turn it up. No, he took it and pretended to wear his lip just a little bit, and put the glass down, talking about I'm parched. Thanks. This water is great. And Flint, you ain't gotta worry about your water no more. Like Flint had a whole water crisis for like 30 years because of corruption and all that stuff. And it's like,
but the reason why the Democrats don't get as much blame for that is because it was a Republican governor.
That's crazy. That's the same thing with the move. I'm sorry, and it's not the same situation, but it's like the same thought form. It's the same like mentality, because with the move bombing, the lieutenant who was the police chief at the time, who was an ex-military man, who was feeding lies to the governor to get him to drop the bomb in the first place, was telling the man lies. And they didn't blame the lieutenant chief, policeman. No, they fully blamed the governor, who was being lied to and didn't know anything about the whole situation and what was truly going on there.
But
it's
when it comes down to it, within the state, it's the buck stops with the governor. It's just like how there are a lot of things which people blame on presidents, which are not president's responsibility. It's not like that's here. I'll give you a perfect example. Like a lot of people give a lot of credit or blame to presidents for the current economy. It doesn't work that way. Whoever gets into office 6 months from now, whatever is going on in the economy, it's not because of that person who just got in office. A lot of these policies take years sometimes before you actually see the effects of them. So
that's why people still blaming Trump for stuff that's going on right now?
No, right now I would blame a lot of it had to do with the pandemic. I feel like a lot of people are really underselling the pandemic itself. Now, we're going to be careful with this. I always say this. Whether you believe the pandemic was man-made and intentionally created is a whole different argument. But there's a lot of people who look at a lot of normies, we'll say out there, who look at how can you blame one side or the other for a cataclysm. That's kind of like out here in California. If a major earthquake hit LA, you can't really blame the mayor for an earthquake. That's how
yes,
people
you can. If you're schizophrenic enough, you can. I'm sorry.
I mean, that's true. But that's how a lot of people look at it. And I feel like a lot of people on both sides aren't factoring in the economy. They're like, oh, under Trump, my gas prices were good. Yeah, okay. If there wasn't a pandemic, you have no clue what the economy would have been like. I mean, it could have just kept humming along and been great. And also, if the economy would have been great, it's a possibility Trump would have lost. You get what I'm saying? So it's all kind of what ifs, if everything switches around.
True. Okay. I get that. Hi, Chris.
People out here. It's on the crowd.
Wait, what can you see? Hold on. What can I see? Well, you have my camera. I don't actually. Go walk. Go walk. That way you can do it. Come on.
So what more?
Yeah, man, yo.
People on the street.
So I'm creeping around the spot. Think I found an entry point. I don't know if you can hear me good,
Yeah, we hear you. We hear you good now.
but I think I found the entry point. I was told you I was talking to the dude. I think he's gonna hook us up. So I'm gonna see if I could get in, and I just wanted to let you know that's my mission right now. So I'll be back in a few.
We got excited about what's going on. Denver asked. In fact, I won't say it. I will let Chris tell you. Denver asked, "Where are you at right now?"
I'm downtown West Palm by the convention center.
Yeah, so he is outside of former President, possibly future President Trump's.
You said Denver's out there?
No, Denver Attaway.
Yeah, you say he's out here?
No. He's not out. He said.
Okay, got you. But look, I'm gonna preserve my battery. I just wanted to tap in to tell you what I was on the way to do. So I'll be back.
All right, sounds good. Yeah, Denver, we got Chris. He is tapping in from on the ground from Trump country right now. He is next to the convention center. But I want to read Denver's what he said, what he had to say here. He said, "It'd be nice if the project made cars that didn't suck. An all new 5.6 billion mega campus in Stanton, Tennessee, called Blue Oval City, will create approximately 6,000 new jobs and reimagine how vehicles and batteries are manufactured September 27, 2021. And so that is some of the stuff which I guess he's talking about when they brought some of the manufacturing back. So I mean that's what I'm saying. When you really factor in, there's so many different ways that you can look at this election. If the pandemic never happened, there's a possibility that the economy would have kept humming along, or there's also the possibility that Trump could have did different things and sent the economy downhill. I mean, we can't know at this point which way it would have went. Also, if the economy wouldn't have went down, I don't think the supply chain would have went down around the world, and I don't think inflation will be what it is. But we have to factor in however you felt about the pandemic, whether you felt it was an accident, whether you felt it was engineered, wherever you feel, regardless of the cause of how it came about, the fact that it was and that it happened, these were the effects that came from it: the inflation, the supply chain being destroyed, and inflation worldwide.
Yeah.
So all different things have to be factored in. I look at it like this: if you look at how many jobs were being lost at the end of the Obama at the end of the Bush presidency, if you think about it, it literally took Obama years to turn that around, like to really get to a point where it was going positive. And if you look at statistics, it was going up. Now, I still have massive problems with Obama, and I still don't think I think that he completely ignored a large chunk of the people who are on the bottom, and the struggles for many of us continued on, regardless of what the line numbers look like. But the credit that Trump was taking for those top line numbers, to be honest and be fair, it was just a continuation of what was going on before him. And a lot of those same people, and this is where I have issues with both of the camps. I knew a lot of Republicans who were complaining about Obama, and then 2 months later, it's the exact same economy under Trump, and now you're telling me how great it is.
Yeah.
He hasn't even done a policy yet. What the fuck are you talking about?
That's what I'm saying. It's like, not we all, but people who are still stuck in the matrix, the political matrix. I said the thing. They are stuck in their mindset of their own little Stockholm syndrome. The blue party beat up on its own people, and they say, oh, but it's so wonderful, but the red party is so bad. But the red party made changes or laws that the blue party build on. And the same thing goes for the other side. The red party get beat on by their own people, and then they turn around and the red party say, "Oh, look how good we have it," but it's not anything that the red party contributed. It's what the red party is building on from the blue party, and goes for things that are good and bad. Because okay, they talk about like weapons confiscation.
That's not good.
That that both sides want to take people's weapons, their ability to um, protect themselves away from them, away from us, right? But then you have the red people who say, "Oh, the blue team want to take our guns, but yes, our weapons." But she walk around talking about how she tote one all day, and I'm like, but the blue team is building off of what your team started with the red flag laws, and taking weapons away from people who have been deemed mentally ill, either from their service in the military or from just having to deal with this world, or they've been deemed dangerous because they've gotten a divorce, and the wife, if either she really actually went through DV, or she's just a scheming broad, and she says, "Oh, I went through DV, I got all these uh, uh, police reports against them because the police, department scheming with her," and and then they turn around and take, buddy gun weapons away from him. Then what? You know what I'm saying? Like, so yeah, it's on both sides. Well, how do we get them to see this though? Like, it's crazy.
The thing is, you have a lot of people on both sides which are not honest actors, and that's now here. Actually, this is how I'll put it. I honestly feel on the right, there's a lot more of them that are not honest actors. A lot more. On the left, I feel they're delusional. And so it's one thing if you're if you are if you're just believing things and not vetting them and they're not entirely true. It's another thing when you know information is incorrect, but you still are going to manipulate it and lie because for you the ends justify the means, and that's where I see the difference. Are there some states some democratic states which are very, very big on trying to take your guns? Yeah, there are some. Are there some which are not doing that? Yeah, there are some, but there's plenty on the right which are going to make the argument they're all trying to do it, which they know is not true, but it sounds good to their constituents. It gets them whipped up. And so they know that they're being dishonest, but they don't care because the ends justifies the means. It's like how many people, which I hear say, like even within podcasters that we talk to, friends and colleagues, I've heard plenty of them say, "Oh, well, Kamala is a Marxist communist," and I'm like, Kamala don't believe in anything. So how is she a communist and a Marxist if she don't believe in anything?
She believes in one thing. She believes in that money.
She believes in that money, and she believes in doing whatever she can to obtain this position, the power. Yeah. She don't care. Right. She don't have an ideology either way. So you can't be a communist Marxist if you don't have an ideology.
Exactly.
The biggest thing about being a Marxist is you're married to an ideology, like a religion almost. And that's what it is with a lot of these Trumpers. They are married to Trump through almost, I'll just call it what it is, through cultish behavior. Many of them could care less what Trump is saying. They're going to buy everything he says because they've just innately decided Trump is good. And that's the same thing with some of these evangelicals. There's stuff that's in the Bible that you can show them that contradicts their understanding. But because they've been conditioned to believe this is what they've been taught something, they go off of what they've been taught, what they feel, what they believe. They don't go off of what it actually says. Just like they don't care if Trump lies to them. They don't care if he makes up shit. They just believe the ends justify the means. Trump is doing good by me. So therefore, it doesn't matter if he's lying. Me, I care if you're lying.
Right.
I care if you're distorting facts. And even if
that's literally what the Bible is based on.
Yes, I care. The details matter to me. It's like if I'm playing a game against somebody. Winning is the goal, yes, but it matters how I win. I'm not going to cheat you to win. If you beat me, but I'm not going to decide I'm going to lie like playing tennis. I saw that went out, but I'm gonna pretend that it went in, or I saw that it went in. I'm gonna lie. No, that went out, so I can get the point. That's something that's different that I see with a lot of people on the right. They have no
or people who build who make things with their hands. A lot of carpenters nowadays aren't the carpenter from yesteryear. They say that the carpenters nowadays say good enough for who it's for. And I got this from, I believe it was a Reddit post about people building stuff and how if something was built wrong and stuff like that. So somebody came in there and said, my mentors would say to those people, okay, it's good enough for who it's for, but is it good enough for who's building it? You know, and bring them back into the picture of you are the one who is crafting this. And if it's not good enough for you, it shouldn't be good enough for your client either, so that being said, a lot of people are in that mentality where it's good enough for who it's for. It's good enough for me to believe to try and make somebody else believe it, whether it's true or not. It's good enough, but they're not going into if it's actually valuable information that's being shared or not. If you say it's good enough for who it's for, meaning it's good enough for you, and then it's good. So even whether whether it's the truth or not, you're gonna believe it, and then you can spread it like a virus or something to somebody else. But it's not the truth in the end. And so when you say that, you don't understand what you're spreading is doing more harm than good in the end. Also, I believe we're in the Great Delusion. This is the Great Delusion, and it's on both sides. He said that I shall give them a great delusion that they may believe in it, since they wanted to love the lie and love not the truth. I mean, that's what the Bible said.
Of course. Well, I mean, most of the world is in that delusion. That's the whole point of this channel, the political matrix, to try to get you to slowly walk out of it. And you can't, somebody who's been stuck in that cave, you can't just drag them all the way out. You gotta, and think about it. How many of your friends, and I don't know, maybe this could have even happened in your lifestyle. How many of y'all out there know somebody where they're with a horrible person and you're trying to tell them, but you can't just like tell them, you just can't be like, you just need to break up with them and just be done with them. You can't do it that way. You got to kind of hint them along and show them a little bit, and you can't just throw it all the way out. Oz Whistles is in the building. What's up, Oz Whistle?
What's up, Oz? And this is where the Bible talks about how the cowards and the sexually immoral and everybody else is going into the lake of fire, and that's the second death. This is where it comes in at that some people who are in a horrible relationship know that they're in a horrible relationship, but they're so afraid that there's nothing better or nothing else that could be beneficial to them out there that they won't leave that horrible relationship. And you have to take that into account too. And so it just comes down to how many people are cowards and afraid and trying to pretend they got that boastful heart. They got that the pride coming before a fall, and a haughty spirit before destruction. That's how many people of that nature are you dealing with, and how many people who genuinely don't know that they got their head in the lion's mouth. How many people of that nature are you dealing with? That's what it comes down to.
So it's quite a bit. We're all dealing with them to some degree or not. It's just a matter of are you listening to them and putting credence into what they say. I'm gonna share what Denver says here. He says Netan Malachowski, he is the victor, and I agree. That is the person who is winning tonight. As we see, another state has been called, which we all could gather.
Netan. Oh, you talking about Netanyahu? That's what to say. Who's Netan Malachowski?
So we have Oregon just came through, and just wondering, Washington should be coming through shortly.
So okay, I got a question after you get done.
No, I was just saying. And right now the current total we have is 153 to 214. And for because I know people who are not used to following this stuff, it's three more. I guess it's three more governors to be called also, which that's Washington, Utah, and Montana. I would imagine that two of those are going to be red and one will be blue. It looks like in the Senate it is right now 10 to 10, one independent and 13 uncalled races. So this could be interesting implications for the Senate because depending on who gets in there, whether it's Harris or Trump, it also makes a difference on if you have a divided Congress. So
yes,
makes a difference on who wins the Senate and House. And I've heard that people believe that it's not going to go. Let's say it's Trump. They believe it's a possibility that Trump will get the House and not have the Senate. And there's a possibility that it could go the other direction where Kamala gets in and she gets the House and Trump gets the Senate. So I don't know. We will see. Divided government is a system's desire. Exactly. Harder to assign that way. Like this is one thing I used to say all the time. I lived in a red state, and they always made the excuse that we would get more stuff done if it wasn't for the Democrats always stopping us. And so it happened where under Sam Brownback, where he was the governor, he had a Republican House, and a Republican state Senate, and what ended up happening is they almost sent the state of Kansas into bankruptcy. You had people furiously miserable in that state because all those years, the Republicans had never got to do all the stuff that they actually wanted to do. And when you gave them unchecked power, oh my Lord, people were terrified. They said, we can never let this shit happen. These motherfuckers are crazy. So
I think the same thing happened in Illinois. That's why we're bankrupt too.
Let them have it. Let them have it. Go ahead. Destroy this fucking place. Go ahead. Do it. Because I already know if you the Republican Party, both parties are corrupt.
Yeah.
A Republican Party is so captured to big business, they're gonna let it's like one is a functioning alcoholic. They're gonna go to work, they're gonna screw up some stuff, but they're still gonna be working and get most of the stuff done. The other one is basically to a wino level. It's just not productive at all, and that's how I see the parties. One is gonna give this veil that everything's all right while they're screwing you over and it's incrementally getting worse for you. The other one is going to be fast and downhill.
Right.
I don't know which one you want. Do you want the one that's going to give you a stab every hour, or do you want the one that's going to put the gun to your head and finish you?
That's why. I guess. I mean, if I was sadomasochistic, I'd take the stab every hour.
Okay, well, that's what you with the Democrats. I mean, that's the people who they're getting walked slowly to the car, being told to get in the trunk. They're riding, and then they get out of the car, and while they're pointing the gun at them, they're walking them into the woods with the shovel. They're digging the hole. They're putting them in the hole, and the whole time, I mean, like, you're walking yourself to your own grave. You could just try to fight, and maybe you get out, maybe you get popped, and you're done. But I don't get how you just like walk yourself all the way to the grave.
Jill Stein, according to Savvy, had like 40,000 ish votes, and that was about an hour ago.
It's like negligible. It's like that's nothing.
Right.
I mean, 40,000 votes is nothing.
And see, well, that goes. Thanks, Oz, because that goes into the question of what if Jill Stein was actually, they couldn't stop her, and she was actually like a more formidable opponent this night.
But somebody brought up a good point to me. They're like, she's not, and she doesn't want to be. And you know how you know she doesn't want to be? Because you can look. What is Jill Stein doing in off-year elections? You don't see her nowhere. She's not building infrastructure. She's not trying to set up offices. She's not trying to raise money for her campaign. None of the Green Party is. They wait till right before election time. Now you want to kick into gear when you know how hard it is. And you've done this multiple times. You know how much of a monumental task. You don't want to try to get a head start? No.
Sure.
Let's get a head start. So what that tells me is you're not really trying to win.
Agree. I can agree with that. I
believe all of these third parties candidates are just to funnel the angry energy and distract and take away. Now, it's not working as much as it used to, but the whole point of getting the Green Party and the Libertarians, and so Libertarians will take up the frustrated Republicans. Basically Libertarians are Republicans who like to smoke weed and don't care as much about religion. And
Jackson Hinkle.
Also like to just sleep around with women. That's basically Libertarian.
You're Jackson Hinkles.
Yeah. Well, Jackson Hinkle's just a fraud. That's a whole other thing.
All righty.
Jackson Hinkle is just milking the money. And hey, my mom used to say all the time, you find a fool, bang his head. And right now, Jackson Hinkle is banging a whole lot of heads.
That's true.
He's laughing to the bank, not them. So, I mean, it is what it is. As Jay-Z said, don't knock the hustle. But
okay.
I will. Let's see. Well, it says with North Carolina call that puts Trump at 230. Did North Carolina get called? Oh, if North Carolina got called, let's switch over to another one. Let's see.
Well, I know Loudoun County was mostly Harris, and that's in North Carolina. So that's what that was like an hour ago too.
We still got those areas: Charlotte, Raleigh, Chapel Hill, that are blue. Let's see where was it? Oh, let's put in. Actually, we haven't checked Fox in a while. Let's see. Fox is probably the one that would have it at. If there's anything early, they will probably already be pushing the 230. So they have it at 260. Oh, 216, 193. So yeah, they've already called. They've already called most of those. A lot of these people are saying, "Oh, that's fake." I'm like, I don't want to listen to. Turn off the chat. I don't care about the chat because those people don't know anything about any of this stuff.
I know. It's frustrating. It's very aggravating to watch them, and it's a lot of like, you know, racial innuendos and chat and stuff like that. I know.
My thing is, I know. Well, I've told most people this before. I'm pretty sure most people watch the show know, but I majored in history and minored in political science, and so a lot of political science is actually understanding what these true definitions are and what makes you actually a fascist or actually a communist or Marxist or libertarian, and it also is understanding the electoral college and the trends and all these different things and how the vote process is done. And a lot of those people, oh, that's fake. Those numbers ain't right. Yes, they are. The Republicans are always going to get their share of their votes in early. It's always how it's going to work. It doesn't matter if they vote that day or they voted early. Democratic votes are always going to come in later. And we've already explained partially why. Because of the polling situation and all that stuff that we mentioned earlier. I mean, if you've ever volunteered, and I don't know how many people have, some of y'all were like more awakened earlier, and you might have seen the nonsense and said, well, I don't buy this BS and walked away. But for some of us who weren't as awakened sooner, we did spend the time, door knocking, phone banking. I've done all that stuff. Door knocking, phone banking, helped with polling, ballot initiatives, all of that stuff, getting clipboards, signing this, and so I've gotten to work with internal and see how campaigns work. And I know how many of these people get out there and they're stealing, this is fraud and all this different stuff. But a lot of times they're projecting those different things because they don't want to admit that the possibility that they're losing, because campaign managers and stuff like that, there's big money in this. I don't want to throw a special shout out to Abby Do. I see Abby out there. Glad to see you. Welcome to the Political Matrix. And also shout out to Kaladine Catbless. It's always good to see you in here. So thanks for covering this, guys. Yeah, we definitely want to cover it. I'm actually pretty excited for Chris to tap back in because, as we know, Chris is on the ground there in Palm Beach County, Palm Beach County and Palm Beach, Florida, and he is actually outside the convention center looking to kind of get more access, and so that is and Abby, if you can make sure to you can well, I guess I could do that. I'll make sure to throw that shout out. Everybody, make sure to go check out our friend Abby Do. Check out her channel over there. You guys know Nahilo, who's normally in the chat, or Michael. That is her co-host, and she has another co-host over there. So make sure you guys go show them some love, give them a couple of subscriptions, go check them out. Very, very good dialogues. And actually, Nina, I'd love to see you hop in that chat too.
Hey, I'm all for it. Don't threaten me with a good time.
I think a lot of stuff that Abby talks about over there, I think that you would enjoy some of those conversations. I don't always I can't always hop in the chat because sometimes I'm working while I'm listening, but I throw it on and I sit back in the background. Paladine says at Political Matrix, a while back, y'all said we'd have some grifters on the indie left. Just came from a stream where two hosts were unmasked as such. Y'all were right. I've been trying to tell you how some of these people are and how this game really works. And
we was just talking about Dustin Hinkle getting his bag. So
I mean,
they left, right, and center.
I've been doing this now. I've had my own channel My other channel I started over 5 years ago, and this one is over 4 years now. But I've been going on channels and know some of these people going back probably about a good 6 years now. And so I've seen some of these people when they were smaller and how they were putting themselves out and where they are now. And that's what I'll say for right now. But yeah, got to be careful with some of these people. I'm going to tell you guys the truth, whether you guys like it or not. And like what I told y'all about the Green Party and Jill Stein. If she was really pushing for it and she really was trying to work, she'd be doing this stuff when it's not every 4 years. It would be building up to the next election. And so since I don't see her, I think she's getting a little up there in age. I don't know how many more of these elections she's going to run for. The eye needs to be on Butch Ware. What is he going to do after this election? Is he going to be building or pushing, or is he going to go back into education? I mean, I don't think that he's stopped in education, but where is he going to go? Already won North Carolina. Let's see. I'm not seeing the North Carolina yet. Let's switch to another one then. Yes, please, definitely. Abby, I definitely look forward to coming back on the show. Says can't wait to have you on again, and I will make sure to put that out next time I'm on the show and share it. Hopefully, you guys come over and show some love over there. And when you guys come over and check us out, hopefully you guys stay and give them some love too. Jeff Coach says already won North Carolina. Well, let's see. Butch said he's going to run for governor next. That would be, now there we go. Because when you run for governor now, you can actually have a real impact on things.
Right.
So let's.
And then that gives people a chance to become familiar with you and your name and your stance and your values and the things that you care about. Is it like the community and people serving, your the people in your community, or is it just, having a name and being the face? And because if that's all you're giving, you're just giving more of what we already have. We don't need no more of that. We need servants of the community to actually do their jobs.
Exactly. I'm still looking. I mean, what was that? They were saying that North Carolina's already been called. I'm still waiting to see that. I have not seen that, but I guess I can look that up. See if anybody is called North Carolina. Because that doesn't mean.
I'm gonna look it up.
Donald Trump wins North Carolina according to the AP. So yes, the AP does have it that Trump has won North Carolina. Now this gets interesting because if Trump has won North Carolina, then yeah, I don't know about new. Yeah, but all of them go off of AP. Fuzz. AP is definitely how it works. How AP actually works is AP is actually a bunch of different journalists who all kind of work together from different affiliates. And so when AP puts it out, they're all kind of confirming it. It's just a matter of when it gets translated to their different major organizations.
Right. AP is Associated Press. So
yeah, so Associated. So it's people from the New York Times. Did they just confirm Connecticut also? Which I don't know. I thought Connecticut had already came through. So it's mostly AP is mostly the newspaper folks. So this one right here is showing 165, 214. Huh. I'm wondering why all of them are coming up with different. And I don't know for those of you guys who have been checking other people's coverage, is everybody staying on one different person, or are they all jumping around like I've been doing? Because I
So
don't.
hopefully they be jumping around, right?
I'd hope so, but I don't know because if
I'm on NBC News right now, and it says it's too early to call.
if some people
But
say this fix is in on different things like that, I want to be able to show that we were looking at this site and that site, and this is what this one is showing versus this one. And as you guys can see, I went to Fox, I went to CBS, I went to CNN, I went to all the different major ones. Ooh, 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 ooh. So Michigan is Kamala is slightly ahead with 37% of the vote in.
wow,
She
that's really close.
well, you still are going to have probably the Flint areas, Detroit, a couple of other areas that are going to need to come in. Wisconsin is 68% with Trump up by about 3%. But Milwaukee, I guarantee you, is not all the way. I think Trump is probably about to take Arizona.
Yeah, yeah.
We will see. I think it's going to be interesting because I think how Arizona is going to go is he's probably going to take Arizona, but I think Kerry Lake is definitely going to lose in the Senate. So Arizona might be.
Well, she's horrible. She deserves to lose. You get what you fucking deserve. I'm sorry.
So they might be sending a Democrat from the Senate while Trump takes it in the general. And I think you're going to see a lot of these mixtures too. Abby says a lot of people got mad at Butch because of his weird comments on X. But I think that maybe you can't know everything, but I assume his advisors can teach him on where he has faults. Or maybe that's what I hope. No, I think you're right.
Well, see, and that's the thing with the Uyghur thing. I can jump in a little bit with that because I was hearing things about the Uyghur issues way before, this became a political thing with, what's going on over there with the Chinese Muslims, which is essentially what they are, and basically the new Han dynasty, which is basically what the CCP is. Yeah, they are over there doing things to the Uyghur Muslims in Xinjiang and not showing it and lying to us about what they're doing to, the Uyghur Muslims over there. They're doing that. There was a thing where they were um basically doing vivisections on the Uyghur Muslims and taking their organs and selling them to the highest bidder because the Uyghur Muslims eat a very clean diet. And if you know anything about Chinese, food, you have to be careful about what you consume over there because a lot of the food is either fake or it could be illegal meat. Matter of fact, they just had something about zombie meat over there where there was meat from like way back in like 2015 that they found in the school that they were about to feed some children. So that was
I'll probably be skeptical on that information because meat would deteriorate. I don't
not frozen like that. It was frozen in a way where it wouldn't deteriorate. Like how well, first off, the same school had a problem with military rations of meat from way back in the 1960s that they have, and then they were made to throw that meat out, and then they got this new meat from 2015 that they was holding on to, and then they were finna feed. I can share the video feed from it where there's a woman there who's a mother of the child who called the police on them and said this meat stinks. It's old meat, and you were about to feed it to these children. Okay, and that's I think that's China Daily or something like that. I gotta find it, and I can share that with you, no problem. Because
I would rather check that first before I just show it on here. I mean, this isn't, you got to remember this is YouTube. Got to be careful, and so
it's on YouTube.
I tend to try to be a little yeah, but some channels they might allow to get away with that. I just want to try to vet it thoroughly before I go down that road. And I see Michael is in the chat. What's up, Nate? Hello. What's up, my brother? I
Hi, Nahila.
I tend to be skeptical, and so even if it says China Daily, I got to double check to see who is funding this, because some of these different networks you might find out that are funded by American cutouts. So I'm still always skeptical of many things.
And I totally, I get that. I understand that. I do. It's good to be skeptical of things because, you know, that's how you take everything with a grain of salt, and you don't have to worry about losing your mind in the end if it was or wasn't true, right?
Right.
That's what I
Well,
was talking about.
even if I lean towards possibly believing something, I like to just be able to do my due diligence, at least to my comfort level, because I don't want to. It's like somebody you say all the time. You don't want to put your chin out there, and so I
True.
don't want to put my chin out there to somebody finding out later on. Not, nah, you should have knew better than this. This was faulty, and so therefore, then even if I'm not the first to get that information out, I'd rather be solid on it before I put my stamp of approval on the
Oh,
information.
okay. It's they have China Observer. Well, that was 10 months ago. Here's the one. The China Fact Chasers from 13 days ago. Zombie meat, China's most disgusting food scandal. Expired meat from 2015. And these are two people who lived in China, and they're English speakers who lived there. They're white men. They lived there for like 10 years, and they know the ins and outs. They rode motorcycles in the countryside in China, and so they know the ins and outs of China and where you can go, where it's safe, not safe to go for foreigners, and if how you might get scandaled if you won't get scandaled. I mean, they broke the story about. Okay, don't
I think
ban.
we'll probably dig into that maybe a little later another time, because we don't want it to get too sidetracked going into trying to
True.
focus
Okay.
on the elections. Um,
Okay.
but yeah, I guess the point would be back to Butch Ware that I mean I do believe that he on some of those things he can be more educated, and I think that he will. He's a very smart man, and just because he might not be as knowledgeable on something in the moment doesn't mean he won't later on. Because there's plenty of issues where you guys can hit me on, and I'll be like, look, you got me there. I do not know anything about that. I see Chris said they had to charge phone, mad weirdos, I swear. So he's having some issues there. Um, um, yeah, Abby, exactly. There was also a reporter who said Syria was gassing their own people. Western media sniffed it back. Yeah, I remember seeing all of that. And
Yeah, and that was fake. Okay, and I understand that. That's matter of fact.
but
That
that was mainstream media spreading the information incorrectly, which many of us back then were calling that out and were called conspiracy theorists, which we've
yeah,
proven correct that we work on it. Now,
and then people ignore us and say, "So what?" Okay, yeah.
this is interesting. I wonder why each of these networks, and I'm so glad that we're doing it this way. If you look at these different networks, why they are so far away and how they're calling this, how they're calling these different races. Um, and okay, let's hop back to haven't did Fox in a while. Let's hop over to Fox. Let's see where they are at. One thing I wish that Fox would do watching their live feed is if they would focus on more than just Donald Trump or Kamala. If it was a combined feed, oh, I guess that's actually this is inside where Chris is at. So Chris is outside of this building right now. Let's hop out of there. I guess Trump is probably about to deliver his remarks on election. I don't want to do that. This is what I want. Yeah, Fox has multiple different links. Well, okay, we can go this one to there for the House. This is for the Senate. This is for the. And so see, they're still showing. Wait a minute. Why is this so far behind? Oh, I don't know why it didn't update. So, okay, there we go. 198, 216. I don't know why it's still, they still aren't showing, they still aren't showing North Carolina as change, which North Carolina would take that to, I think they have, I don't know, roughly like 12. So it's probably should put Trump around around 230 something.
So he's got 40 more. But see, this one is talking about he's still stuck at 216. So yeah, it's like they're not updating at the same time.
Yes. Well, not only they're not updating at the same time, none of these are showing the addition of North Carolina yet. None of these states are showing it, which is weird to me because I'm wondering, like, okay, so, Chamonique says she sees 192 to 230, which that would be correct if it's let me check over there. Let me check over there. Okay, all right. Vision has Kamala Harris at 226 and Trump at 254. Why are they so far ahead? Yeah, because they're calling North Carolina right here. Yeah. Right here.
What station is this?
Univision. Yeah, right there. Carolina del Norte. Right there, that's calling it for Trump.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, they're connected to Arizona. That's probably why. So Arizona is a swing state, so they're probably paying more attention to it.
They're already wanting to call. Yeah, of course they want to. They want to call it for Trump so damn bad. They want to so damn bad. For those who don't know, Univision is they got. Oh, I did not know that. They're in Miami.
Yeah, Miami. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought they were in Arizona.
That makes sense.
Thank you, La Senora.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yep.
So I wonder how many of them are Cubanos. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. That makes a lot of sense. That makes so much sense. What people don't realize is that means that they're more to the right than Fox is.
Yeah. Yeah.
That means they're more to the right than Fox News is. Oh, hold on a second. What did she say? She was talking about under Trump, gas prices were better. There wasn't all the wars. Talking about oh my gosh, They're talking about how everybody respected us more under Trump.
Al expresidente Trump con Kamala Harris en la manera de que habló sobre la economía, en los temas que discutió. Ella fue contundente. Ella fue contundente.
Okay, so he's the liberal here, and she's the right winger here, and he's talking about basically it's about the way that you are as a president, and basically like he's emphasizing decorum, whereas she's basically trying to say like no, Trump, but Trump, these things were better under Trump. In short. That lady's shoulder pads are in the wrong place. Okay, now this is saying, wait a minute. Now it's saying 205 to 230.
Conectar la historia del tema económico con la clase trabajadora estadounidense, aun cuando.
Uncle Warren is taking off the bed. Thank you for joining us, Uncle Warren. Oh, I don't know if you saw the beginning of the show, but I finally figured out a way to use the intro. I got it in there. I used it. I'm using you see the graphics. I'm using it. So just want you to know your hard work did not go to waste. La Señora says there are many Cubans on that panel. The liberal guy and the lady in the glasses are liberals. The rest are Republicans. Oh, yeah. I could definitely. Oh, yeah. I think. Wow. I honestly haven't listened to Noticias Univision in a while. So I guess I forgot how far, how far to the right it is. Because I was only watching it on Agora y la Flaca, stuff like that, or I was watching I was watching more of like telenovelas like La Reina del Sur. I was watching El Patrón de Mal and stuff like that. So I wasn't. What's the other lady? I can't remember her name. Christina. So I didn't really watch the news. I mean, I watched Deportes, but or keep up with some of the sports, but I didn't really watch the news, like the political news. So it's kind of Jorge Ramos is a right winger. But I've known that about him. Because they brought him on to cover. They brought him on for debates occasionally, so I did know about him. Wow, this is kind of eye-opening. But they do have it right now, 205 to 230. So I'm gonna keep them in the loop, and we will come back to this one. I'm wondering why everybody else isn't caught up. You know what? Let's try this. Okay, they're not live.
Chris, there's probably no protesters around because they just want to wait and see what's gonna happen and just like get this night over with, and then hopefully that be that, and people don't start acting stupid, talking about somebody stole the election and all this crazy stuff.
That's coming. If Trump does not win, that is definitely coming. Just count on it.
That's why they put the fence around the White House and Kamala's house and everybody else's house that's dealing with her.
Yeah, I mean that if Trump does not win, that is definitely coming.
Well, I just definitely wanted to make sure I did my part, so I went and wrote in Butch and Jill, so they couldn't. Neither side could use me as a cheat code for a
Mhm.
free. Because I'm already registered, so you don't want to. Oh, you're already registered and you're not gonna go vote. Well, we'll just vote for you, and then and they were doing weird stuff this election. Like, I mean, I've lived here and I've like participated in like 4 elections before this one, and I get this letter in the mail from the election board, and let's see if I can find it up here or not. Because I'll send a picture of it to you. Here it is. Yeah, here it is. It's crazy. Okay, so it's the Center for Voter Information, and it comes from our capital in Springfield. And what the letter says, it's the voting report card for yourself. And this letter says, "Dear Yonina, public records indicate that you are eligible to vote in the upcoming election Tuesday, November 5th, 2024. Remember, who you vote for is private, but whether or not you voted is public record."
Yeah,
We're
that's a solicitation.
Yeah, something like that, right?
Yeah.
So everybody now what it does is it shows you your address. It shows you your name and everything else about you voted. I voted in all 4 elections: 2016, 2018, 2020, and 2022. I voted in all those. And it's got it shows my full information. But then there's 2 other people up here, and it blocks out their name and like the numbers for their address, but it also shows if they voted or not. And then it's like so one other person record matches my record, but the person below that, they didn't vote in the 2018 general election. So I guess we're supposed to be running around here asking each other who voted or didn't vote to see if we can nudge them to go vote because they're already registered and yada yada yada. And that's exactly what they say here. It says, uh, where does this say that? Give me a second. Here it is. We're sending this. Sending this mailing to you and your neighbors to share who does and does not vote in an effort to promote election participation. While we have hidden the name and street number of your neighbors to protect their privacy, here are their true voting records. I'm like, so who am I? I don't. First off, there's 8.
I don't think that's legal. That's not legal paperwork. That's not. That would be fraudulent because they cannot give you other people's voting.
Well, I'm gonna when we get off of here, I'm gonna take a picture of this and I'm gonna share it with you on Telegram and on Instagram, and then you tell me if because this is from Springfield, Illinois. This is from our state capital.
But I'm
So
saying, but they can make that. They can make paperwork that looks like it's from the state capital. It's still fraudulent.
nonprofit org, U.S. page, postage page, TPG. It's got all types of numbers at the bottom of it. Let's see.
That's definitely fraudulent.
It's signed by Gail Kitch, the board chair for the Center for Voter Information.
Yeah, they can use all the same paperwork. Nonprofit.org, that right there, Chris says exactly. Nonprofit org. That's not an official. That's something else. That's not, because no federal office would have nonprofit on it. See, Abby is saying it too. It's all over Pandora as an advertisement. This is not from the state.
The nonprofit, it's because it's saying U.S. postage paid, so it's saying it's a nonprofit organization. So you're saying that this is not let's see, because I think it says something about not being affiliated with. Nope. It doesn't say anything about not being affiliated with the government. It says this data comes from publicly available state voter files. That's what that says. And
Yeah,
then it says,
yeah, they can go and get information that's public and share public information. But they're not, but the state is not going, I'm telling you, the state is not going to just sing you that. That is somebody else that has got that information and are pretending to be the state.
okay, like I said, I'm gonna take a picture of it and show y'all on Telegram and Instagram, and then make your. But yeah, that was weird because I didn't get that letter, this piece of paper in the mail. Any other election, any other time, the 4 times I voted before this, nobody told me to go vote. I was just like, this is my civic right, privilege, and duty to go do this.
Yeah,
So that's what I did.
this is what he was saying. That would be a violation of state if they said. That's what I was saying. Even if it is public information, the state is not supposed to send out that information.
Right. And
Even-
I'm not saying y'all wrong or anything, but I'm just saying it's just weird.
yeah, but you're gonna have a bunch of weird stuff during election time.
But I never got that before. I've never got that before. That's what I'm saying. That's why it's so weird.
Yeah, I mean that can happen though. Yeah, it's just new. Like Abby says here, scamming on a whole new level. Huh? Now this is interesting. This is interesting right here. Right here, this is Telemundo. It has Kamala at 185 and Trump at 230. So that is interesting. That's interesting. So let's go ahead. Let's switch to another one. So who haven't we been to in a while? MSNBC. Let's switch over there. Let's see what they're talking about. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna switch over to somebody else. Let's check out Breaking Points. They're basically mainstream media.
Don't let them hear you say that.
I know they'd like to think that they're not, but you guys are.
Well, Savvy's still on if you wanted to check her out. Go raid her for a little bit.
So this is interesting. See, they have Jill Stein in Arizona as under 1%.
Wow.
And she has the same as Chase Oliver. Neither one of the combined, they don't have 1%.
Wow. Well, here she wasn't even on the ballot. Like I said, I had to write her in. So Chase, I think Chase was on the ballot. No, it wasn't Chase. It was what's his name? RFK. It was Harris, Trump, and RFK. Those were the 3 on the ballot here.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. They have it at 204 to 247.
Wow.
Oh. Getting a little interesting. I told so many people, they're like, oh, we're gonna have to wait like all these weeks. I'm like, we ain't waiting no weeks. I guarantee you that much. And I said it's gonna be a couple of days max.
Right, because they can't it's a process that has to happen.
Well,
so they have to.
Well, here's the thing. Everybody assumes that they count every single vote. Newsflash, they don't count every single vote. They never do.
My vote probably ain't gonna get counted.
They never do. If it's already lopsided, like say for instance, if you know in this state there's 15 million people, I'm just throwing a random state out there. 15 million people in that state. They've already counted 13 million of the votes. and one candidate has 2/3 of those votes, they're not going to keep counting. Like, it's over with.
True. Yeah.
Because even if they got every single one of the rest of the votes, they're not going to win. So that's why they don't count every single vote. And that's where some people get some of the things mixed up. They're going to get, once they get to a certain amount, that they're comfortable to say, you know what, they already. It's kind of like pulling a forfeit in a game. If a team is already up so far, they're just like, call it. This game is over, and that's kind of what happens when you see them call some of these states earlier than other states.
Just don't do it in spades because you have to give up the rest of your books.
Yeah. AP has a staging room here. Where are you at? Where have you managed to get into?
He's been everywhere, man. He's been everywhere.
Kristen, like, what is he like? Army crawling across the floor and stuff. I mean, what's going on?
He's in the Florida Keys, and I'm just playing.
He done made it inside the hotel, huh? Man, before we know it, Chris is gonna be upstage. He's gonna be on stage with Trump. You know? You can see him walking along in the back. Hey, y'all. I mean, I'm looking at. Oh, what's up, Trump?
Just happenstance.
Oh, Chris and Trump. Yeah. Chris is on the ground in the heart of it all. Yeah, he's loving life now, right now. I mean, well, we're planning also to trying to remember what is it, the inauguration that we're planning to go to. So
yeah, that's what you said.
Yeah, and so me and Chris plan to be out there. So it'll be interesting.
If I got money, I might show up with y'all and show out a little bit.
Mm-hmm. That's why we're trying to get ahead of it now, before everything gets all booked up and everything gets crazy to get out there. The tickets get all high.
Why didn't you bring any of your recording stuff? Like, I know you got something, Chris, that you can like dampen the sound with, like a microphone. I got this little microphone off of TikTok Shop, and it's working wonders. Like, you ain't heard nothing but my voice, and it's crazy because it's.
Abby says she's gonna be out. She's going out there too. Oh, that'll be nice. That'll be cool to meet you.
Yeah,
I think it's going to be probably a lot of content creators that I know of that are probably going to be out in the area. So,
Chris, you ain't got no dampener on your mic. It could still be loud. You must got a bad mic.
Okay. Hold on a second. Let me turn this up. Let's see what they're saying. Curious.
She saw significant shifts away from her vis-a-vis Biden's results.
Yep.
Across the board.
Yes.
Like,
she bled her own coalition. She didn't add anybody. That basically is what it looks like.
Exactly.
And, yeah.
So and underperforming in Virginia, underperforming in New Hampshire. Like, Virginia is Virginia even called yet? Like, Virginia
they finally
called. Okay, and she's winning by like
she's up by
4 points.
Yeah.
So I
don't want it by 8.
To save you the suspense, I don't think there's a college campus line long enough that's gonna pull her back.
The lines are long in Philadelphia, though, Crystal.
Michigan,
that's what
or
they told me.
Wisconsin.
Lehigh University.
God, I gotta say, some of these Dem spinsters too, they are so full of shit. I mean, I don't want to call out like too much, but some of these Target smart people, I mean, you've been reading all their Hopium Chronicles and all this. It's one of the ways that I checked a lot of my bias was I was like, okay, let me go see what Tom Bonnier has to say. Let me go see what Simon Rosenberg has to say. These guys were feeding just straight up bullshit, to be honest with you. It's like all their
But
early
also-
vote, COPE and all that.
Also,
Like, it was just wrong.
Nobody knows because you don't like if your strategy relies on turning out people who don't regularly turn out.
Mm-hmm.
there's no one in the world who can tell you with confidence whether that's going to happen.
That's a
because
good
it literally hasn't happened before.
But the only question is how much of this was okay. So that's a great point. So we'll look at the stats after this, and we'll take a look at how much E-Day vote that Trump actually wins versus the early vote, because that's the other big thing. Remember all those assumptions that all those independent votes in Nevada and elsewhere they're like, oh, but they're young and they're actually going to swing to Kamala or whatever. But if Trump is going to win young voters, then all that's
in
wrong.
Michigan,
right? Yeah, you know, maybe it turns out
they were young.
Yeah, they were young, and they voted for Trump.
Yeah,
exactly. So it's like maybe
I mean,
it was all there in the early vote this whole time.
And right, I mean, that was the theory with Nevada in particular.
Yes.
Was like automatic voter registration.
Yep.
These are really mostly secret Dems.
Yeah.
But if you look at independents across the country, they broke for Trump, and young people certainly shifted.
So it looks like,
you know, we'll see. We don't have any data from Nevada yet, so we won't write.
It looks like they're leaning heavily towards Trump right now.
Obit.
We'll take it. Yeah,
we will take it. Yes, we will take it.
It's midnight. Okay, my brain starts to shut down at
It
like
works.
9 p.m.
It completely works.
For almost 6 hours.
It absolutely works.
That's pretty good.
It's not even
But
so.
I do want to say before we, you know, maybe take a
close them out. And you know what? Since we saw that, what was it? One of the young was
Please turn Charlie Kirk off before my head pop off. Oh my God, his head just
It's Charlie Kirk at? I'm not listening to Charlie Kirk.
Whatever this dude name is right here, that dude. He looked like he a Charlie Kirk lookalike. I can't.
Which one are you talking about?
The one with the lilac tie on. Him.
Is yours a little behind? Because I thought.
Yeah, mine's just a little behind. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that was Ryan Grimm.
Ryan Grimm. I knew there was a reason. I can't stand him.
Charlie Kirk. What are you talking about?
He looked like Charlie Kirk with his head.
Wow, he said, "LOL, your brain has no more shutting down left." Did.
Tell me about it. Okay, my favorite lie that Republicans believe in that Trump told is that he said he's going to get rid of the income tax.
Hold on, let's see this real quick.
That's right behind the other lie that he's going to get rid of the Department of Education.
Y Kamala Harris, es decir, hay mucho apoyo de Kamala Harris, pero el interior de Pensilvania, a las afueras, los suburbios, las áreas rurales, están favoreciendo al expresidente Donald Trump. A propósito, el comisionado de Filadelfia dijo, les voy a leer textualmente lo que dijo: no ha habido trampa, esta fue una elección simple y segura. Así que esta ciudad y este estado seguimos a la espera, ¿no?, de los resultados finales y veremos qué pasa. Regreso con ustedes.
Gracias, Angie. Ya lleva el 84.3% de los votos.
Alaska voted for nobody, or they're just not in yet?
Michigan,
What'd you say?
I said Alaska voted for nobody, or it's just not in yet.
Alaska's not going to be in for a while. The polls don't close in Alaska and Hawaii for probably another hour and a half.
Okay.
But their votes aren't going to swing anything.
Okay. Yeah.
Right now they're showing 209 to 230. And it's all basically coming down to Pennsylvania. I mean, well, it's coming down to the three so-called blue wall states. It's Wisconsin. If you see any of those three break for Trump, it's over. I can just tell you that. You see any of those three break for Trump, this thing is done.
Michigan, no. Well, depends.
No, that's what I'm saying. If you see any of those three break, if you see Michigan, if you see Wisconsin or Pennsylvania, this thing is sacabo. It's over.
I know, Abby. That's why I'm like, I'm literally watching these silly Republicans talk about how they can't wait till Trump get rid of the DOE, or he get rid of this, or he get rid of that. And I'm like,
I'm in the camp of I'm not gonna say I think something's a lie that the man has not been in power to do yet. I don't know what the man is gonna do. That's my
well,
whole.
the thing is, the reason I say it's a lie is because he's beholden to Lockheed Martin and the rest of them, just like the rest of them are. Like a lot of people don't know that the DoD supplies food to our elementary schools and our schools around that through Aramark. So him shutting down any type of a Department of Education or anything like that. That's a no go, because the Lockheed Martin and the rest of them, the Department of Defense is behind that.
Hold on a second.
Okay.
Yeah, because you said Aramark is under DoD. Wait a minute. That's where did you hear that at?
I think it was on Instagram.
No, Aramark has nothing to do with the DoD.
Hold on.
Said tap me in. Abby, did you want to hop in? Says, why do you think they let Roe versus Wade be overturned and run on it? I really have never. My perspective on the whole Roe versus Wade thing is, I think that they really were so confident that they did not believe that Republicans would ever overturn it. That's what I honestly believe. Now, y'all might disagree with my assessment there, but I believe that they just never believed that Republicans would actually do it.
Okay, you ready?
Yeah.
It says, so I looked it up. It says, yes, the Department of Defense supplies food to schools through the USDA DoD Fresh Fruit and Vegetable Program. How it works, the program allows schools to use USDA food entitlement dollars to purchase fresh produce for the National School Lunch Program and School Breakfast Program. And 49 states participate in it, including the District of Columbia, Puerto Rico, the Virgin Islands, and Guam. How it's delivered. The DoD's Defense Logistics Agency buys and distributes the produce to schools, central kitchens, and state distribution centers.
Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah.
No, I mean, that's what said, Abby. Yeah, I mean, that's what I said. People may disagree with me. I mean, I just don't believe that. I don't believe that, because here's the thing. If you intentionally overturn it to run on it and you don't win, then what?
Then you have another 4 years of talking about how they allowed this to be overturned and how you need to be brought back in so that people don't.
But you missed what I said. If you lose, then what? Because you just lost. So therefore, it's no longer something that you can run on anymore.
You did. That means you underestimate. You underestimate the power of the pettiness of the Democratic Party, my brother. You do, because you think they won't run on that next time. Whoever they run.
No, I think you're missing what I'm saying here. Yes, you can run on it again, but if you ran on it and it was unsuccessful, running on it again and again and again is not going to win for you.
Well, see, the thing about running on it the first time is that it's not as bad, because most people didn't hear about the story about the woman who got locked up for having a miscarriage in Ohio.
But what I'm saying is, if it did not work if it doesn't work for Kamala here, how could you come back in another 4 years and run on it? It didn't work this time. Why would it work the next time?
Because, like I said, all it takes is time. Let enough people not be able to have a safe abortion of a fetus that's developing without a brain, and they're made to give birth to it, or they ask over and over again for, reproductive, health rights or health care. And the hospital is too afraid because they don't want to go to jail, and you miscarry, and then you wind up going to jail. Let enough of that happen and see in 4 years how many people are going to say, no, we're tired of that. Just saying.
You kind of lost me there for a second because I'm like, there's a lot of minutia to try to. I look at it like this: if you couldn't get the people to care that first time, then why are they going to care in the future?
Because it's not as bad. They don't get the full scope of how bad it can get. That I'm mentioning the one person who's locked up right now over miscarrying their baby, because there's more of that more than likely will come in the future. Okay. It's not as bad right now. Most people don't even know about that one instance.
Yeah, but people are not going to vote on one story.
And that's why I said it has to. It's just like a snowball rolling downhill. Okay.
I don't know. That just, to me, that just doesn't add up, because if you couldn't get it the first time, and you couldn't get if it's not an effective voting tactic for you, I don't see how it's going to become eventually. Oh, it's going to be a tactic that's going to work.
It's just okay. So let's take a drug they took off the market, like let's say Chantix. They didn't take that one off the market fully, but okay. So Chantix, people started taking it to try and stop smoking, right? Okay. They started getting, a little, one or two, people here or there talking about how, oh, my loved one committed suicide on this drug, yada, yada, yada. Okay, whatever, it's just one or two instances. Then 5 years later, you have, 30, 3,000-4,000 people who've taken their lives on this drug just to stop smoking. Oh no, we got to take that off market. You see what I'm saying? It takes momentum for the cases to build up in order for people to know about them and say, hey, this is a problem. We need to do something about this. In order for them to, for the ones who say, we told you so.
I hear the argument that you're making, but I have not seen that bear out. That's what I'm saying. I have not.
You haven't seen it bear out because there's not enough cases yet. There's not enough women locked up because they had a miscarriage yet.
But what if it never becomes that many?
If that's the case for the PAR, then that's the case, and then they can't use that. Then that won't be an issue. Then they got to find something else to run on. But that's what they're banking on. That these states that have these archaic women's reproductive measures in place, keep those measures in place and make them worse. Like maybe even, I don't know, but the Handmaid's Tale type worse. I'm just speculating here.
This is why I kind of have a problem with that line of reasoning. Is there other stuff that they could run on?
Not really.
You saying that the economy can't be improved?
If they're the ones who made it worse, how are they going to be the ones to improve it?
But regardless of that, could the economy be improved?
Yes. Okay.
Could the healthcare system be improved?
Really? You're going to ask me that?
Yeah, Abby, come to the stage. Welcome, Abby Dew.
Hey, Abby.
But here, let me finish this one point, and then I'll let Abby hop in here. My point is, there is still gazillions of things which need fixing. You could focus on trying to fix one of these issues. I don't get why. Let me ignore fixing the economy, healthcare, mortality rates, all this other stuff, and let's just go and deal with this one issue over and over. Because that's what I'm saying. People.
Okay, I understand.
Economy. Hold on. I want to hear. Let Abby hop in here.
Okay.
I have to unmute. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yes.
Okay. So you were alluding to the fact that we like. I really don't even understand what you were saying. Like, we had so many times to codify Roe v. Wade. So many times. Obama ran on it, right? Biden ran on it. They had a trifecta. They waited till they didn't have the trifecta anymore. They do this all the time. It's not even just about Roe v. Wade. It was about healthcare. It was about so many things. They wait till they don't have the trifecta anymore, and then they're like, "We're gonna go hard for this issue," when they know they can't get the issue passed between the House and the Congress. When you have a trifecta, why don't you push all the stuff through that you know you get pushed through because you have the trifecta?
Well, my response would be because you can't get all the stuff passed through, even when you do have the trifecta, because you still have enough people who are on the other side of that you have to negotiate with. You don't have a supermajority. So if you had a supermajority, then you could get everything you want through. So then what you have, and I'm not making an excuse for them because I think they're all corrupt and all that anyway.
Doesn't the president? Oh, I'm sorry.
But
I
what?
cut you off, didn't I? I'm sorry.
Yeah, here, let me just finish. I'll give it back to you.
Yeah.
What I believe is if they decide I'm going to use that political capital on this one issue, then that means other priorities are definitely not going to have a chance to get passed, period. Because the way Congress is set up, they're only in session so many days per week, and then they have to wait, and this goes back to committee. And so the process is so long-winded on how they get things done that you only have a certain amount of things you can get done. If you put abortion as your top thing to go get codified into law and you waste all your capital on that, let me not use the word waste. If you prioritize codifying abortion into law, then that means these other categories, these other things that you want to do over there, you throw them off the list because that's not getting done.
So why lie to the American people and say, I'm going to do this on day one? Obama did it twice. Biden did it once. So why do that? That's the first question. And then also, there are so many things that you could actually do, like Kamala she was on Roland Martin, the bourgeoisie, Boule, black man, and
good night, Mike.
He didn't push back on anything. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, because I know you got people to say good night to.
No, your co-host. He's like gonna watch a little bit.
Oh, good night, Michael. So if you have things that you are saying to us, what she did with Roland Martin, she said, I'm going to be the president for all people, and if I take care of the smallest amongst us, like the most vulnerable amongst us, I shouldn't say smallest because we're not small, but the most vulnerable amongst us, then it will help bring up everybody in the hierarchy. Yes, she said that. Okay, well, if you knew that already, why is the HB 40 still hanging around? Why did you get an Asian hate bill passed and you couldn't get the George Floyd bill passed? Like, you had a trifecta. Obama had it twice. Biden had it once. Why didn't you do any of those things that you could have done for the people, for the most oppressed amongst us, to build up the rest of us, it never happened.
Oh yeah, and my answer is because it's politics. They're going to tell every single constituent, I'm gonna get your issue done. I'm gonna get your issue done. I'm gonna get your issue done, and I'm gonna do it all day one. And they're gonna tell everybody that. But who's gonna get prioritized first is donor issues. What the donors want is going to be the first things that's going to be prioritized, and so they're going to hit those things first. Now, do I believe that they didn't plan to get that their goal was, let me intentionally not get it codified in the law so we can run on it? I don't believe that.
I do. I definitely do.
Chris believes that too. I just disagree with it.
May I ask your co-host?
Chris.
I haven't. It's Dove Ahua?
Ahau. Can you hear me?
Dove Ahau. Okay. Pleasure to meet you. I just want to ask you if you believe. What do you believe? Not to ask you. What do you believe?
It's easy. With a horse and everything they tell us is the carrot, and as long as we following that carrot, believing that we're going to get it one day, we going to do whatever they say we need to do to keep them or get them in power.
So, young Morpheus, I respect you to all get out. I just don't agree with you on that.
That's fine.
And that's okay, right?
Yeah.
Because we can always agree to disagree.
Chris disagrees with me on so much stuff.
They literally be having like knockdown, drag out fights that they need to make up to each other over for like hours on here sometimes. And we just be sitting here like,
I will still beat somebody down over my boy Chris.
Yeah, they still friends at the end of the day.
Yeah.
But man, they be having some arguments on this. Yeah.
And that's beautiful. That's great.
The reason why I come from that perspective is I've dealt with staffers and people within the campaigns, and they're promising 50 people they can do something with 10 slots. They know they can't get it all done. But the moment they tell somebody they can't do it, they lose a vote. So they can't tell you, I can't get your priority done. They're going to tell you that, but they know they can't. And then on top of that, they got to do donor stuff first. If they don't do what the big donors say, they're not getting anywhere. So what their goal is I'm going to tell you I'm going to get it done, but I'm going to get all this stuff done, and hopefully I got enough time on the back end to get it done. And
so may I ask you something, young Morpheus?
Yep.
Because you bring up a really good point, and something that I discuss a lot on my podcast about having donors and PACs and all this stuff. I don't believe in any of that. I believe that that the government should provide us with political bucks, give every American political bucks, and we can spend our political bucks the way we choose to spend them. And that's all they have to put forth their campaign. And that's it. Because then you take all this bribery money out of politics. Because we're not bribing you. We're just saying, hey, I think you might be the one. So let me put my money into you. Or maybe you're the one. I think that Citizens United should be repealed. I think super PACs should be no more.
Including APAC.
And
I would take it.
I think APAC should list themselves as a foreign entity. I think that
they're gonna JFK you.
Let me finish real quick, Marcus. I think that if you have dual citizenship, you should not be allowed to be in public service because you don't have a camaraderie or like a allegiance to one country. You have allegiance to two because you have dual citizenship, and that's what's happening in APAC. They're taking our money, sending it over there, giving them everything that they need, free healthcare, free education, yada yada, and then they take the rest of the money, send it back over here. It's money laundering. Hello.
And at the highest order.
They send it back over here to pay for the candidates.
What's really messed up is that it's our money. Those are our tax dollars.
I mean, I completely agree, and I say I would take it actually a step further. I would make it so the point that if you want to run for office, you get federal funding, and that's it. It don't even come from the people. You get a stock amount. Everybody gets the same amount. Period. If you're running for Senate, you get this much. House, you get this much. Congressman, state, local, it all is equal amount, and there is no money that can come from any donors. No, send me your $5. All that gone. You get no money from anybody.
Yeah.
Because they.
And I like that. I like what you said about dual citizens. I agree. I don't think if you are a citizen to any other state, you should be able to hold elected office.
You cannot.
That's why it's the political party just became the new church because they take people last $5, they last little money, and they give them hope and change and all these other things, copiums to believe in and hopiums, and then they don't do anything for that person, and that person they last $5, they waiting to get on SSI or something. They're waiting for something to move so that they can get money to take care of themselves. And they wind up dying waiting on SSI. Or they wind up, dying waiting on this bill that they said they was going to put through to help, them with whatever detrimental ailment that they're dealing with. And, nobody talks about the most vulnerable until election time. And then they want to mention, us, because I'm part of that, because I'm on SSI. And this is what I was telling, Marcus earlier, because I feel like, both sides want to kick me off SSI. So it's like to put, and that's only to put migrants on. And that's why I gave him that analogy earlier, because look what they did. They took all the money from the programs to help people that were on SSI to get jobs and cars and different things like that, and they took that money and they put it into the DACA, the Dreamers Act, and everything, but like with that. So the people who depended on that to try and get our lives going, so we could put back into the system, were then X'd out of the system permanently.
I mean, we've been X'd out of the system permanently for a long time now.
Yes.
Just because we have basketball players and football players and entertainers, and they say, well, look, you made it. No, we didn't make it. You made gladiators. That's what you made. What does that have to do with us? Because you are complaining about affirmative action. You're complaining about DEI.
Which hurt them.
You're complaining.
It hurt the white people.
You're complaining about any way that we would say, hey, is it okay if we get a little piece of the pie? But you don't complain about legacy
enrollment
students.
It hurt them. That hurt them. Wait, stop. When they took away affirmative action, that hurt the legacy enrollments as well. They didn't expect that backfire, but yeah, that was the thing. I forget who. I think I learned that from Savvy Sabs, but yeah.
Well, and also what they don't know or explain is affirmative action helped more white women than it ever helped any Black person.
Yeah.
Period. Because they were considered, because they call them minority. So even when they call themselves helping Black businesses, when you look at the fine print, it says people of color. So people of color means anybody but Black. Black people can be included, but we not really up in there. So they don't really understand that that there is a system of benign neglect. Google it, benign neglect, where the government made a choice that we will make an effort to not help Black people.
And they work hard at it too.
Benign neglect, look it up. I'm not lying.
Oh, trust me, this audience is very knowledgeable.
I
never know who's in the audience, so I'm just saying.
I'm from Illinois, and I've been dealt with racism here my entire life. So yeah, I know Illinois has slaves.
Never know. I have a white co-host, so I have to reiterate stuff.
Of course,
because I never know if they know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying?
Oh no, they rocking with you here. They follow.
We know.
They picking up what you putting down.
Nahilo said sounds more like malevolent neglect. Yeah, under color of law, which makes it even, that's the malevolency, because they say it's 1984. They're saying that this is the office of, or the Department of Plenty, but it's really the Department of Starvation. So I mean, literally, I literally went through that, because yesterday I get food stamps. The allotment that your maximum allowable limit is $292. I was getting $79 before the pandemic. Okay, they bumped it up during that thing we all went through to $198. Okay, then when the pandemic, when the thing ended, they took away about $7. Okay, so I was getting around what, 190. Okay, and that was the first year. The second year, they took away $1. Okay, and that's crazy. It's crazy because the numbers don't match up. I say I'm getting 189, and they're like, no, you were getting 176, and now you're getting 173. I'm like, no, that's not what I was getting. I can go into my app and look at it and see what I was getting when, back then. Okay, so I had to argue with them over that, and I'm like, so now it's down. They took it all the way down from the 80s to the 70s, and this is every year they're taking away a little bit more, and I'm like, what are y'all gonna do? Take it away until I get to zero because of the cost of living adjustment? The thing about the cost of living adjustment with Social Security is that when you live in a federally ran income-driven household or living situation, whatever you get, the 30% increase you get from the cost of living adjustment instantly gets taken out through the rent, because I'm on 30% income. Okay, so I explained that to him, and he said, yeah, we get that, but what happened was they decreased the limit to the electricity. Electricity was $648 or something like that, and they decreased it $100 to like $539 or something like that, which is the maximum allowable limit for your electricity that you are pay out in order. What's happened?
I'm not really quite sure. Like, okay, I don't want to sound like Kamala, but I grew up in a middle class neighborhood.
Oh Lord.
But I'm not trying to sound like Kamala, but it's true.
You didn't grow up in the house she grew up in. That wasn't no middle class house. I don't want to hear all that. A middle class house is maybe a 3-bedroom. She grew up in a mini 2-door. Okay.
Wait, you ain't seen my house? What you talking about? No.
No, I'm saying
I told you I did.
No, I'm saying she grew up. She said she grew up in a middle class household. But when you see the house she grew up in, it had at least 6 bedrooms. It was a 6-bedroom, 2-bath, 2-garage household in California. That wasn't no middle class household.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Well,
Okay.
then I grew up in a middle class household because I was a step below that.
Okay.
A little step.
Yo, what's good, y'all? What's up, everybody? Can y'all hear me? I sound all right, Marcus?
Yeah, I kind of want to let Chris hop in here because he just got back, and I want to hear some of the on the ground what you were seeing out there.
Yo, let me tell you, Marcus, I'll show you the footage too. I got a bunch of footage and shit.
Oh,
yo, Marcus, it really is cult-like behavior. I had to get up out of there. It's cult.
It was that bad?
Dog. See my face?
I see you look like you just seen some crazy shit.
Yo, son, it's really like he's God. He's gonna save us. Like there's if he doesn't win, then the earth is over.
May I say something, Si?
Yeah,
I
go
just
ahead.
want to say, y'all could have did a transition. Y'all just jumped in.
Oh yeah, no, it's all good. Look, it is what it is. But
I'm just saying. But what you seeing out there? And where are you? What city and state are you in? And what are you seeing?
I was in Florida. I'm in Florida. I was downtown. I was at the Trump watch party, his official watch party.
In West Palm Beach. I have a like a what do they call it? Lord, I'm
timeshare.
My mind. Thank you. I have a timeshare out there. I go out there every year. Thank you.
Okay,
I couldn't figure out what to say, but I've never been to Mar-a-Lago.
Oh yeah, I took Marcus to Mar-a-Lago.
Yep, we saw it.
But let me shut up and let you do your thing. Go ahead.
Yeah. So Marcus, what I can say, one thing for sure is that there's a bunch of kids running around that place. When I say kids, I'm talking like 14, 15. That caught me by surprise because I'm like, ain't it your bedtime? Like, don't you got school tomorrow? But obviously they're not there by themselves. They're there with
school tomorrow.
Yeah, I know, right? Well, they're there with their parents and what have you. But one, let me just say, in terms of the crowd, what did the crowd look like? Surprisingly, the crowd is very diverse. Obviously, it's majority white people, but it's not 90-10. And also, I want to say age-wise, it went from, again, like Roger Stone's age to, probably freshmen or sophomores in high school. I saw your girl, Tulsi Gabbard. I managed to have a couple words with her and her people. She's better looking in person than on TV. I got to say that. I can't front. Yeah. I was like, oh shit. Okay, you're not that bad with your little rogue streak. You know what I'm saying?
You seem very anxious. So how did it feel to you? Like how did it feel emotionally?
Well, it's weird because I'm not like I was there, but I'm not a fan and I'm not a stan, right? Or I'm not a supporter. So it's funny. The only tension I felt in the room was from other black men. Those are the ones when I looked at them, we made eye contact. And I tried to get the niggas the head nod. Marcus, the head nod. You see niggas, you be like, all right, what up?
Hey, what's up?
Because my shirt is green, it's not red. I ain't got no MAGA shit on. They like, who this nigga here? Like, he might be the ops. And I could just tell you it was very weird on that because my uncle was with me and we were saying the same thing. Like, the vibe coming from the black dudes was weird, and you would think that they would be on some, yo, son, what's good? But nah, they were a little hesitant. But ironically, on the other side of that, the white people are like, hey, good to see you.
Of course they were. They're so happy to see y'all in their pictures.
They were probably all packing, so they had nothing to worry about.
Marcus,
everybody's all off now.
They're happy to see you in their pictures, and hey, see, we got black people. Here they are.
There's a considerable amount of black men in attendance there. Some of them are gay. I'm not knocking anybody who is gay. I'm just saying they're outwardly gay. It's okay. They're not being harassed, or no one is making fun of them. The energy there is.
May I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
The black gay men, were their partners white gay men?
In some cases, yes. It's for those who I could see was coupled up. There was a couple who had their white boyfriends, but then I saw a couple, black couples as well. So, it ran, like I said, in terms of just the diversity at something like this, I was a little bit surprised myself. I can't even lie.
What's the ratio, though?
You said the ratio? I mean, it's probably like
of black and white gay men to black and black gay men.
Oh,
what's the ratio?
Well, if we're gonna add the freaking Cubans into the mix, like they was number one, like saucy party. They got their hair slicked back. They super tight jeans on. Marcus, yeah, it was crazy.
Well, can we just recall that the United States always tries to for a communist country to make sure they don't succeed. So when Cuba had their thing going on, all the white Cubans fled to Miami. Okay, the black Cubans stayed because the black Cubans was like, yeah, I'm with this communism shit. But the white Cubans was like, no, I want this capitalism shit.
They weren't even living capitalist. It was just a corrupt society. I don't even know if they adhered to any economic or governmental policy. It was just
that shit was a step above slavery.
It was more like
it was virtually like it was virtually slavery.
There was worse than slavery?
No, I didn't say worse. It was virtually.
No,
it was like it was pretty
worse.
Damn close to it. The way
there's nothing worse than chattel slavery.
Yeah, it wasn't chattel slavery, but I mean, we're talking about they getting paid like 50 cents a day while they driving off in Bentleys. That's what I'm talking about.
Well, yeah, okay.
Like,
well, they just ran a lawless,
like sweatshops, basically. That's how they was running it, and anybody who was, indigenous looking or black, you were all thrown. Only white Cubanos were
right.
exempt.
Right, and with Fidel Castro said, "Fuck that shit."
And Che Guevara.
All the white and Che Guevara, yes, Che Guevara. Thank you. He was first. All the white Cubans said, "Fuck this shit," and they fled to Miami. So let's just be real about that.
It's looking like it's about to be over soon.
Yes, it is. It's looking. It's right now.
Fuzz,
It's almost 250.
Fuzz just said that New York has been called for Trump.
That
So
makes
that
sense.
puts it at 246.
The state of New York?
I mean, no. New York,
New York City,
Georgia.
The New York Times called.
The New York
Georgia.
Times called Georgia for Trump.
Okay.
And I still the AP
Georgia.
hasn't called it yet, but more than likely that's coming soon.
Yeah, if the Times are calling, if the New York Times or any liberal outlet is calling something for Trump, then you can believe it, because if they're reporting that reluctantly, that's not a it's not a positive thing. Good thing my parents white and black.
He's gonna have the trifecta. He's gonna have the executive branch, the House, and the Senate. I bet you.
Well, the Republicans won the Senate.
They already got the Senate.
Well, it was good knowing y'all.
You see, but look. Here's the thing, though. Like, whether you're a Kamala supporter or you're a Trump supporter, all of the fear that people speak with and talk about, I think it's a little ridiculous, and we should stop doing it, right? Because obviously we've lived the worst. Our ancestors and people who came just even 3-4 decades prior lived through worse. It's not as bad as people want to make it seem. Look, again, we all came up. I don't know how old you two are. I know Marcus and I are similar in age.
47.
Okay, so we came up of age in the Bush era. Nothing should be surprising. Not even stolen elections, wars, terrorist attacks, all of these things, Patriot Act, see something, say something, all of these things that came from it. The lack of finishing the investigation into Enron, missing Pentagon money, all these things like that. We've lived through a whole lot of shit. I don't think it's going to get like, I don't believe it's going to get a whole lot worse. It'll just be more of the same.
Okay, to that I say I'm 37 years old and we haven't lived with nuclear winter yet. So
yeah, but at the same time they got to breathe the same air too. So
that's coming.
Before they get there, we'll be all right. I don't even think there's going to be a nuclear. I don't think there'll be a nuclear war. Too many of the elite have to breathe the same air. And I know they got bunkers and they could be underground, but nobody want to be underground like that, like Fallout. They really don't.
Sure.
I think they just want to see how much resources they can still amicably.
See, remember I was telling you me and Chris don't always agree? That's one of the cases where we don't agree. Chris believes, I'm not going to say what Chris believes, but I put it this way. I do not believe the elites are all on some kumbaya shit and they're like, we got to work together. So I think that they are willing to blow the shit out of each other. I think that they definitely are, and they're that greedy that they believe I can get away with blowing the shit out of him and he won't be able to retaliate back on me. I do believe that they are to that level.
I think they work together.
It will be I was going to say, but notice they had the opportunity to bomb Tokyo. They had the ability to bomb maybe another one of their other cities that is more populated. They hit Nagasaki and Hiroshima.
No, because even when you go back to all the records when he said he did it, he made the choice to do that as a warning shot. He was like, if you do not surrender, I will move on and continue to bomb the shit out of you.
Are you talking about Nagasaki?
Yes. He was willing to continue.
But aren't you all familiar with the fact that they knew that the Japanese were coming?
Mm-hmm.
And he chose that instead of doing something about it, he was like, yeah, let them come so I could drop this bomb. Like he chose to drop the bomb.
They intentionally allowed for a Pearl Harbor to happen, in my assessment.
Okay.
so that they could have that war.
Okay.
Just like 9/11 with Donald Rumsfeld telling the scrambling jets to stand down and all that stuff. Yeah.
Thank you, Dove. And just like Ukraine and just like Hamas, like they did all that stuff intentionally, so they
Remember,
so they could continue hoarding our wealth, our tax dollars in the military-industrial complex, so they could just, money
well,
launder our tax dollars.
well, just remember before a major military action, there has to be some sort of event in which civilians pass, and they can then rally the rest of the citizens to, if not support, but not oppose any retaliation measures that are taken. We saw it here with 9/11, Gulf of Tonkin incident, Lusitania. Every single war has to have an event that precedes it. Because despite what we say about each other as humans, the vast majority of us are not, we're not warlords. We're not warfaring people. We don't want to go to war all the time. Now, is there a minority of the ruling class that wants to, always be in chaos? Absolutely. But if they felt
That's why they traded Victor Boot for Brittany Griner.
Yeah, if they go ahead.
Finish your statement and then I'll talk.
No, I was just saying that, if they felt that the populations if they felt that their citizens in all of these countries are so war hungry, they wouldn't need to play these games or stage these events in order to gain public support. So they're fully aware that the public is not always on their side, but everyone can understand revenge.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, Sai, so what are you saying right now? Are you saying that we aren't provoking these events so we can create destruction to, one, steal resources from a country, and two, money launder our tax dollars out of this country into another country so it can be paid back to Congress?
They have no problem setting these events up because they want to. Look, keep in mind, they don't build, they don't, ask Marcus, he was in the military, he knows all about weapons and weaponry and things like that and the supply. Keep in mind, they haven't stopped making planes. They haven't stopped making missiles. They haven't stopped making guns. They haven't stopped making planes or anything like that. So just remember, they have to go through they got to go through their inventory just like any other business does. They can't just keep the same. They can't keep the same products on the shelf forever. You got to use it in order to order more shit. So even if it's just testing or proxy wars or things like that, whether you leave it in Afghanistan or you send some to Syria, wherever, like the system has to produce. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
And we literally had weapon shoots where, and this is a secret. I don't know. I'll let y'all know what we're doing with your tax dollars. We literally have weapon shoots where we go out and we go shoot off a whole bunch of stuff and blow up stuff, and just every quarter, so that can justify our budget of how much weapons need to be sent back to our weapon station. And I'm not talking just vaguely as a military person. I'm talking from somebody who worked at weapons, who worked in weapon stations, who was transporting weapons and was actually physically out there shooting at old World War II tanks for target practice.
And they classify it as military exercises.
No, this isn't even a military exercise. Military exercise is like when we actually go out and pretend it's a war scenario to do
Correct.
that. No, this
War
is just
games.
this is just an ammo shoot. We just going
Yeah.
out into a field somewhere, just
So
shooting
you-
that shit and camping out.
So,
Because
so
think about it,
just, so
Boeing-
just, oh, I'm sorry. See why? May I
I
ask
was
this
just saying,
question real quick?
remember that Boeing, Lockheed Martin, and the rest of them, they can't make more money if they don't produce new products, right?
Right.
So
And-
that is
and I-
how they have to do it.
And I wanted just ask this question that that military practice that you're doing, okay, you're blowing off all this ammo and all and doing all these things to deplenish the supply so they can go build more. Right?
So they can ship us more.
Okay.
And then they put news articles out like, "Oh, we're running out of ammo supply. We're running out of this weapon. We need new weapons. Our weapons are so old. Yada yada yada." To make us afraid that we're not going to be ready if
like this-
somebody come and attack us.
Like this
May-
goes with
may
what
I
John
ask-
was saying. John says, I ran a live fire range for 3 years selling Bradleys. I spent
Oh, see?
billions.
He knows.
And so John knows, and I'll add on to that. For instance, we store Tomahawk cruise missiles, and so we help build up the mounts to launch those also. For Tomahawk cruise missiles, we would rent those for $13 million per month. But if you bought it, one-time use is $40 million. So we would sit on them for $13 million month after month after month after month. Just because.
See why? Were you also in the military?
No, I wasn't in the military.
Okay. I'm just asking. So I want to ask this question to you, young Morpheus, and see what how you feel about it. I don't think people who were trained in the military should come out of the military and become police officers, because in the military you're trained to kill. And the police
But there's so much more rules.
Well,
with-
hold on. Let me finish.
Ah.
Let me finish. In the police force, you're supposed to be trained to de-escalate. So if you take people who are psychologically trained to kill and throw them into the police force, why are you surprised that they killing people? I mean,
well, what I would say, believe it or not, this is going to be surprising. It's going to sound counter narrative, but the people who went through that training a lot of times are not the ones who were the ones doing these officer involved shootings.
Correct.
Because the level of like, for instance, we have ROEs, which are rules of engagement. There has to be a certain level of this to happen before you can get away with shooting. Because the difference in the military and civilian world is you do get held accountable for what you do. Every bullet you fire is recorded and tracked and all that
you're
stuff.
talking about in the military?
In the military. So if it's
Really?
a situation, yeah. For instance, part of the ROEs is if there's somebody shooting.
And what
that's
does
not
RO, what does ROE mean? I'm not trying to cut you off every
no,
step
no.
of the way. I just want to make sure people understand what you're saying. What is
rules
ROE?
rules of
Rules
engagement.
of engagement. Okay, thank you.
So we have certain rules that have to be ticked off before we can even fire back. So like if somebody is shooting in my direction, that's not enough for me to decide to respond with deadly force. I have to be able to believe that they are intentionally directly trying to
Shooting
kill me,
at you. Correct.
specifically. And so I just can't
Why
be
do
like,
police shoot so easily?
because the ones who end up going in there are ones who come out of security or military police, which most of them are not going into actual combat situations. The infantry and military police are two different agencies, basically. And so some of these other people that you have, they might have been a legal men or something, and then they get out and become a cop. Yeah, they've had to stand watch, so they understand how to operate a weapon, but they're not in any kind of high pressure situation on how to, okay, now I'm in a life or death situation. How do I handle this? That
So
does not
legal
but that
are legal are legal men let me ask this question. Are legal men the military police officers?
no. Legal men is literally in the legal field. Legal men, they don't
Oh,
even carry weapons.
oh,
But
they're JAG. So they're
but
JAG.
but I was gonna say, but also that does not mean that because some of them have that restraint that even in the battlefield, all of them maintain that discipline. There is that probably a good 10 to 15% who is out there John Wayne cowboy style doing whatever the hell they want to.
Well, look, let me give you a pictorial scenario.
Mm-hmm.
So, are you saying that like in the military they have those fake people that pop up and you have to at 1 second figure out whether they are a threat, or is that true?
Yeah, like
And
we have
the police.
we have anti-terrorism training where you're like going through crowds and you're trying to pick out who you think is a dangerous person
Who's a
and threat
danger?
assessment and all these different things, and you
Okay.
can't just go and fire off because you were scared. That don't fly in
And
the
the police
military.
don't have that.
No,
The police don't have that.
no, police officers are taught completely different. Police officers are taught if you feel you are at all threatened, you are justified to use the highest level of force. Where in the military, you have to try to start at each level and escalate up. You can't just jump all the way to deadly force. But the military,
You have
but
blown my
also,
fucking mind.
but also the our police forces are not trained by the military. They're trained by many of them the Israeli military, which they are shoot first, ask questions later.
Mm-hmm.
We talk about
where
that a lot.
comes from.
Both sides.
That's where that IDF don't give a damn.
The IDF.
IDF is not taking any chances. They're not trying to break a
To
nail.
negotiate.
They are trying to get. Hey, we just spray up everything and then we walk in and hey, if we killed some babies and stuff, sorry, not sorry,
okay.
but no, because I've known people who they've had to go. They've gotten court-martialed, and you don't even hear about most of the penalties that happen to people in the military for screwing up. But there are people who literally are sitting in Leavenworth and sitting in Colorado right now in Supermax Penitentiary for doing stuff out in the field. And so the level of consequences that you deal with in the military, that police force, there's no equal to that.
So, young Morpheus, I would a lot of times say that I don't think anybody in the military should ever be able to join the police force because they are trained to kill. So you're saying to me that I am misguided in that thought.
The standard, not
because they
exactly.
are actually
Not exactly. It all depends on what they did in the military and their experience level.
Correct.
Because the military is so massive that there's some people who could spend 14 years in the military, 15 years in the military,
Never
like
see
never
combat.
see combat, never pick up a weapon, none of that. And then there's somebody who might be in for 3 years and all they saw was crazy shit the whole time.
Well, I mean,
People
killers.
get blown apart and everything. Exactly. And so you got some people like perfect example, JD Vance, who looks like he might be our soon to be vice president. Went to Afghanistan and saw no combat at all. Pete Buttigieg, the same thing, stayed in the green zone the whole damn time. But then you have other people who they didn't touch Afghanistan. They went to like Chad or Somalia and saw the craziest stuff ever.
Mhm.
I mean,
Like Tulsi Gabbard.
Tulsi's seen some stuff. She's definitely seen some stuff. I don't know if she's been in a firefight or anything, but she's definitely been outside of the green zone. I mean, Tammy Duckworth. That's another one who's in Senate.
Illinois.
She lost her legs.
Yep.
So I mean, some of them. There you go. John says, "What was their MOS?" That makes a difference.
What does that acronym mean? MOS, mission.
Military operational specialty. And so,
like communications officer.
So it's basically
versus...
what was your job? And
yes.
so the MOS is typically Army, Air Force, and Marines. They go by MOS. The Navy, they put your job title within your rank. So my title was, I was a TM2, which is a torpedoman's mate, second class. So I dealt with torpedoes, small arms, 50 cals, 25 millimeters, all kind of different other weapon systems. And I also was on
the smallest, 50 calibers are the smallest bullets they have.
And then I also dealt with VBS.
Wait, was CY in the military as well?
Nah, he grew up in New York. He know about guns.
Oh, okay. Because he answered a lot of questions.
Exactly. See, John knows what I'm talking about. We're not infantry.
I thought this nigga was Navy SEALs or something.
Supply experts. So, I did VBSS also, and then I spent time also in certain commands dealing with certain units, working in a backup capacity. And VBSS is vehicle boarding, search and seizure. So that was like doing drug ops and going on ships and basically like raiding them and kind of like what a SWAT team would do, but just out to sea for drug ops.
Marcus,
yeah,
and you guys, I know we kind of stepped away from the election.
I've been peeking over.
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
Because I see 210 to 247. It looks like
I just put that in the chat too. So it's 247, 210. It's still they still haven't called certain states. But
they haven't called Nevada, Arizona, and the so-called blue wall states in Maine and Alaska and Hawaii.
What does a blue wall state mean? A blue wall.
The blue wall states are.
It's going to be Democrat. It's just going to be the Democrats stepped up and they won. They won.
So
that
basically,
state.
just a blue state.
Well,
yeah.
Blue wall.
Who added the wall?
Well, the blue when they talk about blue wall states is the states that are swing states, which are typically normally Democratic states. So like Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, those typically more than often go for the Democrats. But occasionally Republicans can win those states.
So when you say
the Democrats,
wall,
to me,
that means that the other party could possibly break the wall. It's basically
exactly.
Saying. Okay.
Exactly.
So going back to it. Let's assume that Trump and the Republicans take over. Trump wins. Clearly, the Republicans have control of the Senate, and they will have the House, presumably, which is not whatever. Anyway, so looking forward, what type of legislation do you think the congressional Republicans will put forward? Because we have to make a distinction here, right? The congressional Republicans and Trump and the Senate Republicans, they're not all on the same page. They don't all think alike. And probably the Senate Republicans dislike Trump the way that the House Republicans love him.
All right, see why it's like, let's get to it. Okay.
So what do you guys think will come down the pipe? Domestic legislation.
Just domestic, not foreign.
Yeah, not foreign policy. Well, foreign policy doesn't matter who's there or not. The only difference is how fast
it does matter, but
it's on autoplay. It's on autoplay.
Yeah, correct.
But domestic, I think he is going to probably pull back some of the tax breaks that Biden, when Biden pulled back some of the tax breaks on the ratchet effect, I think he's gonna pull those back.
Okay, so you think so they'll be lower.
Probably.
So there will be tax cuts on some level across the board, maybe.
I mean, he made the highest tax cuts in American history, as far as we know it, with Paul Ryan, and then Biden tried to act like, oh, well, I pulled some back, but it wasn't nothing but a ratchet effect. You only pulled like 13% back. That ain't shit. So he probably is gonna pull back at least 5 to 6 or something, maybe 10. Who knows? I think he is going to act like, I don't think he's not a war criminal. I think he's going to act like, oh, well, since you got us into this mess with Ukraine and Israel, I got to finish it. So I think there's going to be way more money going to Ukraine and Israel because I got to finish this mess. Because they are fake and they are fucking phony. I'm sorry to curse. I probably shouldn't.
No, you're fine.
Okay. I just don't think he's any different from them. The only difference that I see in him from them, and the only reason they don't like him, is because he doesn't know how to be a covert politician. He says stuff that he ain't supposed to say. He just be like, yeah, we taking their oil. Yeah, we gonna sit on that oil. And they're like, you can't say that. You have to say that we're there for the women in democracy. He's like, fuck all that. I'm here for the oil. No.
I will say that domestically, I see tax cuts because that's one thing that both Republicans in the House and the Senate will agree to, along with the White House, presumably, right? So I don't see any pushback there. I don't foresee them trying to push any of their more hard right-wing social issues. Trump is a New Yorker.
You don't have
He's
to.
a liberal. Trump is a New Yorker and a liberal at heart. He is obviously channeling his best rendition of Vince McMahon. He's not for all of the conservative social shit. He's not. He can talk about it. He could talk shit, but he's not about to sign laws that, for instance, will ban trans people from doing something or ban gay people from doing something. He's not. That's not him. I'm not giving him points. I'm just analyzing.
Well, he banned abortion.
He did the Muslim ban for certain countries.
Abortion?
Like Trump had nothing to do with the abortion ban.
No, what it is
he put the
he put the judges in places.
Right, he stacked the court.
He stacked the court to do it.
Now, if I could,
he was doing when he did that.
Now, if I could hop in,
he brags about it and takes.
Please go ahead, Marcus.
Now, if I can hop in, this is what I would say. I don't believe that Trump has an agenda on he's going to do this or he's going to do that. Trump does what comes to his desk and what donors tell him he's going to do. And I look at with the House, they are going to push a lot of different crazy stuff. And I'm not surprised if he signs a good chunk of some of that stuff, because I don't think he's actually engaged to care either way about most of that stuff. Now, I agree with you. He may not be planning to do this or do that or do that. But
Marcus,
I don't think that he's against signing. Expound on it.
Yeah, I want you to expound on what you said in terms of like, what do you like specifically? What do you think? Right? We already mentioned taxes.
He's a Zionist.
Well, yeah, that Then we ain't
He's
even get to foreign
Zionist.
policy.
I don't
Yeah,
even know. I don't even know.
Oh,
if
you
at
said
heart,
domestic. Keep it
I
domestic.
I'm
My bad.
saying I don't even know if heart he's actually a real Zionist. I think that he's doing where that money is going to go for him. Now, I think Biden, even without the money, Biden would be a Zionist. I think
That's
even
good.
outside of
Trump
politics, nothing.
Trump is
Trump
a
is
Zionist.
Trump. How I see Trump is
Oh,
transactional. Trump
yeah.
is
Hold on.
I
Let's
feel
stick
like
to
I feel
domestic
like
though.
by
Let's stick to domestic.
Zionists, we're talking
Hold on.
about
Let Marcus
opportunists
finish real quick.
for
Hold
both
on.
of them. Yep. Okay.
Yeah,
Sorry.
we'll get into the Zionist thing too, because we always talk about that. But I'm saying,
Yeah,
I just
Marcus,
meant
I just
domestically,
opportunists.
like,
I
what do you
feel
think?
overall Trump in everything is transactional.
Yeah.
What am I going to get? I'll do this if you give me that. He don't really care what it is. He doesn't. I don't believe he has a strong belief in virtually anything. I mean, on the, like just like the other side of the token, I don't believe Kamala has a strong belief in anything either. She's doing. She cares about power. She wants power. She'll do whatever they tell her to get to the position. She
I
don't
don't
care
even
what
think
she
she
has to
wants
do.
power. I
Well,
don't even think she wants power.
What you think she wants?
but
Nothing. I think they said, hey, we're about to run this race. We have to put somebody up. We'll put you up to run. You know, you might get a book deal after. You may get
So you
some.
think
You
she
may
just
get
wants
an.
money?
No, I don't think she wants money. She's 100% controlled. She is a piece on the board. I don't think she thinks.
I agree with
My
that.
question is, how do y'all think Obama feel about this
Wait a
right now?
minute. Wait a minute.
Like
You
Obama
don't think
seems
she
as if,
thinks?
Obama's kind of irrelevant. I mean,
yeah,
Is he though? He was a mouthpiece for her at one of her rallies where she didn't even show up.
But if she doesn't get elected, then what does any of that matter?
Correct.
But why would
That's
you
what I'm
say you
saying.
don't think she thinks?
I don't think she
Have
thinks.
you
I agree
heard?
with
A
her.
human being. You
I
think a
think-
human
Have you
being
Is
doesn't?
she?
It's what we and me and Chris both agree on this about Kamala. Kamala isn't. I don't think Kamala gives a shit about politics. I don't think she cares about
At
any
all.
of this stuff.
No.
She is just like reading a script, basically.
Yeah.
She's not connected
That
to
doesn't
any of
mean
this.
she doesn't think.
She doesn't think.
She probably thinks about cooking recipes and other stuff, but
or like
I don't
what
think
she's gonna have to drink.
Dub,
after
do
she's
you hear
done
this?
The only thing
Would they ever say this about look how dumb Bush and Trump look? Would they ever
Yes,
say
we were
this
talking about
Bush
how
or
dumb.
Trump?
Yes, they were talking about how dumb Bush was all the time.
No, but we never
All the time.
said I don't think he thinks. I think that he
Hold
just
on.
Oh my God, we was talking about. Why do you think we call him Baby Bush? Because he was serving his daddy's cohorts and stuff in office, not his own.
No, I think Bush.
No.
I think Bush was a complete idiot in every sense. I don't think
No.
I don't think Kamala is a complete idiot. I just think she does not care about these issues. So
No.
therefore, she doesn't put any actual real thought into any of this stuff. Her mind is on a whole bunch of other shit that we are not seeing. Yep.
I would like to interject in this moment. Bush played a dummy. Bush is not. He's not as dumb as you think he is. He wasn't the smartest knife.
Before he got into politics, if you look at his career, he screwed up literally everything he ever did.
He wasn't the smartest knife, but he wasn't dumb.
He was a party
played-
boy. He's a party boy. He didn't
Straight
put
up.
no thought in anything.
His daddy made him become president.
He played.
They
dumb.
still haven't. So
he
they
was
still
from
have not-
Pennsylvania and sat there and played like he was from Texas on purpose. It was an act. It was a ruse.
Time out.
It was a ruse.
Time out. Hold on. So I'm looking at AP right now. They have not called Pennsylvania yet. It's 247, 214.
Yeah, that's what I
Kamala
see.
Harris.
That's what I
right?
see.
All the
Wait,
polls now.
247 to who has 247?
Trump
right?
does. Yeah.
Okay.
Right now,
23 more. He gets that's why I say he gets one more of these states. It's basically over.
So he still left to be called. Arizona. I'm just naming the big ones: Arizona, Michigan, Minnesota, Nevada, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. Right, Doug? Those are all the states that I was talking about months and months and months and months and months ago. So, and I'll let you guys go back to it. I just wanted to provide people with an update. That's the reason why anybody's watching, like they want to see people's
Actually, I'm gonna try
reaction
to
to this stuff.
Thank you,
look
Sai.
away from it. I'm gonna try to do some math to try to figure out if she even has a possibility. What does she have to win?
She would have to win Pennsylvania, Michigan,
Wisconsin,
Wisconsin, Nevada.
Sabby, I'm watching Sabby. Fox News says Trump is projected to win Pennsylvania, so there's some news.
I told everybody, and nobody wanted to listen to me. Ironically, the best place to go for like mainstream coverage, I cannot believe I'm saying this. It's recorded too. Fox News would probably be one of the best sources to watch tonight.
Honestly,
And
the
people
one I'm
would just
seeing,
be like, and
I'm
people
telling
would
you,
say, why?
who was ahead of Fox News is Univision. They're ahead of them.
Who?
Univision is ahead of Fox News.
Yeah, correct. Only reason why I say Fox for this is because the other channels are so that they'll tell you all kind of nonsense. Fox is not for Trump the way that Fox was for the Bush administration. If the Bush administration said there was 8 days in a week, Fox would say there's 8 days in a week, maybe 9. Okay? With Trump, they do have some sort of pushback. Yes, the opinion hosts like Hannity, he wears knee pads. We know he deep throat all the time. I'm not necessarily talking about the opinion hosts. I'm talking about the people who even just report.
Be right back.
Yeah, go ahead, Marcus. The people who even Fox, they're not so pro-Trump the way that they were for the Bush Cheney years. It's just not. There is a difference. Because if you were watching Fox during Bush Cheney and watching Fox during Trump, Bush Cheney, there was never any daylight between the White House and Fox. Never.
And Sai is because Trump doesn't know how to hold his fucking tongue. He just spills out stuff that he isn't supposed to say out loud. And they don't like that.
Well, you have to understand like where he coming from. He's a Gemini. Geminis don't hold their tongue. They literally speak their mind. It do, but it don't, but it do. Because I lived with one. She couldn't hold her tongue. She spoke whatever she felt. As soon as it came to her brain, it was out her mouth.
Yeah,
that's how they are.
I'm a Sagittarius, right? So with that being said, it's that he's from New York. He came up at a time when you had to show your balls, so to speak.
Can you mute Marcus? Because I think his TV is on.
Oh no, I can't. Marcus, can you mute yourself?
I think there he goes. Thank you, Marcus. Okay.
I think he turned it down. I don't know if
he did.
Anyway.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. But anyway, no, New York. Trump is a New York dude who talks shit. He came up at it. Damn! As soon as I started talking,
still there. I know it's still there.
But he's a New Yorker who came up in the 60s, 70s, 80s. Dudes from New York.
Oh, it is like that.
In business, in real estate, they have a certain attitude, and Trump just exudes that times 10. And then plus he's into wrestling. He's a showman. He understands his audience better than the opposition. So that's why when he said I could shoot somebody and still be president, he knew who he was talking to. And
there's so many people who forgot he even said that.
So Sai, may I respond to that?
Yeah, go ahead.
So I'm going to go back a little bit to. I wish I could share this. It's like this political commentator who was talking about how the game
What'd you say?
goes, how the Republican Party will run somebody that plays dumb. They're smart. Bush was not that fucking dumb, but he played dumb.
No, Bush was dumb.
No. He was not book smart.
No, he was dumb in every way.
No, I disagree.
George W. Bush is a moron. Class A moron.
All right, well, fine. But they
He's
loved
just in
him.
the family.
But
He's in the family surrounded by his father's lackeys, and they handled everything for him.
Okay, well, let me just get this out, and then we'll circle back around, if that's okay. So, because he grew up in Pennsylvania or Boston or something, but they claim he grew up in Texas for his persona of this cowboy, just a dude that was
from
a
Texas,
homeboy, like everybody else. Like he was just the same as you. And all these white people gravitated to that because they were like,
the family is from Texas, but he didn't grow up there.
Hey, I got a question. I'm sorry. Did y'all hear me talking in the background? I'm sorry.
Yeah, kind of.
I thought I was muted, but whatever. I didn't say nothing crazy.
Yeah, before. But hold on. Let me finish this. They purposely moved his address to Texas to apply for the presidency so he could seem like the average person. But he was not. He was a spoiled person. He was a privileged
His last name
child.
is Bush. I mean,
Exactly.
it's obvious.
Exactly. But
he was an Ivy League, but he was an Ivy League, but he was still a knucklehead.
Okay, but let me finish.
Barely graduated.
Okay, but let me finish. He appealed to Southern white people because they were like, oh, these Ivy League liberals with their education and they think they're better than us. I'm going to stick it to them and vote for Bush. They did the same thing with Trump. And they're doing it again. They're acting like, oh, college is a waste of money. College is a waste of time. Well, if college is such a waste of time, then how the fuck do you get your doctors, lawyers, and all the people that you need in this society to make it operate?
There's actually a good discussion to be had here, right? In that college is overrated. If you're not going to school to be some of the professions that you mentioned, if you're not going to be an attorney, an engineer, a doctor, and we're not going to have true apprenticeships, meaning like you learn how to read, write, count, and then you start going, then you become an apprentice like way back when, right? We don't do it like that anymore.
Did you already announce the new numbers?
247.
No, 214, 266.
Let me do the check.
Damn, it's about to be over.
I'm seeing 214 and 266 right now. Pennsylvania's been called.
But look, like if you just look at the things that I listed, doctors, lawyers, okay, what about the artists? Because art, opera, classical music, jazz, all those things are still extremely prominent in our society. So those things are just as important, and it takes extended learning to do those things.
Yeah, like ballet, ballerinas. Whew, that's some hard work there.
All of it. It takes
Yeah.
extended learning to do those things, so you could feel cultured, entertained, have art in your life, and be a better person because of it.
Right. Have an outlet of expression or
Mhm.
something that mirrors your the expression you want to see in the world.
Oz, it is well, going off of looking at Univision, the way they have it is 214 to 266. So it is
You
almost
should go ahead and pull it up. It's almost on and
here.
popping.
Let me put it on the screen because they are showing it as
So maybe we should talk about how people feel. How do you feel right now? I don't give a damn either way.
yep.
That's
Same here.
my
No,
problem.
I'm just going to be honestly I look forward to telling every single liberal in my life that I told you was gonna
I
fucking
told you
lose
so.
because you decided to insult my intelligence. Going back to our earlier part of the conversation, is that when we say, "Oh, Trump is dumb, Bush is dumb, all these people are dumb," right? Well, you talk about Kamala, HBCU. She was a prosecutor. She was a senator. She was vice president. Why can you never hear her put together a coherent sentence? One. For two, can she not have regular conversations? Regular
Trump
questions.
couldn't either, to be
She
honest.
doesn't do well. She doesn't do well in the scripted setting. She damn near better not be in an unscripted setting. She's just not a good politician at all. And the Democratic Party knew that they had to put a sacrificial lamb forward, so they didn't put anybody to run in this cycle who had a political future. Kamala's 60 years old. She's gonna get a couple book deals. She may get a little media speaking peace tour here or there, and she gonna be good with her Jewish husband. They got money. She ain't got no kids.
69 or something.
Fuck y'all.
Yeah, he's like worth 200 million, I think.
Look, if Hillary Clinton was reluctant to come out in 2016 and to give her concession speech, they probably holding Kamala back. She like, I want to go run out there and go do this right now. She ready to be like,
No, I think that woman gonna be crying.
I don't think so. I think she John Legend. I'm ready to go right now. I'm ready to go right now. I think that's what she doing right now.
Well, if you want to ask me how I'm feeling right now, I'm feeling pretty vulnerable.
For what?
I don't have a job. I don't work. I don't have any prospects.
Well, if she would have won, that wouldn't change either.
No, I would still feel vulnerable, yeah, but I wouldn't feel as much of Social Security and me being like them actively trying to put me off of it. You see what I'm saying?
They're both dimwits. You tell them.
Thank you, Boo Brown.
I wouldn't feel like they're actively hunting me now. Like they can't wait to go write a law to say all these people need to go to work. Which it'd be hard for them to do that to me because I got a 30-pound box of documents that I sent into the SSI and I haven't seen them for a review in over like 4 years. They haven't reviewed my ass, okay? But for people who are like me, who don't have that 30-pound box of documents, who didn't go and fill out the paperwork to go get the 30-pound box of documents to show that they have extensive damage and trauma from DCFS and the things that was done to them there and why they can't work now, even if they wanted to. That I feel for those people more. I feel for the people who are adults who have disabled children, who have disabled dependents at home, and who SSI is kicking off of SSI right now and Medicare and all that stuff. I
Well,
feel
Ms.
for them.
Dove, do you think that would be any different under a Kamala administration?
I feel like it wouldn't be as out front as far as leading the charge to attack it. Because you have to understand. I watch a guy who is a disability attorney, and his name is Walter Knott. He goes by Walter Knott, and it's a long ass name for his channel, so I'm not gonna say it. But if you look him up, he's a white guy with like grayish hair and like bluish eyes. You'll know him when you see him. And he talks about how the commissioners for SSI were different from the one that was
Damn,
under
I see
Trump
all these people. That's crazy.
and the one that was
Inside. I see all these.
Mr.
I see a lot of these people going inside here. It was
and the
look.
one that was under Biden.
Ms.
Look, it was.
Doves, under Biden, I had 3 family members that were trying to get disability. Only one of them made it, and the only one way she made it is because her family member paid her rent for
Man,
like
I don't have no family
15
members
months
on disability.
while she was fighting her case. The other 2 didn't make it because you have to not be working for a year just so you could prove that you need disability. Now, how the hell you supposed to sustain yourself if you can't work for a year? Who's supposed to pay your bills? They do that shit to you on purpose.
And I feel for them too. And yes, he talks
Insurance,
about
the whole
all of
purpose
that.
insurance is to deny you. That's why the underwriters are like, you talk to the salesperson and then they're like, the underwriter denies you. Well, let me talk to the underwriter. I can't let you talk to the underwriter. Oh, because he's some evil.
I have my
reptile in the
certificate
basement.
in medical billing and coding. I totally understand how that system works too. And that's why I say I feel for them, because that's why I say I feel vulnerable and I feel for them. I know that they're so vulnerable right now. I'm feeling their vulnerability, and I can't disconnect myself from them because I depend on the system they're trying to get on in the first place. And that's why I say it could become that all of a sudden they want to write this bill to kick all these able-bodied disabled people off of disability and make
But you know
room
what?
for
There's a
these
lot of.
immigrants who are.
You know what though? There's a lot of
Go ahead.
There's a lot of abuse in the system too, though, and there's a lot of people who work the system. I've seen it. I know. Unfortunately, I do know people who work the system. It is what it is. But you know, when the system
Come
should
on,
work,
Sai. Come on,
when the
Sai.
system when the system should work, it don't. Just keep in mind, just like insurance, everything is a scam from the start.
Come on,
But when you
Sai. The
when you have
amount of people who work the system could look like this
now, there's a
on
lot
the
of
scale of the amount of money that
there's a
people,
lot of
the
people who work the
PPP
system just
loans,
don't want to work. They
the
want to get high.
subsidies for
They want to get
corporate
high. They don't want to work.
America,
Nah.
the
Well, let me explain something to
that
him,
billionaires don't
ma'am.
have to
Abby,
pay
let me.
the
Yeah.
people like
There's
don't
millionaires.
like well, can
There's
I just say
millionaires
this?
getting
Do
welfare.
not
Correct.
punch
And this is
down,
what I'm saying.
because when
You
you
just
punch
proved my point.
down,
There's
the
people
amount
who
of
work
money
in this.
you punching down on is that small. But if you punch up, the amount of money you punching up on is that huge. That's all I gotta say.
I don't know. I've
And
never.
with that, with her saying that, now let me say this.
For me,
I understand that you.
I've never been on any type of government program at
Me either.
all, ever. I'm not knocking anyone who is. You understand? So I don't understand. But the people I have seen and witnessed, I know people all walks of life. I see people work the system. I know how to work the system. You understand? The amount of work that some people put into working the system, they could have went out and got a job. They could have went out and did something and found themselves some sort of gainful employment. I'm not saying that's 50%. I'm not saying that's 50% of the I'm not saying it's 50% of the recipients. I'm not saying that. However, there are people who do work the system, and there's people who make nothing and work the system, and there's people who own yachts and multiple homes who work the system. So the scam within the scam within the scam creates difficulties and deficiencies which prevent the needy from getting what they need, right? So, but with that being said, I don't want to cut this off, but I do want to get back to the election because, you know, it's like 1:45 now, and I think shit is moving. Go ahead, Marcus.
No, I'm just trying to.
Super hype.
I'm just checking the different channels to see if they are at the same place that we're seeing the print media and where we're seeing some of these other stations at. And it looks like all of them are definitely showing Kamala behind. It looks like they're dragging their feet to show it at where a lot of these other places are already arrived. So that is what I'm looking for. Let me hop back over to Fox real quick because I want to see what they are saying.
What AP? Did you go to AP already?
Not on here, no.
Okay.
Let them cook. Let them cook. Look,
So yeah, they're still showing
I wasn't
216,
trying
248. Sorry. No, go ahead.
Go ahead. Say it again so they can hear you.
No, I was saying right here on Fox, they're at 216, 248. So they're not quite where Univision
Oh,
is.
that's still
That's where Fox is
ways
right
to
now.
go.
Yeah.
But Sai, I wasn't trying to argue with you.
No, I know.
We really came to the same conclusion.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. It wasn't no beef. It wasn't no smoke. I mean, sometimes I say things in the way I say things, and it sounds a little funny, but you know, it ain't no smoke. Like there's no like malintention behind it. You know what I mean?
But I think of this phrase from this rapper. He was ex-military, and he said, I get held, HAILED. I get held for killing your enemies, but get jailed for killing mine. And that's the same way I feel about when people game the system. These small people just trying to get by, and they get like time in prison. And then these big people do the same shit on a big scale, and they free. And I got a problem with that. That's all I'm saying.
No, of course. There's a lot of
Bernie Madoff got time, but nobody. I'm sure nobody who's been in prison has been in a more luxurious, corner of a prison that he's been in.
Yes,
he was in a federal prison.
Yes, they have. First of all, Bernie Madoff got time because he scammed rich white people. If he didn't if he hadn't scammed rich white people, he wouldn't have went to jail.
Yep.
He would have been fine. That lady who went to prison because what she did with her daughter, getting her.
Look, the doctors scam the system, the insurance companies scam the system. It's scam all over the place.
Scam all over the place.
It's a scam on every level.
Hi, Mona. Nice to meet you, Mona C.
Damn,
that lady who scammed, she like got her child into a school that she was clearly not able to get into. Now the black woman who
I forgot about her.
Just changed the address to get her child into school got like 5 to 9 years. Now this woman got like 2 to 3 years in the 9th most comfortable prison in the world. Not in the country, in the world. But anyway, I just wanted to point that out.
So it looks like they're getting excited. The energy is growing. The energy is growing. They have not called. I don't see Michigan. Nor
They haven't called. Yeah, I haven't seen Michigan, Wisconsin, or Pennsylvania call through the AP.
And I'm going by.
They're gonna make you wait for that.
And I'm going off the Associated Press because all of the, as I put in the chat earlier, all of the networks are relying on the reporting from the Associated Press to make the calls. So the AP really is the source. It doesn't matter. I mean, you can look at the other ones. You know, maybe they have. You know, they're all sharing contacts because when I looked in their staging center in the hotel, everybody there is either eating pizza on the phone with a laptop or a tablet right near them. So for one person, they're communicating via 3 outlets: the cell phone, the tablet, the laptop. So it's there's a lot of information going out. Everybody has relationships, and they're probably sending their text and what they're getting to their friends at this network and their colleagues, etc. So, but AP really is the source.
Yep.
You know what's funny? If we go back to 2000, talking about elections, the AP never called Bush Gore. You know who called? Ironically, you know who called
Fox.
Gore? Fox fucking News. Marcus.
Fox
like
News,
you just said. They was the first ones to say we've got a winner, and then this how you know the fix is in. All of these so-called quote unquote liberal Democratic channels, what did they do? Did they push back? They went along with it.
Well, you remember Al Gore had he had threatened that he had lawyers in private jets on the turnstile waiting to fly out. Tarmac. Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. I got you. That's the alley-oop.
The alley-oop. Waiting to fly out just in case, anything would happen. And he just like did nothing. He just said, okay, it's yours.
I'm pretty sure Daddy Bush has something to do with that. Definitely.
They are. I don't know why they have not called this race yet. I don't know why. The latest numbers are in the chat.
What percentage are they? What percentage do they have at these different places? Because they look like they're moving real slow there in Milwaukee.
On Sabby's channel, she's on Fox.
So
Sabby's on Fox News.
So as of 1:53 a.m., AP is reporting that Donald Trump is up 52 to 46 in Michigan so far. Only 68% of the votes have been counted. All right, so I'll repeat that. 68% of the votes counted in Michigan. So far, Trump is up 52% to Kamala's 46%. Kennedy and Jill Stein combined have 1%. So they're non-factors. So that's what it's looking like in Michigan. If we go to Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania currently has 90, according to the Associated Press, again, this is where I'm getting these numbers from, 94% of the votes in. Trump has 51%. Kamala has 48%. Jill Stein and Chase Oliver, together they make 1%, non-factors. So, again, Trump is up 4 points. I mean, 3 to tie, 4 to take the lead, right? So 51-48, Donald Trump with 1% going to 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th party candidates. So that is Pennsylvania. I'm looking to see what else. Wisconsin. Let's look at Wisconsin, right? 88% of the votes in Wisconsin counted. 51% Trump, 47, Kamala Harris. Again, Robert Kennedy and Jill Stein, they make up less than 1% of the vote right now, so they're not a factor. Again, unless they find hundreds of thousands of votes in these places for Kamala Harris, it is a safe bet to say that Trump is going to be president. However, I feel like we were on the same trajectory 4 years ago, and we know how that worked out. So, but right now, so far, it's looking like, it's looking like what it looks like.
Yeah.
So I would like to take this moment to just explain why we're in this predicament today in the first place, because the Electoral College should not exist. It just really shouldn't. It's like
Do you know why it was created?
It's a throwback from slavery.
Yeah, because it was because it was supposed to give slaves an advantage because of
slave owners, not slaves, slave owners. Yes. I put it in the private chat if you're interested in looking. I mean, that's the first problem with our system, and then the second one is the gerrymandering. So we need to abolish this entire thing. And the third problem is the Senate.
Yes,
them motherfuckers
right,
too.
but you know what? Ironically, though, if we had popular vote, the Democrats would be in control of the Democratic Party would be in control of a lot of shit. Can you imagine them if fully in control for the start of COVID? They had to wait till the election, right? Can you imagine them in 2018, 2019, or 2019, 2020?
If we were really doing what we were designed to do, we're supposed to rewrite the Constitution every 19 years because our forefathers didn't want
that should need to be burned
older. Hold on, let me finish. Didn't want older people to decide how the youth who were coming up in society determine their fate. It should have been up to the youth. That's why they wanted the Constitution rewritten every 19 years. So every child's adult livelihood, they should have rewritten the Constitution. You can Google that too. I could put it in the private chat too.
Well, I mean, they never really abolished slavery to begin with, so.
See how all that red land, most of the red spots is land and not people.
Correct.
Land can't vote. People do. But look how they make it look. It's the same concept of how they say.
But look, if we're going to do that, I'm just saying, if we're going to do that, then we should do 80. Then we should do everybody east of the Mississippi votes counts times 2, right? Because 80% of the population lives east of the Mississippi. So the other 20% west of the Mississippi, they really shouldn't have a say, right?
Who said that?
No, I'm asking.
No. The Electoral College is based on the population. It's supposed to be based on the population.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
So why would you say that? I don't understand why you would say that.
No, when we talk.
I mean, it's the same state, correct? It's the same state.
What do you mean?
So if it's the same state, you take the population in that state, and then you create. If you're going to go by the Electoral College, you take the population in that state and decide of the electoral votes. If you're going to go by the electoral college, now
No, I
in
was just
19
I was being a little sarcastic because the electoral college clearly is problematic. And I
clearly.
was just saying, why don't we just let the East Coast, everybody east of the Mississippi make their votes count more than everybody else. That was
But that's basically the same as the electoral college.
Yeah,
I
correct.
mean,
Thank you.
yeah, okay, I see. Okay,
Yeah, I mean, honestly, and you said, well, if it did go by popular vote, then the Democrats would mostly run everything. But if it was a true representative government, wouldn't you? I mean, you get the government that you get.
well,
So
that's only if you allow a two-party system where the Democrats run everything. But
It's
you're
it's
really
dangerous.
supposed to go by popular
It's
vote,
dangerous.
not
Well,
a two-party system with
yeah,
popular
but
vote.
even if you get rid of the party system, you still will end up with a lot of the same politics. Because you're going to have a lot of the same
So
people are going to
bathroom
come
break. I'll
down
be
on
right
these
back.
views the same way.
So, see, why are you saying you want more of the same?
No,
No,
he went to the bathroom. He'll be back.
No. What I'm saying is that the people's vote should matter, and so
Right.
if it was truly representative, it doesn't matter if this group where they have more of these people in the city or these people in the country, the votes matter, and so if it went out popular vote and it just happened to be the Republicans got more, the Democrats got more, oh well, it's all those people, their votes should matter, and so the way the system works, it gives a whole lot more power to a whole bunch of people in rural states to have, their say so weighed out more than the bulk of the population. Now, I don't know. There's plenty of things
So,
that more the people might want that I don't necessarily agree with, but it doesn't matter. It's majority rule.
so
in this case.
let me ask you a question. So, do you find it offensive that the Democratic Party, because I feel like I'm more like I'm what they call the radical left or extremely far left or what have you. So, with that being said, when the Democratic Party tells me that our democracy is at stake, I find that offensive because I'm like, you are playing on my top because this is a republic. It's in the goddamn Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the republic for which you stand. Like, what are you talking about? So, do you not know what a republic is? Because why do you keep telling me our democracy is at stake? We don't have a democracy. We have a republic. So if you understand that we have a republic, then you already know we don't really have a choice. Because that's not what a republic is. A republic is a form of government where the people hold the power, parentheses, but elect representatives to exercise the power. So who are those representatives?
Indeed.
Isn't that
Well,
the
what
electoral?
what they would say is your House member, your Congress member, your aldermen, all those people are
your parliamentarian.
Yep, all of those
And
people.
your electoral college.
Yep, that's
So
what they would say.
they
I
are
mean,
basically telling you that, yeah, we heard what you had to say, but fuck it, we doing this anyway.
yeah, because how I see it, and just like Chris said, gotta be careful with majority rule. I look at all of these systems, no matter what system it is, every single one of these systems can be manipulated for whatever the certain person at the top wants to do. It's about how they're all wielded. And so, what the heck is going on with that? Looks like somebody's just running around in there. But I look at all of these systems is it makes it. All of these systems boil down to how they're used, and that's how I see everything. Basically, it all doesn't matter of how you use it. Because
Marcus,
I was like, well, I was gonna say, like for instance, when people talk about capitalism, even capitalism, there's literally like probably a good 6 or 7 different types of capitalism. The type of capitalism, and if I ask people, I'm like, okay, what form of capitalism is the United States? Most people don't know because they just see it all as the same.
The imperialist kind.
Marcus, do you have a plug to MSNBC?
Yeah, I can put one up.
Y'all want to see them because I'm getting texts talking about people are damn near crying on there. I want to watch it.
Oh, want to hear a little bit of it? Yeah. We can go to it. We can pull it up.
Oh, God. Don't make me laugh.
The only decision for me this cycle was who I wanted to see cry more. Was it Trump supporters or was it Kamala supporters? I couldn't, on a Monday, it was, okay, I want to see the Kamala people cry. And then on Tuesday, it was like, I want to see the Trump people cry.
Oh, look, and then he has it at 266. They have it.
See why? You and me both. Look, we right here.
Oh,
I was like, that's
look,
all I want to see.
It's worse. 194 to 266. It's worse. Oh, he's sick. He is sick.
The body language.
He is sick.
Ooh. He about to go snort him a bump in the back.
He might be.
There won't be no part. Yo, there's only gonna be angry fucking for liberals tonight.
No, it ain't gonna be that. Trust me, they ain't gonna be doing that.
Yo,
it's gonna be crying tonight. It is gonna be crying, and some people, looking
Y'all
at that
stay
bottle
home.
of
Be
pills.
safe.
It's gonna be some people looking at the bottle of pills and that wine.
Oh, fuzz! Nah, I don't even want to drink none of that. I'm gonna just pour it
Y'all
back
stay
on.
home and be safe.
I'm telling you,
Look
there's
at
gonna
him.
be some people looking
He's-
at that burner in they bedside table.
Marcus, does he not look like Bruce Banner trying to figure out what's going on
Ooh,
and how to
wee.
fix it?
And then they showing it on TV.
He looks
Wow.
Coach is trending number 12 on Twitter.
He's trying to calculate.
He
what,
looks distraught.
What percentage? He's trying to calculate what percentage he'd have to get to come back. Because he's hoping, I guarantee he's hoping that there's a possibility it runs to 269, 269.
I knew
But
it was like
hilarious.
Even if it did go to a 269, 269.
Marcus, I'm telling you, they're trying to figure out a way to not call it, but they're gonna have to because it's so obvious now. So they're trying to just wait until they wanted this to take days. They couldn't fake it this year because you don't have the deluge of mail-in ballots. I want to see the numbers. Now I can't wait until next week when all official numbers are in. I want to see what the vote totals were from 2020 to 20.
Well, you can't say you can't.
It.
Well,
I said they were gonna have the trifecta: the
Well, here,
executive
let me-
branch, the House, and the Senate.
That's what I was trying to say. Even if it goes to 269, 269, the new House goes in there. The House is already going to be Republican. I don't think that it's not. Well, you said that about the mail-in vote. I don't think that's it because there was a whole lot of. They said 80% of the votes were in a lot of states, mail-in vote, and it still went this way. And so
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They
I don't
couldn't
think it's
fake
the mail-in
it
vote.
like they did during COVID.
Well, if they could have faked it during COVID, they could fake it the same way now. I mean, I don't get how that would make a difference.
Ooh, he
Nah,
looked
they
disheveled.
I don't think that would make that much of a difference because they still had a large percentage of the ballots that came in mail in. It just happened to go Trump this time.
He look like he about to fall out.
Marcus, check CNN. Let's go to CNN.
CNN doesn't have a live one. Not on live.
Okay. Go to
CNN not live. Oh Lord.
He look worried.
Yeah, Marcus, but just go to there. There got to be something on Twitter.
Go to SNL. SNL.
No, what I'm saying is that CNN don't have a live feed, not online. You gotta only watch it on cable. Yeah,
they put that on cable. They're not even on YouTube, is what you're saying.
Yeah, they only putting up clips. They don't have a CNN live.
Look, CNN. Look, real quick. CNN posted a map where Harris outperformed Biden. There's not a single place on the map that lit up on CNN to where Kamala did better than Biden.
Is goddamn hilarious.
When I was hearing people talk about that this is going to take weeks, I'm like, why would it take weeks? I don't get that.
Correct. This is why I was saying for all these weeks leading up, I did not think it was going to be close. Like I said, the conversations, the feeling in the air, everything, just all signs pointed towards Trump. I don't necessarily want to say landslide, but a solid victory, like more than 2 possessions, right? If we're talking like football, for instance, like you needed at least a field goal and a touchdown to win this game, right? And they were nowhere near getting that.
Oh,
Nowhere
look
near.
at him. That man hurt.
Look, he's sweating.
He's sweating.
No, actually, I don't think it's so much that he's hurting like he's really bothered. I think he's sweating what he gonna hear. I think he's sweating predictions that he made.
Look, he pulled out a new keyboard. He pulled out a new keyboard. That's Chat GPT.
Okay.
He's trying to pull out AI.
Yeah, I think he's worried about the heat that he's gonna get. I don't think it's like, oh, I'm so bummed out that Trump is in there. I think he's like, fuck, I'm about to get lit
Hey,
up.
I gotta come back in like 15 minutes. Is that okay?
Okay.
Okay.
I think he's scared to walk down the street. That's what it is.
Actually, boys, take some time out to just laugh at this man. Look, he sounds like he's so just.
Yo, I'm waiting for the Van Jones cry.
Is that Van Jones talking about going to bed?
Oh yeah, sorry. Yep, that was Van Jones.
What is that on?
Oh God!
That was on CNN. I
tried to do it live and it's not coming up live.
Well, CNN got Trump projected for Pennsylvania. Chris, he's crying already.
No, yeah, they got Pennsylvania on here. That's why
Marcus. Yeah, Marcus.
That's
Either get this off the screen or go to a different channel.
Let's see. Yeah, he's sweating right now. He's like, I do not want to go home and tell my wife what you do.
If you go to Twitter, you can like probably pull up the video of Van Jones.
Let's see.
Twitter is so funny right now.
Yo, it's on fire right now, dude.
Oh my God, I'm just sitting up here laughing at everything people are saying. Yeah. Oh God. Oh, wait till we get on TikTok. I can't wait to get on TikTok and look up the election. Unless somebody does something stupid on there and then.
So Marcus, remember what I said?
The search.
Remember what I said was that Trump only needed to get between 15 and 20% of the black vote, and he got, I think, 16%. Like I said, everything lined up.
Here, I'll share it.
They're like, oh, it's possible. That's old niggas. They didn't want to listen.
American women who know a little bit about being talked down to and know a little bit about having their economic dreams crushed, who tried to dream a big dream over the past couple of months. And tonight they're trading in a lot of hope for a lot of hurt. And they were hoping that maybe this time, one of their own could be seen as worthy. And once again, they were facing rejection. And that hurts. They thought tomorrow morning they're going to walk out with their shoulders back a little bit, maybe able to breathe for the first time and feel like they belong someplace. They did everything that they knew how to do. And it's going to be harder than it should be tomorrow for them to hold their heads up. And they're not the only people who are hurting tonight. If you're a parent of a trans kid, your child's face was used as a springboard to power for somebody. That doesn't feel good. There are going to be people tomorrow. We're going to be handing clothes at the dry cleaners to people who don't have papers. There are going to be people who are going to be cleaning your teeth tomorrow who don't have papers. And they're terrified tonight. And so it's easy to blow this off. Oh, look at the elites. They're going to get their comeuppance. It's not the elite that's going to pay the price. It's people who woke up this morning with a dream and are going to bed with a nightmare. And those people didn't deserve to be respected and held and talked to. Those are the people who are going to pay the price for whatever Donald Trump decides to do.
Yeah, but Van, how do we know that those people didn't vote? A large portion of those people aren't part of the people that elected Donald Trump.
Well,
right? I think that's a good part of the electorate. And the black women, the Democratic Party let those black women down. Not Donald Trump.
All right, Marcus, you can mute this, right? Oh, okay, perfect. You know what? At least for me, the number one trending topic on Twitter is, well, at least for me, is black men with 150,000 posts. And you could just see the absolute shit and negative commentary about black men like you and myself, not because we voted for Trump, but because we did not support Kamala Harris.
Even if I did, it would make no difference. I'm in California.
Facts. Even if I did, where I'm at in Florida, it wouldn't have mattered.
You got to talk to somebody in them swing states. Don't look over here.
But here's the thing. Like, black women, and they need to be called, matter of fact, black women in the Democratic Party, they need to actually take several seats. They need to stop talking so much. They need to sit down and they need to listen and they need to adjust. They're very bad at all of that, okay? And we've been coddling black women within the Democratic Party for so long. Not you and I, but the Democratic Party and their media apparatus. They have been coddling black women to have them think that they're above reproach on any and every level as it pertains to this politic thing. And they're wrong on every fucking level. Everything.
Is that why they had people like Cardi B and Glorilla and whoever else up there speaking, not anybody of substance, like, you know, somebody.
That's the Zionist. Suggestion that they took. Right? It would only be them. Hey, get some entertainers. They like that kind of stuff. Go get them. That's where that came from, right? But if you talk to black women, particularly of the Democratic Party type. Right? I'm not talking about all black women. I'm talking about those who are hyper political and into Democratic Party politics. You talk to them about anything outside of being black or a woman, they're not that deep. They're not deep at all.
I mean,
you talk about on matters of foreign policy, they shallow.
True, but even if we had that conversation, it wouldn't change this situation.
No, not at all. But what I'm
saying is the reason why I say it wouldn't change the situation is because the Democratic Party thought that they could just do whatever and not listen to constituents, and they paid a price.
No, they thought that's what I'm saying. They felt that they could talk to the women of our community and that would be enough. They thought that it could only appeal to the women of the community and thought that would be enough. They thought their focus on feminism and all this other shit and celebrity worship and all this other shit was going to be good enough to get the entire community. Black men woke up. I mean, not all, because 80 some odd percent. So the vast majority of niggas, what I'm saying about black women can be applied to black men as well. So don't think that it's like, damn, you being hard on the chicks. I'm saying the Democratic Party has made it a thing in the last 2 or 3 election cycles to focus exclusively on black women as their biggest and most loyal voting bloc. I'm saying to us in the community, we have to stop letting them lead that charge. They're leading us to nowhere. Okay, black women are the ones who was cheering all this gay shit we see, right? And I'm not talking about, when I say that, I'm not talking about, okay, highlighting somebody is homosexual, fun, whatever. I'm talking about the extra shit to where you can't say men can't have babies, where that becomes controversial. Where you're born with one body part and you want to be called something else, and you're wrong for calling them what they really are. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the shutting down of any kind of opposition to their viewpoint or their perspective. Okay, they speak in absolutes. They're not to be challenged. Well, I'm here to tell you, shorty, you wrong on almost every fucking point. So take several seats, sit down, and start listening.
Yeah, my thing is, I just don't feel like focusing the energy at black women is the issue. It's the Democratic Party that decided that they're going to do that. I mean,
the party's going to do what the party's going to do. You as the constituent, as the person they're trying to convince and or trying to sell the product to, you have to stop being so fucking stupid to keep falling for the same line over and over and over again.
Okay, but what I'm saying is, even if black women, what I'm saying, if black women did all of the stuff you're saying, they still don't have any power on who they decided to put out here. Nobody had any power on them putting Kamala out.
That energy should be focused inward on the community and not on electoral politics. And this is what I've been saying for quite some time. When I say focus on your own, you have to let this shit go. It doesn't matter. If you start trying to build and take care of yourself on whatever level you can, make whatever sacrifices you can. It sounds crazy. It sounds idealistic, but there's no progress in the way we're going now.
Well, that's the reason why I don't see it as, I don't know. I just don't see that whole focus as us as a community any damn way. It's only in all talk, and it's only been in all talk for a very long time.
Right. So, which is why I'm saying to them, shut the fuck up when it comes to me. Don't talk to me. Don't try to convince me. I don't want to hear it. You've been wrong, and you don't listen to anybody. You don't listen to anything. You only listen to yourselves. All you so-called highly educated HBCU high degree having people, when it comes to the political thing, you're so out of this, you out your league.
I don't know. I don't know. I guess you having some conversations that I'm not in. I mean, because I'm not.
No, I'm saying, like, if we go to the Breakfast Club, if you go to the Breakfast Club, you listen to Angela Rye, right? You listen to her. You go to MSNBC and you hear Joy Reid. You go to the White House, you hear what's the Haitian lady name? I don't know her name. But anyway, everywhere.
They just cape for the Democratic Party. They're just putting out they just backing whatever the Democratic Party says.
And now go on.
Well, it's not just that, because Corinne was so bad. She was gatekeeping to try to make sure other black people, like there was an African man that she was trying to keep from speaking his mind about different things, like, the war going on in Africa that America was trying to get into and stuff like that. So
yeah, but yeah, all I'm saying is that these people are just mouthpieces for the party. I don't think that those people are just going to be mouthpieces for the party. They're not leading the charge. All they're doing is recorders. No, they're recorders. They're not the ones who are leading this agenda. They are the followers. They are the biggest followers ever.
Of course, this is why you're making my point for
Marcus
me.
is right.
Why they should stop talking and they should fall back, because they're not going in the right direction. I'm not saying they run anything, but within the community. So yeah, are they the ruling class? No, but when we get down to our level, right, within the community and shit like that, they do have a heavy their opinion weighs.
Trump is about to speak.
I don't.
Yeah,
I mean, I don't know. I don't really agree with that. I feel like they're doing what I feel.
Marcus,
like,
I'm telling you,
Grandma is not leading the Democratic Party.
Twitter, like for instance,
even if Grandma's quiet, the Democratic Party's still going to do what the Democratic Party's going to do.
I'm not talking about the Democratic Party at this point. I'm talking about the black women who follow the Democratic Party, who think like liberals. I'm not talking about what the party's going to do. I'm talking about the people who the party's selling to. I'm saying you are an idiot for continuing to buy what this group is selling you, and that you need to take a step back, give up the wallet.
Marcus, Trump is speaking.
I'll look for it. Calm down. I don't give a damn about Trump. Calm down.
Savvy is playing it. It's on her channel.
Screaming like it's like I'm really missing something. Relax. I'm looking for it.
I hope Wycliffe wrote her a losing song. I want her.
What?
Potential policy.
Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all
time. There we go.
There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond.
There we go.
It's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible.
Incrediblest.
Yeah, look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's never been any victory that our country has never seen before. Nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. We are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes, but it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of it.
They didn't want to listen. Their arrogance is why they will now have to face the mirror. This is the mirror being pointed at America. So for everybody who's upset or bothered, this is in part some of your
it was very nice, very nice.
It's your reflection.
It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with
the German side.
Unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people.
They already did kiss their ass goodbye.
America has given us an unprecedented
it can be no different.
And powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races.
Exactly, Mona.
Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. We're all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. MAGA movement. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races. And I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them.
No, it's about to be far worse. You tripping if you don't think it's going to be worse.
It was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody
it's just going to be faster.
That. Nobody.
That's it.
So I just wanted to thank
it's
you
the
very
only
much
thing.
for that.
Just faster.
You have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady.
I'm bothered either way. I'm not happy about either one of them.
Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country? Can you believe that?
Of course she does.
He didn't know if he should give her dap, 5, a hug, a kiss.
No, she's done a great job. Works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family.
See, is this not the bootleg version of Vince McMahon up here?
Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are.
Yo, the other two
Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great.
They on the secret mission.
For real.
They already in Israel, baby.
Victor's tremendous.
Yep.
We miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance.
Jared and Ivana. Oh, they staying away from their dad. They like, we'd rather be photographed over here.
And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he is
Why
a
does her waist
feisty
look
guy,
so
isn't he?
weird?
You know, I've said, go into
That's,
the enemy camp. And you know the enemy camp.
She is one of my people.
Networks.
She is now
That's-
next. She is now
A lot
in the
of people
White
don't
House.
like this. Sir, do
Ramaswamy
I have to do that?
2.0.
He just goes, okay. Which one? CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks like he's like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it, and then he just goes and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words. Sir.
Oh, this is so cringe.
Wild.
How great is he? We're gonna make it great. Watch. Yeah.
Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey.
Exactly,
I thank you for
Edward.
the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the
That's
greatest
Beavis and Butthead.
comeback in the history of the United States of America.
I'm glad you love my documentary.
And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Gonna look like he did something when inflation comes down, and then they're gonna say, "Oh my God, he fixed
Turned
the
out to be a
economy."
good choice.
Like it's in 2026, so
I
it's
took
gonna
a
be
little
wild. The
heat at the
midterms is
beginning.
gonna be nuts.
But he was, I knew the brain
You
was a
said
good
it
one, about as
first.
good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a
See why?
great 4 years. And
I
we're gonna
believe
turn
it,
our
too.
country around, make it something very special. It lost that little.
They're gonna wait until they
it
don't
lost
have the
that little,
trifecta anymore.
That little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest.
No, but
country
once
in
the
world by
inflation
far,
comes
and
down,
right now we're going to just work very hard to get all.
you'll
of that
see more
back.
movement.
We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. We just, if we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad. It was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country.
Jesus fucking Christ, do we have to listen to him for 4
We want
years?
people to come
Oh my
back in.
God.
No, you can do like I do. I tune all this shit out.
Let them come back in, but they
It's
have to
too
come
much.
in
It's
legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Come here, Susan. Chris, come here, Chris.
Okay, I guess Marcus, you
Susie
could turn
likes to
the
stay
volume
sort of in
down
the
on
back,
him,
let me tell you.
and then
The
we
ice
could just.
space.
You know,
Echoing,
keep
I
going.
think. Yeah. Do they
We
need
don't
that
need to
many
hear all of
American
them, so-
flags? Do we need that many American flags?
Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah, so you
was
could turn them. You
unexpected,
could
but
turn them
I just
down,
wanna
Marcus.
thank-
Yeah, you can mute him. I don't want him. But so far, like even
Please
now,
turn the Goofy down. Please.
even now,
Really,
Trump
we can
didn't
drop it all down. I mean, we heard him say what he's gonna say, so
You know, he didn't say anything crazy. You know, he didn't say anything wildly out of pocket, which is a little surprising given who we're talking about here. To Kelly's point that, and to you guys' point that you've made earlier, now you'll have all three. You'll have, House, Senate, and the White House, right? Let's see what they do. There's probably going to be more beef between Republicans and Trump than
No, they
Democrats
won't.
and Trump. Probably. There's going to be
No, the
more
re-
beef with them.
It's
Look,
the
big.
reason
they didn't
the
fund
reason-
his wall. Look, think
Yeah,
about
but-
it. He was already president. Like, we can't be we have to not be emotional about shit. We have
We're
to be
not-
very logical. We have a past presidents to rely on. Very many of the same characters are in their same positions in the Senate and some in the House. So we can look at this and we can be
we're not
accurate.
we're not
about
being
what-
emotional about it. I just don't agree. I don't trust him. I don't know what the man will do, and I'm not gonna be like, oh well, because last time he didn't do shit. So I don't think I can't go off of that.
He said he was gonna be all right. So let's start with. Let's start. They had the House and the Senate.
I don't trust any politician. How can I just say, oh well, I know that they're only going to do this? I don't know what any of these people.
It's not a matter of trust. It is not a matter of trust. It is.
I'm leaving. I'll be back.
Well, we're not going to go too much longer because it's kind of late. So
perfect.
Okay. Well, I'll say.
Perfect example is the wall, right? Oh, Mexico's going to pay for the wall. We're going to pay. They're going to build the wall that never happened. None of it happened. Okay, some of his other more far-fetched things that he said, there was not enough support.
Everybody knew when he said it, Mexico was never going to pay for it because that's not so. How could you even make Mexico pay for it? It was just ridiculous. Everybody knew that was bullshit.
That was hilarious.
But some of the other stuff can be done, and some of the other stuff, there are plenty of House members who want to do some of that shit. I think there's a lot more House members who are more supportive of Trump's agenda.
Gotta get past the Senate.
Okay, so do y'all think we're gonna have to?
Something. Oh, go ahead.
Okay. I just want to ask, do y'all think I just want to ask, do y'all think Project 2025 they're gonna pull that out their butthole? Like, I got you, bitch. You thought we were gonna pull it out our butthole, but we did.
Yes, and no. The reason why is there's certain things that are in Project 2025 that they worked on before they put some stuff in. It's not going to be like the whole 900 something pages, every single thing is done. No, but there is some stuff within there that they are going to try to work on.
They've been
it's
working
a matter
on
of what. It's just a matter of what they get in there or not. I mean, but that's why I'm like, it's a yes or no. It's not just like they're going to take the whole thing and install no.
That's been a Heritage Foundation booklet.
Yeah, they do it every single
long time.
And they've been
every time they like pick more stuff out of it.
Yeah, they've been instituting this shit all the way back to Reagan. There's always been some of it that's been going. That's the reason why you can see that this country has been going more and more and more to the right over the past probably 40 years.
The current healthcare system that Democrats fight for and they campaign on, which we call Obamacare, is also a Heritage Foundation program. So again,
it was Romney Care in the beginning.
It came from the Heritage first. It came from the Heritage first. Romney was their beta testing, right? And then Obama was like, all right, we ready to go live.
Well,
so
that's
where that came from. Because remember that plan.
No, Jill Stein did not get 5%. Jill Stein didn't get over 1% in any state.
Damn it. We have to understand that when they put these laws in front of us, they give them a name that make them sound like they're for us, but
or they just bundle them into something else.
You peel the onion back, they're really detrimental to us. But they sound good. They're like Patriot Act.
They just give us a little poison at a time.
It's 1984 on both sides, all around. 1984.
We call it the Defense Department. It was changed from the War Department to the Defense Department. I mean, that's the greatest example you can use.
The Office of Eugenics became the Office of Vital Statistics.
Uh-oh, Michael, where are you?
So
my co-host always loves to talk about eugenics. Loves it.
So I don't see now again. I don't know. I think that the House Republicans who want to ban abortion across the board, I do not think that they will have. I don't think they'll be able to get enough votes in the Senate to actually get that legislation onto Trump's desk at all. I don't think so.
To do what now? I'm sorry.
Abortion. I'm saying I don't think the House. I don't think there are enough so-called Republicans in Congress who are willing to stand behind a nationwide abortion ban.
Well, doesn't it have to go to the states right now at this point?
Yeah, but they were afraid that there would be a ban from a federal level. What I'm saying is there's not going to be any legislation that is going to make it to Trump's desk about that because it's not enough. The Republicans have built-in measures, just like the Democrats have their Joe Manchin, Kristen Sinema's. The Republicans have their quote-unquote rhinos as well, who don't go along with what the presidents want to do. Again, I ain't seen lockstep shit since Bush. So, you know, they're not all into Trump like that. So we're just going to see a lot of nothing. It's going to be a lot of
side. They don't want abortion to get to the federal level again because they want to breed workers because
no, they don't need to breed. They don't need to breed workers. It's about
let me finish.
That white race.
Say that again.
The abortion from the conservative side now is more based on the lines of their birth rate exceeds. Their death rate exceeds their birth rate. So they are saying by having abortions that they're actually screwing themselves. That is the viewpoint from the conservative side.
Okay. So let me expound on that for a second. So you are correct in saying that because they want to make sure they preserve their race, but they also want to make sure they could preserve workers in our race because even Kamala said, and I think I said this like on this channel maybe about an hour ago, how she was like, do you know that the youngest race in the world is going to be in Africa, like 17 to 18-year-olds in the next year? And you know, it's going to be abundance of young people in Africa. So we need to like combat that in some type of way. And Americans are like, fuck that, I ain't have no kids. For what? To be wage slaves? So I can't have a life? I don't want to do it. So that's why they didn't codify Roe v. Wade, because they have an agenda. They need us to be wage slave workers for them. And they need more white people to procreate. Because as long as you can keep white supremacy going, then...
My view is on there's a small part of the conservatives who are saying, wow, we need to have more white kids, right? Boom. Also, I would just push back on the fact that they don't need Americans. They don't need white Americans or Americans, period, to breed. They are bringing in people by the hundreds of thousands every few months or so. There's not a need to have a bunch of babies here in America. They already have it. And then 3, we're talking about
But I thought Trump was going to close the border.
But they're already here.
Even if you close the border, that does not stop anything. That's why I laugh when they're talking about build the wall. Do you know most immigrants fly into this country?
But may I say this?
Right.
May I say this to the 3 of you? There is no way that this country, who has a stronghold on the rest of society through white supremacy, is going to give up white supremacy in this country.
We have to stop talking about white supremacy. We don't.
Stop
mentioning it.
No, we don't.
We have to stop because it is fake. It is Zionists and those people who run shit.
Well, you can
people get stuck too much on white supremacy. The white people that people think about in white supremacy, they don't have power. The KKK average white, when you say white supremacy, most people think of legacy of Ku Klux Klan members, etc., people who want to kill niggas and shit like that.
That's what you think of. That's not what I think of.
The Zionists don't care about white skin.
Zionists are white. They are from Poland and Germany. They are white. They are white supremacists.
It is a tactic.
And Russia, they are white.
It is the tactic used to divide people even further amongst already fragile lines that exist between them already. When we look at it, I'm not saying Zionists.
Okay, so Chris.
No, you ain't gonna give me.
When you say that, let me ask you this: do you know about the Devil's Punch Bowl? Do you know what that is?
Yes, but look, if you look at most of the stuff that is pushed anti-white stuff, all the conservative talking points about it being anti-white racism, right? Saying that, oh, it's okay to be anti-white. It's okay to be anti-white. And they post all these books.
Anti-white.
I'm not. Let me finish, please.
Yes,
all
sir.
of these books and shit that they put out about anti-white people, all of this stuff is being published by Zionists, white Americans, right? Christian white folks. They're the same ones who put out all the negative shit about people that look like the four of us. Do you understand what I'm saying? They're pulling the strings of both people, manipulating their emotions. What I'm saying is to me, the white slave owner, Southern person who just looks at a nigga and be like, I don't like niggas. Yeah, well, I'm gonna let Marcus unleash in the second pause. Marcus, you will go in the second as soon as I'm done. But what I'm saying is the Zionist controls the society in such a way that they make white supremacy seem like a thing. It's not white supremacy. It's really not. They control everything.
What is it?
They don't care about white people.
What is it?
What do you mean?
What is it? You said it's not. That's not what it is. So what is it?
I think what he's more saying is the misnomer.
Well, let him say it. What is it?
They don't view mass incarceration as we can screw black people up. Well, yes, they do, and then also too, it is a business to them, right? But also, it's not white supremacy.
He's talking out of this side of his neck, and it's coming out this side.
No, but Mark, see, because if I say what I think, then only Marcus will understand.
How about I throw out my portion because I haven't ate anything, and so I feel like let me do my little concise part. I can step out and I'll let y'all can keep going for a while because I got to break down all my set and everything too. But what I will say is,
Edom don't like nobody.
Yep. Exactly.
That's what my point. Thank you, Marcus.
Yeah, exactly. And man, yeah, you threw me off with that one. But yeah, well, there's one other person who would have knew exactly what you were talking about. One other person. I don't know if Fuzz is still in here, but what I will say is, I believe that yes, the conservatives, there is a big chunk of them who want to further their legacy, and they're worried about decreasing numbers. The other group of people who are worried, they're not necessarily focused as much on wage slaves because I think that automation is the plan. If you're planning to switch to automation and you have a whole bunch of people, what do you do with all these people? No. We've been covering.
Soon.
I'll tell you. The docks out here, what is it? Long Beach docks, with a lot of the stuff that comes in from the West Coast is half of this thing is automated already. Like there is so much automation that we're seeing out here in California that's only a matter of time. Once they get the signals up to the level where they're not dropping it at all, you're gonna see like a switch happen, and all this chat GPT, all this stuff, you're gonna see a lot of people lose their jobs almost overnight. And the reason why it makes more sense,
it's already been happening in a lot of tech jobs. Hundreds of thousands of people have lost their jobs.
Let me cook. A lot of the immigration that comes in, if you have migrant work that comes in, you can always push the migrant work right back out of this country very easily. But if they are citizens, now you're stuck with, okay, they don't have jobs. What do we do with all these extra people? There's only a couple of things you can do, and I'm not going to say that because we're on YouTube and going into it in depth. So it's a whole lot easier if they are not citizens, because in all honesty, they could really end illegal immigration instantly if they wanted to. All they have to do is all the major corporations decide that we're not going to hire. The moment they say we won't hire and we will not rent to you. If you don't have a place to stay and you don't have an income, you will not stay very long. And it's very easy to get rid of the people. It's so easy. And if they decide, you know what, we will fine every single company. For every undocumented worker you have, we will fine you 10,000 times, $10,000, $100,000 every single time. It would end instantly. But they're benefiting off of this, and both sides are playing the game. And Republicans are playing the shit out of their base, making them think, oh, no, they're the reason why you're having these issues. I'm telling you, automation is the goal. That's the reason why Elon Musk gets so much money from DARPA and all that shit like that, because they have him in charge of getting that automation going. Now, when we talk about
he's
the
low on
that, he's behind. They're trying to get him caught up with where China and China, Japan, South Korea. They're trying to get him caught up to those places, and I would say the UAE, because UAE is ahead of us too in that area. The 48ers, as I call them, the 48ers are the ones who are doing a lot of this stuff. And the 48ers don't give a damn about nobody who's not a 48er. They're perfectly fine with using people that are their same complexion to use as basically the cannon fodder. But the 48ers are the ones who are really pimping everybody against everybody, milking everybody so that they can send it back to their little play box in the sand over there. So that's my little spiel. I'll leave it at that.
Okay.
Dred says that the Tesla bot is on Grindr. He's stupid. He's stupid. Yo, you know what? I bet you Grindr going nuts out here too.
I bet you it is.
After what I saw walking hotel, oh yeah, I know Grindr's going crazy right now. There's far more of them involved in that campaign than you would realize. That's another thing why I say it's not.
It's a lot of bussy boys over there.
Oh yeah, that's why I say the social issues that people are supposed to be scared of, they really shouldn't be. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, Chris H. Going ahead. Yes, definitely. You can take that term and take it to the bank and use it.
Okay, go ahead. I'm next.
Oh, and Abby, just so you could go, my point before.
No, I'm next. Yeah, you got it. Yeah. You got it.
I'm just saying, just remember, like, you know, they would have us believe certain things because it benefits them, a small group. They're not even afraid. Even the people who they assimilate with and identify with when it's beneficial, don't mean that they like them either. But go ahead.
You are correct. So I just want to put out like a few things out here. Okay. The goal is to.
Oh, we didn't put up the concession speech. Sorry, go ahead, Abby.
Did she concede?
No, go ahead.
No. I don't have it. Go ahead. You finish. I'm gonna look for it. Go ahead.
Okay. The goal is to have more white children and more underlings as slave children. That is the goal. That is why they don't want abortion anymore. That is the goal. Look, Mike Pompeo, you know who he is, right? he left.
Former head of the CIA.
Okay. He left that organization after, you know, his the things changed hands to the Democratic Party.
Okay.
He went to a company that their sole purpose was to
build weapons.
No, it wasn't to build weapons. It was to he was a lawyer for company CEOs that would employ immigrants, undocumented workers, and it was his job to prove that those CEOs didn't know they were undocumented.
Okay, so they have a buffer zone.
Google it. Look it up.
No, I'm not. It's not to go against you. What I'm saying is they created a buffer for themselves.
Exactly.
So they say,
that's what I'm saying.
So when they say, "Oh, we didn't know," they won't be lying. But
okay, so that's
what I'm saying. The abortion thing,
okay,
is just a loud social thing. It's not important. It's important that women.
No, it's very fucking important.
It is
for medical needs. It's very important.
Don't misconstrue what I'm saying, though, right? It's not important in that women should have a choice. Period. Right? Period. There should be no penalties for whatever you decide. If you believe in a higher power and you decide that's how you want to use that's what your contraception is going to be, cool. You deal with your higher power when you get there. I can't judge you for it. I hate that it's a topic, right? It's so stupid, and the Democrats want it to be a topic, as do the Republicans, which is why they do this, because it's a driver to the polls, and that gives.
Wasn't there a woman who died?
Yes, there are women who have been injured as a result, who are the system.
Not injured, died.
Yeah. Okay. Again, where that is a minority of it, that is not something that happens often. To those it does happen to, of course, we don't want it to happen to them. However, the way that we have been discussing this, I'm in my 40s. I've been hearing this discussion since I was in my teenage years. Something is wrong here, right? And
if it was your daughter and she died, and somebody told you that's the minority, how would you feel? Would you feel like, yeah, it's just
me personally,
like think about it with empathy for humanity. You would not be okay with that. If it was your daughter,
I would not go on a crusade to make that become everyone a focal point in everyone else's life. Okay, right? So with that being said, to start with, women should have options. It is not about that. It is the constant focus on it, cycle after cycle after cycle. There's a problem there. It is a primary driver one of many drivers to the polls, just like immigration is a driver to the polls. They talk about it. There is no solution because in part, obviously, they want the people here to, whether it's abortion, whether it is immigration, people going to the polls to vote, mailing in these pieces of paper to vote legitimizes the system. Remember, man, the devil got to get permission or has to tell you what he's doing before he do it to you.
Yeah, there's a lot of people like
they have to admit.
I'm a one-person voter. I'm voting on abortion, and I'm like, oh, so I'm voting for Kamala Harris. I was like, oh, but genocide's okay. Like, we have to stop doing this. We have to stop placating to these small.
This is why you cannot be involved in the electoral. This is why you can't be involved in the electoral. This is why I don't feel bad. I'm not emotional. I don't care that Trump won. I don't feel bad that Kamala lost. Vice versa, if Kamala won, I don't feel bad if she won. I don't feel bad if Trump lost. You have to.
I was fine either way.
You have to divorce yourself from the system completely in all ways. That is the only way you will be able to see clearly. Holding on to one or two things it keeps you tied to it. Let it all go. I'm telling you, at that point, that is when you will just see it for what it is. You'll become an umpire in this game, and you'll be able to say, okay, that's a ball, this is a strike. You can argue with your mother, go check the replay, but I'm not arguing with you. It is what it is. So all the fear they push on Trump, the fear they pushed about Kamala, none of it is real. None of it is
real. So can I also mention that Eric Holder, you remember him from Biden? No, not Biden.
Obama's yes.
Okay. So when he left the administration, he went back to a lawyer's office, and they were union busters.
Yes.
So if we think about Mike Pompeo, Eric Holder, these are only two examples.
John Boehner went to work for the weed people.
See what I'm saying? It happens over and over again. They just cycle themselves. What's that girl, Jen Psaki? She was like Biden's press secretary.
Yes.
And she left, and then she went to MSNBC to be a journalist. Girl, what? They just keep moving these people from position to position to make sure they making money, to make sure they are placated, to fuck over us, tell us what they think we need to hear, how we need to move, and that's it.
See, this is the thing. I don't know. So, like I always say,
I'm gonna have to get out of here. I'm gonna let y'all keep it going, but I appreciate you hopping on, Abby, and
I'm sorry, Morpheus. I'm doing too much.
No, y'all good. He's the co-host. He's my co-host, so he can.
Okay.
He runs this show sometimes without me when I'm out. So I mean, I'll let him get going. I literally just came from work and set up and hopped on. I haven't ate anything yet.
Oh, okay.
Well, starving. I gotta eat something and go to bed. Get up.
Can I say to you before you leave that I truly appreciate you. It was a pleasure to meet you. You came on my show. It was amazing, and you allowed me to come on your show.
Yeah,
and yeah.
And hopefully you don't take anything here like personal. I mean, we have open, free and debates back and forth and disagreements, and we feel that's the best way for our audience to be able to hear the different perspectives and weigh them out on their own and see how they feel about it. I mean, I did an early video on here when I did like some videos going into philosophy, and one of the videos, I'll make sure to sing you some of them. They're not very long, but one of them was talking about re-examining your views and things like that. Going into Descartes and stuff like that. And so, we do that. We go back and forth. Okay, this is what I said 10 years ago. How much do I hold on and view and agree with that? And that doesn't mean discard the view, but at least examine it and be like, okay, let me peel this apart and see if this is still what I believe. And if it's valid and if new information has outdated what I felt on that. So I mean, we try to always do that.
We want to read Leonard's book about unions and see
what
we
Moni.
think about it. So maybe you want to be a part of it. Just putting it out there.
Yeah, I mean, you know how to find me, so I'm not hard to get a hold of. Shoot, Mona, yeah, I would get assassinated, definitely.
Yeah, come on, man.
There's no, I'm no.
Man,
the stuff I would want to do.
That'd be a waste, man. Look, hold on. Look, before you do that, write me into your will, please. Because
somebody said I'm watching V for Vendetta.
No, I don't think that they would let me be a city councilman.
Marcus, they would say, "Oh, Marcus, sorry, I tainted you." They'd be like, "Oh, you know that nigga."
Marcus, you know what city councilman you would be? I'm trying to remember his name. He died. His name was like Eric.
Oh, I know who you're talking about. He used to give them hell.
Hell! You know what I'm talking about?
Oh yeah, because then I would feel like, well, I'm not on YouTube. Y'all can't shut me up at all. So I'm just say whatever the hell I want to. And I've already I've already had many near-death experiences, and I still keep doing stuff. So I'm not afraid to die.
I'm not afraid to die.
I'm not gonna be hesitant. You give me that kind of a platform where I can say really what I want to say.
Then it's on and popping, baby.
And keep in mind, remember, we're such a melting pot at this point. It is difficult given all of the cultural differences that exist within pockets of each state. So now it is no longer just a homogenous country or a largely homogenous country anymore. Even as white people become the minority, they'll still be a large number. But again, they're spread out in different places. So 28 and 32. Jesus Christ, we talking about a 32 election. That's nuts. But anyway, the next presidential election will take us into the 2030s. That's fucking crazy.
And I'm gonna tell you somebody to watch out for. And you're gonna look at me like I'm crazy, but I would not be surprised if this dude is gonna be one of the front runners, because I saw he has the ability to sit down with any person popping up, not knowing what they're gonna say, and debate back and forth with them and sound convincing. And to the average person, now I know he's full of shit, but that's neither here nor there. The person I'm thinking of.
I'm thinking about?
Huh?
No.
Who?
No. Go ahead.
I know. I'm like, in this current climate, no. In this current climate, no. But with this younger generation, I know you're getting scared because I think Chris knows where I'm going. Pete Buttigieg.
What?
Ew! No.
Did I ever say I liked him?
Pete Buttigieg?
Did I say I liked him? No, I did not say I liked him. Did I say I support him? No, I didn't. But he is slippery. He is smooth enough.
Thank you, Mona.
He is smooth enough that you could throw him out there, and he can talk. He can talk circles around most people.
No, hold on.
He couldn't talk circles. Okay.
But
come on, man. Now I'm flabbergasted.
What you're not listening
can he talk circles in independent media when you actually have follow-up questions that actually mean?
But he's not going to have to face that though. And this is what me and Chris do. We try to get people to look at it as analysts. Does most of the voting population, I mean, not voting population, but yeah, most of the voting population, do they even know about shows like ours? No, they don't.
No.
So the level of political, the level of political sphere that you're already in to be engaged in the conversations we have, you're way past Pete Buttigieg. But for some of these people I heard of, I listened to somebody say, well, I'm thinking about voting for Trump. I don't what's her name? They say her name is Harris something. They don't even know who Kamala is. So if you don't even know who Kamala is, then you don't even know. Most of these people don't even know how crazy this is. So I'm just putting that out there.
About that too.
I don't know how crazy this is. What you?
I listened to this dude. I listened to this dude take. I listened to this dude basically take questions on the hot seat from 25 different people and be able to hold his own without knowing what the hell they were going to say.
He's a CIA agent.
Oh,
he's Mossad.
Undoubted. Well, he's not Mossad, but he's worse.
He ain't.
He's from McKinsey. That's even worse.
He's somewhere from somewhere.
And he's a former military intelligence person.
He's from somewhere. He ain't from our planet.
But the only hiccup that I think that he would face is if America is ready for LGBT LMNOQP president.
First of all, just so you know,
that's the only thing.
I am a queer person. I'm queer.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I'm a carpet muncher. I'd like to lick all up on that carpet. Okay. I'm all up in there. But I'm black first.
I just say whether America is ready. I just say whether America is ready.
I'm just letting you know. So once you want to ask me a question, look at his face. If you want to ask me a question, like like a black question or LGBT or a trans question, ask me.
I'm just saying that
I'm queer.
I just don't believe America is ready for a gay president. And I'm just saying, regardless of what I think,
I actually don't believe that's true because
I could be wrong. I didn't think America was ready for Obama.
Well, look, America could be ready for a white trans president before they could be ready for a black woman president, because America is all about the white man.
I agree.
And the white man, he is the end all be it all. Whether he say he a man or say he a woman, he's still a white man. And America loves a white man. I'm just saying.
I look at, I don't know. Part of it could be just bias on where I grew up. And I know where I grew up,
Young Morpheus, why they let these white men get into sports arenas with women and be like, yeah, that's cool. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah.
Huh?
Come on now. Come on.
I don't know. Oh,
you're doing too much.
We not rocking with that over here. So
I know you not. I'm talking about white people. I'm not talking about you.
I can't speak for white people. White people, I
can't speak for them either.
The white representative, please stand up. And answer for what you got going on.
Michael, my co-host, are you here?
No, he probably took.
He went to
lay down by now.
He probably would sleep.
Yeah, he probably had to go lay down.
There is no way that me as a black woman, I don't care. I'm a queer woman. I'm a bisexual woman. Okay, but there is no way I'm about to be sitting up here. I don't have nothing against trans women. I don't, or trans men. But what I do know is that nobody is complaining about trans men. And you know fucking why? It's because trans men were women first. So they already had that
in their mind that you are, in their mind that is still a woman. in their mind, that is still a woman. Yep.
Yes. So when they became a trans man, they didn't take those.
Well, let's go ahead and rip the Band-Aid off.
Yeah, hold on. Yeah.
Let's rip the Band-Aid off.
Hold on. Let me finish. So when you take a trans woman that was a man first,
yeah, Thomas.
Okay, you already think you got that patriarchal shit, and then you take that mindset and go into a trans woman, you still got the mindset sort of a man. I'm
with you.
not saying you should. I'm just saying that's what you're doing.
And to most of the people, regardless of what they're saying, they still see you as a man, and they still see as a woman. They still, wherever because I get the terminology mixed up. So forgive me for that. But even though you might say identify as a man, they still see you as a woman. And you might say you identify as a woman. Most of them still see you as a man. Even if they might be being respectful and calling you by the terms, up here, they still see you. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, I don't know about you guys, but I have to be up in
let's go ahead and close it out, Chris.
I'm up in 3 hours and 9 minutes.
You're insane.
Yeah.
You're insane.
I'm still going.
That's how much
you're insane.
I got 5 hours of sleep. 5 hours. I'm running on 5 hours.
Yeah, but we gotta get our asses up in a minute for work. He gotta get up in 3 hours for work, and I gotta be up in 6 hours.
I'll probably end up going to sleep.
Oh,
I'm gonna go.
I'm saying I went to sleep at 5 o'clock yesterday. Woke up at 10 o'clock. Been up since 10 o'clock this morning.
Yeah, I went to work. I went straight after. Been on the streets, and so I'm about to jump in the shower. I'll probably go to sleep in like 30, 40 minutes. So yeah, I'll probably get like a good 3 hours, maybe 2.5 hour rest, and then I'll be up and I'll be moving. If you probably talk to me at 7:30 in the morning, I'll probably sound just like this. I don't know why, but you play hard, you work hard. That's what it is.
I'll probably get about 5 hours because I still got to eat and take my set down and all that. Because I don't know if y'all know, but for every show, it takes me like 30 minutes to set up. So I still got 30 minutes of breaking all this stuff down.
See why I just want to say thank you so kindly for allowing me to be on your show. I appreciate it. Because I know I was talking shit. Okay.
That's what we
do. You're good. You good. Thanks for coming through. We appreciate it.
Okay.
It's always cool. But Nina, thank you. I appreciate it. We enjoy your contributions, everybody. We'll come back. What's today? Today's when?
We'll be back Saturday.
Tuesday, November 5th, election day.
Well, it's past midnight, right? So
we still gotta listen to Kamala's concession speech.
Yeah, so we'll do that.
She's not doing it. She postponed it.
Oh, so whenever that comes on Saturday, we'll clean up whatever we missed. Tonight. We just wanted to be on the stream anyway, just to see the reactions and things like that. We'll have.
And Sai, may I just challenge you to a thought of a show?
Por favor.
Because I would really love to do a show how all of these people are talking about relationships between black men and black women and white men and black women and all this stuff. And I don't know what to do with it.
Why do we need to talk about it?
But I've been saving the clips.
To marry, do whatever you want to do, right?
No.
There's no need to discriminate.
No. It's not about racial anything. It's about gender of how not black. I'm gonna say how men and women feel about each other. I've been saving some clips. And
Yeah, they
I'm
largely
ready-
feel.
and I'm ready to talk about it.
They largely feel good about each other. If we focus on the loud minority on the internet, then we get kind of twisted at times.
Oh, that's so sweet. So then maybe we could be petty and talk about the ones.
Yeah, we could be petty, but we just also have to recognize that we love each other too. Like we don't leave each other alone.
I do.
So it is what it
Because
is.
I'm carpet munching, but I love.
Hey, all right. Hey, look.
All right. On that note,
But I love black men. I love
Actually,
black men.
Abby,
love
can you give a plug to your channel?
Why y'all gotta cut me off like that?
We did.
You did. You was like, all right, it's over.
No, we got to hop off.
That was it. We had the 6 hour
we can keep going. Yeah.
Abby do, Abby don't.
Yeah.
You see it right there.
Y'all got that.
Wait,
Y'all see it? Y'all see it at Abby Do.
Abby Do, Abby
Don't.
Don't.
Make sure y'all check her out. Make sure y'all go over there, give them a subscription. Sorry, I'm getting fumbled with words. Like, subscribe.
Did I do that to you?
That'll be everything getting all jumbled around right now. But this has been the Political Matrix. I am one of your hosts, Marcus Young Morpheus Cage, here with my brother, Mr. Cy Lawson, and here with our lovely esteemed guests, Yonina and Abby. Signing off. Thank you so much for everybody who came to join us. Whether you popped in for a minute,
Saturday.
whether you were with us the whole time, all those people who waited also for us to get all the stuff sorted out and the logistics and everything. Much appreciation to y'all, and those who will watch this later on. If you're watching this right now, much love for you. Hopefully you're safe, and hopefully everything you want goes your way. That said, this has been the Political Matrix.
We'll be back. Check us out. Same channel on Saturday. You already know, about 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 6 p.m. Pacific time for y'all. You know, Marcus and I occupy East and West Coast, so that's why we tend to just reference those times. But to the guests, thank you. Yo, Marcus, you already know. Appreciate you, homie. I'll hit you up. If not tomorrow, then we'll talk like Thursday or before. You already.
All right.
Thank you so much.
All righty. And
the greatest trick the devil ever pulled was convincing the world he didn't exist. And like that, he's gone.